The Witcher 3, like the two other games in this series, is not perfect. It comes as sort of a mixed bag. I've always felt like The Witcher 3 has had this impenetrable shell that was impossible to break. Ever since its release, it has ended up on many publications' best game of all time lists. Of course, most people know that these lists are absolutely insane, but many people still tout it as one of the greatest games of all time, and I just never really agreed. This isn't to say that I don't like The Witcher 3. It has some truly amazing moments. Some of the side quests are the best that I've ever played. Certain stories from the main tale are ones that I will never forget, and I haven't been able to since I put down the game. About 90% of the character design is just absolutely top-notch. You will be left staring at character models during cutscenes for far longer than you should, and these designs work very well to reflect the characters themselves. But at the same time, The Witcher 3 has some really low moments. Its combat and movement scheme can be incredibly janky, bordering on frustrating. It's not perfect in any regard. A lot of the scaling in the RPG systems just breaks down closer to the second half of the game. And the largest negative that this game holds is that there's honestly just way too much of it. Again, I just want to say that I don't think The Witcher 3 is a bad game at all, but I don't really think it's the greatest game of all time. Now, my praise will be much heavier once we start to get to the DLCs near the second half of this video, because those are just fantastic, in my opinion, and probably some of the best work that CD Projekt Red has ever done. But we're going to talk about all of this today. I'll be examining The Witcher 3, talking about gameplay, mechanics, story, and everything in between. If you haven't seen my previous videos on The Witcher games, I would highly recommend checking those out, because this is the most recent entry in this series, and the finale in a trilogy of games, so I'll be referencing those a lot. It's not 100% necessary, but I would urge you to watch those videos. Spoilers for The Witcher games. Hey Dad, it's me, your favorite son, and today I'm going to talk about The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Development on The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt really began in 2011. Konrad Tomaszkiewicz, the lead quest designer on The Witcher 2, was promoted to the role of game director for the third entry in the series. Almost immediately, Adam Badowski, the head of CD Projekt Red, wanted to make the game more ambitious. He had high aspirations for the game, venturing into open-world design rather than the smaller areas that would split the previous games in the series. Most of the studio did not echo this aspiration. They wanted to do something similar to the second Witcher game and just really take an entry to relax for a bit. This was mostly because of the hectic development that surrounded both the first and the second game in the series. The first game was obviously CD Projekt's only release at the time. Because of this, the development was scattered, and the result was filled with bugs. The second game in the series obviously was plagued by the cancellation of the Rise of the White Wolf. Because of this, the team didn't want to walk into another incredibly stressful development cycle. It clearly would take some convincing on Badowski's part. He eventually got the team on board, though, with him, and his ideal to create a massively ambitious RPG. The game was so ambitious, though, that it almost had to be split into two games. They ultimately wanted to tell an epic fantasy story that was really about a broken family. Because this story was so large, the world was so sprawling, and the game was so full, a lot of content had to be cut from the game. The story had to be shortened to be able to fit it into one entry. At some point, Geralt was originally supposed to disguise himself as a member of the Wild Hunt and ride with them on their ship Naglfar. They also originally planned to have combat centered around a VATS-like system, but the idea turned out to be a technical nightmare. Dagger-throwing minigames were planned for the final release as well, but eventually this was overthrown by Gwent. A drinking minigame that is described similarly to the drinking contests in the first game was also planned, but it was scrapped to make room for other, more important mechanics. Ice skating was also prototyped, as well as Kinect functionality, but both were pulled in the end. The original idea was to have a massive open and seamless world, but it was too technically complicated. This all goes to show how large the ideas were for the third game in the series. The team clearly had ideas, ones that they wanted to implement into this massively growing project. The game cost $81 million to make, and its script was around 450,000 words in length. The team ended up using Red Engine 3 with many NVIDIA models like Hairworks and PhysX to increase realism and fidelity in the world. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt was self-published by CD Projekt and released on May 19, 2015 for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Microsoft Windows. Before we get into this review, I have a few notes that I need to get out of the way. Of course, if you don't care about the preparation for this video or the structure of this review, then you can just skip to the section on the prologue. First, I'd like to briefly talk about the structure of this review because it is quite long. The Witcher 3 is a massive game, and that's not like when your buddy who hasn't played a video game since 2005 tells you that a game is big. That's a real man telling you a game is big. Because of that, I've had to chunk this review into different sections, focusing on the different parts of the world, story, and DLC. Because the game doesn't really have a distinct act structure like the previous entries, I've split the video into sections that I think divide it best. First, we will talk about the prologue set in White Orchard. The side quests there introduce combat and most of the game's systems, and follow Geralt's story up to when he arrives in Velen. Each section afterward will focus on one area of the world. Velen will deal with the Baron's quest line, the area surrounding it, the side quests, activities, and contracts within that area, and anything else within those bounds. I will then do the same thing for Novigrad and Skellige. I will then talk about the battle for Kaer and Morehn and the climax of this tale, and the final act section will focus on the finale of the main story. The final two sections, Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine, will focus on each respective expansion that was released for the game. My next note is on the length of this video. As I've stated in each of my Witcher videos thus far, these games are incredibly massive. In the case of the first game, it was pretty long on its own, and there was just a lot there. The game was filled with consequence, meaning, themes, and choice. There was a lot to dissect. The second game was shorter, but had its own branching paths that made it worthy of dissecting in depth. The Witcher 3 is a whole other beast. The game itself is incredibly long. My first playthrough, completing most of the side quests, contracts, and a lot of scavenger hunts, came in at over 100 hours. Add in the two very lengthy expansions, and you're pushing 200 hours even if you know what you're doing. And that doesn't really even begin to cover the other possibilities in each of the quests or the main story. This in and of itself should explain why this video is the longest single game video on my channel. The Witcher 3 took me way longer to write about, edit, record, and play than any other single game that I've covered here. In case you've neglected to watch the previous videos in this series, I have read all of the Witcher books in preparation for these series of videos. I also want to note that this review will not be 100% comprehensive. I do not intend to cover every single part of The Witcher 3 with this video. There will be some small side quests, Witcher gear, monster nests, or notes in passing that I just won't mention here. I will try my hardest to talk about most of the content the game offers, most of the side quests, contracts, the entirety of the main story, the extra activities that can be completed, the gear that can be found, and the differing outcomes for each interaction, but of course there will be things that I will have missed. If I didn't talk about something that you felt was particularly enjoyable, then feel free to let me know in the comments below. With all of that out of the way, let's talk about the game properly. Let's finally talk about The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3 begins with a short introductory cutscene. It has been about 1 year since the events of The Witcher 2, since Geralt tracked down Letho and learned of Yennefer's fate. He is now on her trail, looking for the sorceress that he is eternally bound to. Vesemir is with him at this point, the old Witcher finally leaving Kaer Morhen to assist one of his young students. We see flashes to Yennefer being caught in a battle between Nilfgaard and Temeria. The two Witchers find the remnants that Yennefer left across this battle as she made her escape, tracks, books, and skulls. I really like this cutscene because it tells us a lot without really specifically saying anything. We learn Geralt and Vesemir's motives right off the bat. that they are looking for Yennefer. We also learn that Yennefer is on the run for some reason. The dynamic between the Witchers and the Sorceress seems to be the central focus here, but what is going on in the background is just as important. There is a persistent theme throughout the entirety of this series, even in the books, that a war or a soon-to-be war is always brewing in the background. The conflict between the realms is always the backdrop for this world. There's two stories going on here, two that sometimes tend to overlap. In this case, there is a lot of overlap. The second game ended with Nilfgaard beginning their third invasion of the northern kingdoms. For a bit of a history lesson, Nilfgaard is a massive empire. They rule most of the southern part of the continent. This territory was not given to them, but taken by force, at least for the most part. Long ago, Nilfgaard used to be ruled over by a monarch and a senate, a body of advisors that would influence the politics of the empire. This senate was eventually reduced to a mere show. For now, Nilfgaard is headed by one sole person, the emperor. Nilfgaard gained much of its territory in the early 13th century, when Emperor Fergus var Emrys took the throne. This was a continued campaign of military expansion that was started by the previous ruler, Taurus var Emrys. During Fergus's reign, he took Aetolia, Vicovaro, and Gemera into the fold. Fergus's reign would come to an end at the hands of someone known only as the Usurper. The Usurper is a mystery man who took the throne, killing Fergus and changing much of Nilfgaard. During this coup, Emir var Emrys, the son of Fergus, had been turned into a hedgehog as a cruel joke. They originally intended to use this to break Fergus and have him turn the kingdom over to the Usurper and his coup. But since Fergus was killed, Emir was released into the woods. He eventually rose up with a group of supporters and took back the empire that was rightly his by blood. This is the current emperor of Nilfgaard and the same man who has led all three of the incursions into the north. Emir seeks to bring all of the countries into his fold. He consistently attempts to conquer the northern kingdoms, which consider themselves free and self-governed, each having their own kings and rulers. All of this history is important going into the third game in the series, because here, the Third Northern War will come to a head, but we will see it playing out, not from the high towers of kings and rulers like we did in the last game, but we will see it from the ground, through the eyes of nobles and peasants both. We then see the two Witchers taking a rest near a large tree. Geralt happens to be dreaming of Kaer Morehn, and we're transported back to a better time in Geralt's life. Here he is taking a bath and Yennefer is in the room. He has to leave to go check on Ciri, who is training with Vesemir. When we find the older Witcher, he has fallen asleep while teaching Ciri, and the young girl has already made her way downstairs to train with wooden swords. Geralt heads down to guide Ciri in her training, and we're given a brief tutorial on both movement and combat. This whole dream quickly turns into a nightmare as the Wild Hunt shows up to attack Ciri at Kaer Morehn, and Geralt wakes up back at the fire with Vesemir. Vesemir checks in with Geralt, consoling him and telling him that they'll find both girls eventually. Geralt thinks that this dream may have some sort of prophetic meaning, that Ciri may be in danger. We find out that Geralt was sent a letter by Yennefer telling him to meet her in Willoughby. The two arrived, but the village was already burned by the ongoing war and invasion by Nilfgaard. They've now tracked her to White Orchard, a city just northwest of Vizima, close to the border of Temeria and Redania. The group is then attacked by ghouls, and we have our first real combat of the game. With that, it probably makes sense to talk about the combat systems that Witcher 3 presents. The Witcher 3 is an action role-playing game, or an action-adventure RPG, whatever those words mean at this point. Combat has been overhauled, but has similar bones to The Witcher 2. We can strong attack or light attack enemies with our steel or silver swords. Silver swords get used for monsters, a loose term, and the steel sword is generally used for humans. Our strong attack takes a little bit longer but does significantly more damage, and the light attack is much quicker but does less damage. Of course, the strong attacks taking more time can leave us open for attacks against us. Fast attacks are more defensively advantageous because we get out faster without overcommitting. We have a few defensive options in combat. We can directly block attacks with our sword of choice, which doesn't negate damage. We still get hit, so it isn't the greatest option here. If we time our block, though, with the attack of the enemy, we can parry their blow, knocking the enemy off balance and allowing Geralt to counterattack. This can be incredibly useful when fighting enemies that have a tight defense. If they block all of our attacks, then we can solve this by parrying one of their blows and going in for a combo. We can also dodge and roll to avoid enemy attacks. Dodging is a much smaller movement, and if timed correctly, we can miss all of the damage from an enemy attack. The smaller movement allows us to immediately follow up on the enemy's attack with one of our own. Rolling is a much larger movement. Geralt will roll very far, allowing him to get out of the way of bigger attacks, or just move out of the way of combat in general. It's much better at covering distance, but rolling does not put us into position to follow up with an attack of our own, so it's much less effective at punishing and keeping the flow of combat going. Personally, I used dodge much more than I did the roll. Rolling was really only useful in some battles with larger monsters. If they had massive attacks that needed to be accurately timed with a dodge, then it mostly made more sense to roll out of the way instead of trying to time the dodge perfectly. The dodge is also just a bit overpowered. A lot of the time it can just be spammed so that we don't take damage. The enemy's health bar will generally flash red when they're about to attack. This combined with the animation windup will allow us a few seconds to prepare for an attack in the way that we choose. But the dodge just seemed like, for the most part, that it could do what the roll was doing, but also leave us in a better position afterwards. We have different weapons that we can use to fight monsters and humans. Like I said, we have 2 swords equipped at all times. The silver sword is for monsters, generally, and the steel sword is for humans. As we enter battle, Geralt will automatically draw the sword that is most appropriate for the enemy that we're currently fighting. Swords will have varying levels of power based on their damage ratings and will have different modifiers: armor piercing, bleeding, crit chance, intensity of signs, etc. Each of these bonuses will modify our damage in a different way. Certain swords will also have slots for runes, allowing us to add some more modifiers onto this gear. We have a crossbow as well that will let us attack enemies from afar. The crossbow can be aimed manually in a slightly slow motion, or we can just press the right button to just auto-attack the enemy that we currently have targeted. We also have a few quick slots that we can use for bombs, quest items, or potions. Bombs and potions are both incredibly versatile tools that can be used in battle. Bombs can be created in the alchemy system by using a variety of different ingredients. Once bombs are created, we no longer have to create them anymore, we just have a certain number of each type that we can use, and they are refilled when we meditate. Certain bombs will just explode on use, others will generate a poison cloud, some will even light enemies on fire. Potions are created and refilled in the same way. Potions have a much wider variety of uses. The base potions, ones like Thunderbolt that increase our attack power, or Swallow that generate health over time, are simpler potions that will unlock pretty early in the game. They require less of our resources and less of a time commitment to create. We can also make decoctions that generally require a resource from a specific monster. These are much more powerful than most of the base potions, some giving us higher amounts of vitality regeneration, auto-activating a shield when we take too much damage, or an increase to our damage each time we land an attack. Potions and bombs are both a massive part of any battle. When we're fighting against a swarm of foes, whether monster or human, turning the tide in a 10-on-1 altercation is paramount, especially harder boss battles in the later parts of the game or the DLCs. We can also equip different armor and equipment, a chest piece, shoes, gloves, and pants. Each of these pieces of gear have their own armor ratings that help with defense and negating enemy damage. They also have bonus modifiers that can adjust crit chance, sign intensity. Certain pieces of gear will also have rune slots allowing for other modifiers to be attached. We can also get set gear by completing scavenger hunts for the different schools of Witcher gear. We'll go into these a little bit more in depth later, but the sets will provide us added bonuses when we equip a certain amount of pieces of that set. We can also get access to craftsmen later that will allow us to upgrade our gear, swords, and armor. We can craft new swords by finding recipes at merchants, in chests, or by completing scavenger hunts. We can do the same with armor, and this is usually how we will be able to create set pieces. We can also repair equipment, which costs a small fee. All of our equipment will lose a small amount of durability as we use it, and we'll have to either bring it to a blacksmith or use a repair kit. Repair kits can be kind of sparse in the beginning of the game, so gold becomes paramount to fund our crafting bills. This is most of the gear that we can equip in the game. Gear also has rarity levels, and certain pieces of gear can even go up to legendary, having their own specific abilities. These can be incredibly powerful pieces that can greatly adjust your build. All of this seems to work alright on paper, but gear does have a really big issue in general. The biggest problem with gear is that the gear we pick up scales as the game progresses. The problem this creates is that gear doesn't really ever feel powerful. I remember getting a sword for beating the first DLC, Hearts of Stone. The second expansion, Blood and Wine, has a bit higher of a recommended level for it. When I started doing quests, I immediately out-leveled this weapon and I just had to get rid of it, choosing a random base rarity sword that I picked up. This is because of the gear scaling, and this legendary weapon that had a really cool ability on it and felt special because it was a reward for my adventure and the story of Hearts of Stone had now just become another weapon in my inventory. I will say that the Blood and Wine expansion does something to slightly fix this issue, but we'll get there later. Combat also has the general issue of just feeling kind of awkward and janky. It feels very strange to move around as Geralt in combat. This could be because of the way that the targeting in the game works and how Geralt circles each of his enemies, but it just doesn't feel very good. It also feels like the system really rewards patience and timing. This is true even when enemies are levels and levels below. The game mostly wants us to take a conservative and reserved approach to attacking enemies. We're most effective when our attacks are measured, when we react well to enemy attacks, and when we take our time to prepare for battle. I don't exactly hate the combat in Witcher 3, and overall it's probably better than the first two games, but it's also just incredibly awkward. It's a massive give and take because when it works, it really works. Hitting the right buttons in battle and having the right timing will have us feel like we're one step ahead of our enemies. We feel in tune with the flow of combat, getting in and getting out, floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. But when it doesn't work, it feels janky, like every move we make is the wrong one. And even if we are winning, it can feel like we're just hanging on to the side of a large beast while they miss every attack they make and we spam the strong attack button. It can feel great at times and terrible at others, but I guess this is probably a step up from feeling awkward and weird 100% of the time like the previous games did. Geralt also has access to 5 different signs, just like the other games. These can be cast by using the quick slot menu and selecting a sign to equip, and then pressing the cast sign button. They work pretty similar to their presence in the first 2 entries. Ard allows us to push enemies back in a wave and can blast aside enemies with a strong guard. Igni allows us to project a wave of flame out in front of us. Casting Yrden will place a magical trap on the ground that will slow enemies when they walk into the trap. Quen will create a shield around Geralt that will reflect a good amount of damage, and Axii will confuse an enemy for a short period of time. Again, just as every game, there are certain signs that I used way more often and that were much more useful in my opinion than other signs. I used Igni quite a lot. The extra damage in the beginning of the game just proved to be the best thing that I could do in most cases. Quen was incredibly useful throughout most of my playthrough. Having a second shield that can just negate damage, especially early on, is just so useful. There's never really a fight where having Quen doesn't help at least a little bit. We actually cast each sign by filling up our stamina bar, which slowly refills after we cast a spell, and goes down when we're running. Even if we have Quen on or an Yrden sign out in the field, we can still cast something like Ard, for example. Each of the signs can be upgraded, altering their use slightly. When Ard is upgraded, it will blast around Geralt instead of just in front of him. This can be really useful for pushing enemies back when we're surrounded. When Igni is upgraded, it can be fired as a constant stream instead of a wave. This is useful as well because it burns enemies immediately rather than having a chance to incinerate. Yrden can be upgraded to damage enemies that are inside of it instead of just slowing them. Quen can be upgraded to actually use an active shield. When we use this shield, damage absorbed can be turned into restored vitality for Geralt. And Axii can be upgraded to actually turn enemies on the battlefield into allies for a short period of time while also increasing their damage. These are all generally pretty good and useful in combat, except for Axii, which is upgraded into what it already was before. I used the altered version of Igni for a good portion of my first playthrough of the game. It did feel a bit slow at times, and like there were only specific times I could really use it. I should note here as well that these are altered versions of the signs that are unlocked. They are not switched into this version of the sign. We can still use the original version. The altered version is used by holding down the cast sign button instead of just pressing it. We unlock all of these alternate modes for signs by investing points into these skill trees. The skill point system in The Witcher 3 has been drastically changed from the previous games, and I actually really can't say that's for the better. The way the whole thing works is that when we level up, we gain a skill point. These skill points can then be used to buy or upgrade abilities in any of the skill trees. These abilities will have no effect if they aren't equipped though. We have to equip them in one of the open slots on the right side of the screen. We unlock more of these very slowly as we level up. We also unlock diamond slots that we can equip mutagens in. These mutagens, if matched with a skill of the same color, will provide a bonus matching that color. If we equip a red mutagen with red skills, we will get increased attack power. Blue mutagens with blue skills will give us increased sign intensity, etc. There are many different skills that we have the choice of equipping. The red skills are combat skills, the blue skills are sign-related skills, the green skills are alchemy-related, and the gold skills are general skills that have a range of different uses. Each column in each category generally follows the same subcategory. For example, the first column in the combat category mostly deals with increasing fast attack damage. Muscle memory increases the base damage of our fast attack, precise blows increases the critical hit chance and damage of our fast attack, whirl allows Geralt to use a spinning attack by holding the fast attack button, and crippling strikes allows fast attack to also apply the bleed effect. The combat category also has a column for strong attacks, which increases damage for the attack type and modifies its attack abilities, just like the fast attack column. The defense column allows Geralt to deflect arrows, receive reduced damage while dodging, increase damage after counterattacks, and a chance to kill enemies instantly. The marksmanship column adds additional slowdown when aiming the crossbow, adrenaline points gained on ranged hits, increase of critical hit chance, and an ability called Critical Shot, which disables monsters' special abilities when ranged shots critically hit. The final column in the combat category, Battle Trance, relates to adrenaline point generation. We haven't talked about adrenaline points yet, but they are something that we generate during battle. We have a small bar that's located just beneath Geralt's stamina bar. These can be gained through a variety of different ways, but they are used by equipping a variety of different skills. Certain abilities, when equipped, will spend adrenaline points in exchange to allow Geralt to do something particularly powerful in combat. This entire column deals with generating adrenaline points or spending adrenaline points. Undying will allow us to spend adrenaline points on death to stay alive, to gain adrenaline points when we enter combat, or to use adrenaline points when casting a sign to upgrade the sign to its highest level, which I thought was particularly useful. The signs category has a column for each of the 5 signs in the game. The Ard sign can be upgraded to increase its range, develop its alternative sign mode, increase its intensity, and increase its damage, as well as provide slight stamina regeneration. The Igni sign can be upgraded to increase damage and weaken armor, unlock its alternative sign mode, increase intensity, and increase chance of burning. The Yrden sign can be upgraded to increase duration, unlock its alternate sign mode, increase intensity, and increase damage inside of the trap. The Quen sign can be upgraded to explode when attacked to unlock the active shield mode, increase intensity, and reflect damage back to the attacker. The final sign, Axii, can be upgraded to cause enemies to not move towards Geralt while Axii is being cast, to unlock Delusion, which allows us to use Axii to influence people in conversations, to unlock the Puppet mode, increase Axii's intensity, and allow for 2 opponents to be influenced at once. Most of this category increases effectiveness of signs and damage, while some specific ones drastically change the way that signs can be used. Easily the best skill in this category is Delusion, allowing us to use Axii in conversations. This is just so incredibly overpowered. There are so many situations where using Axii will let us get through quests faster, prevent us from spending money, or just save us a headache. Having this skill leveled up early is very useful. I think there should be special mention here for things like Earden's alternate mode Magic Trap, which causes damage to enemies. There are skills like this that turn mostly unviable skills into ones that actually can be used very often. The alchemy tree generally deals with skills relating to brewing potions, bombs, oils, mutations, and Geralt's general toxicity level. Toxicity is represented by a small bar below our health meter. This increases every time that we drink a potion, and the amount which it increases is different based on the potion that we consume. The higher that this meter goes, the more vitality that we lose. Of course, this can be offset with certain skills in the final tree. The first row, Brewing, deals mostly with making and consuming potions. Upgrades will increase our overdose threshold, allowing us to drink more potions, increase vitality gained when drinking potions, allow potions to maintain their effect until toxicity falls, and finally an upgrade which gives us a chance to activate another random potion without adding toxicity. The oil column will affect oils that we can use to coat our swords in battle. We can upgrade oils to allow for an inherent chance to poison enemies when oil is applied, add protection against the enemy type that the oil is targeting, increase blade oil charges, and increase critical hit when adrenaline points are at their maximum. The bomb column focuses on the making and use of bombs. We can increase the slowdown of time when aiming with bombs, increase damage of bombs that wouldn't normally do damage, increase the amount of bomb charges we have, and increase the amount of fragments when bombs detonate. The mutation columns focus mainly on increasing general alchemy benefits. Upgrades will increase toxicity based on the alchemy formulas we know, cause decoctions to increase vitality, increase bonuses for mutagens, and increase the duration of decoctions. The final column will increase stats around toxicity. Upgrades will cause time to slow when enemies are about to counterattack, increase maximum vitality when toxicity is high, increase the rate at which toxicity drops, and increase crit chance for each opponent killed. The final category, general skills, affect the game in many different ways. It basically functions as the miscellaneous skills for the game. I won't go through every skill in this category, but it holds a breadth of different things. Some skills will increase base vitality, others will cause food to increase our vitality for over 20 minutes instead of the standard 30 seconds or so. Strong Back increases our maximum inventory weight, and Focus causes adrenaline points to increase weapon damage and sign intensity. The skills here can range from incredibly useful and game-changing to absolute garbage and to be avoided at all costs. The skill system as a whole is really a mixed bag, which is kind of the story for this whole series, so I guess it fits. On one hand, I think that because of the limited amount of slots in comparison to the actual amount of skills, there is a large variety in actual builds that can be made here. There are actually 16 skills in each of the color categories, not including the top row skills that are automatically unlocked when starting the game. I don't count the first row because they don't have to be equipped to be activated. This is 16 skills in the combat category, 16 skills in the signs category, and 16 skills in the alchemy category. Plus, the additional 20 from the general category leaves us with 68 total skills that can be equipped. Once we unlock all of the skill slots, not counting the additional ones unlocked in the Blood and Wine expansion, we only have 12 slots. That means that we can only equip and use 18% of our skills at any given time. Again, this forced scarcity increases the amount of builds and combinations that can actually be made. This is good in theory, and I think the whole process has really been streamlined from previous entries in the series. This is good, especially since The Witcher 3 has targeted a much wider audience than the first or second game. This makes things a bit easier to understand than the sprawling skill tree from The Witcher. But on the other hand, these skill slots are unlocked so incredibly slow across the course of the game. We unlock the first 6 slots every 2 levels. So we get a new slot at level 2, 4, 6, 8, etc. But when we hit level 12, this starts to slow down. The next 3 are unlocked every 3 levels, and the last 3 are unlocked every 4 levels, up to level 30. This slowdown in skill slot unlocks feels even slower because leveling, of course, slows down as we get higher up. This comes with any RPG, and we're always going to get diminishing returns as we start to gain more abilities. This makes the whole thing feel really sluggish, and it gets worse because at a certain point, we have a ton of skill points that we can't even use. These either end up getting dumped into skills that we can't equip until later, or they get hoarded. We also have the option of dumping them into skills to unlock other rows of abilities, because each row is locked out until enough points are spent in the previous rows, but it makes leveling feel like it has no effect. The first few levels do make us feel like we have genuine progress. Each time we unlock a new slot and level the skill all the way up, we can feel the difference in our character. In Geralt, in the way that he fights, but once we get into the middle levels, everything slows down. Leveling up doesn't feel like getting any sort of progress. It feels like we got an ability point that we just can't use yet. In the end, I think that reducing the weight of skills and leveling in general is a much larger negative to the system than its faux increase in build variety. The skill system overall just doesn't work that well. It ditches impact for a general streamline to make the system easier to understand, rather than offering complexity to the player and making things more engaging. With the combat system out of the way, we can now finally talk about White Orchard, the small town that serves as the prologue for this game. As I said before, the chapters in this video generally are segmented by the different areas of the game world, and I will try to approach each chapter in a similar way, outside of a few exceptions. I will first talk about the general side content that the area offers. I just want to first say that I will not go over every single piece of side content in the game. I want to set expectations before we really get into things. Once we travel to Velen and get into the main part of the game, things will widen greatly. There really is just so much content in the game. There are somewhere around 270 side quests, including contracts and treasure hunts. I simply will not be able to talk about every single quest, and there just really isn't any reason to. There are some side quests that just don't really deserve a deep dive, and the same goes for contracts and treasure hunts. I will make a concerted effort, though, to talk about the things of note, the best side quests, the ones that stuck out, the contracts, interactions, and the general area. Geralt and Vesemir arrive in White Orchard on the tail of Yennefer. When we get into town, we can collect a few side quests and check the town notice board to gather some contracts and smaller quests from the townsfolk. One of the first side quests that we'll encounter in White Orchard is called a Frying Pan Spick and Span. Here we find a woman near a house off of the river Ismena. She says that her frying pan has been stolen by a man that barricaded himself inside this abandoned hut. We can break down the door by using Ard and investigate. Her pan is inside with the corpse of a man. We can use our Witcher senses to find out what happened. Witcher senses are used when we hold down the left trigger. It allows Geralt to focus, finding tracks in the ground, items of interest nearby, or containers that can be looted. Here we can find some papers that tell us the dead man was a spy, paying close attention to the movements of nearby Nilfgaardian forces. This is seemingly a quest that is a bit beneath Geralt. The journal even points this out, that at first, the quest doesn't quite live up to the general portrayal of Witchers. But just as with the world and the story of The Witcher overall, there's something else in the background. The current war, the threat of Nilfgaard, the movements of nations spill over here into an abandoned hut just outside of the small town of White Orchard, and it just so happens that this woman's pan is inside. Missing in Action is a particularly good quest that we find when crossing through a ransacked village. A man is looking for his brother who serves in the Temerian army. The man tasks us with helping him search through the remnants of a recent battle. We have to find shields that have the Temerian lilies on them and pick through the battered bodies. Eventually we track his brother down. He's surprisingly still alive in a nearby cabin, wounded from the fight. He's sitting with a Nilfgaardian soldier, one of the enemies. They both came out of the battle wounded and helped each other get to this safe spot. Of course, this quest pushes the theme that most of the men fighting this war don't inherently have problems with the men that they are fighting. They are serving a war started by rulers that they have nearly no attachment to. Swinging swords is just something that they do, not something that they really want to do. At the end of the day, they're just men. It echoes something like the Christmas truce during the First World War, where ceasefire occurred between the German and British forces on Christmas Day to celebrate the holiday. Of course, Dune, the man that gave us this quest, does not share the same belief. He has seen the destruction and hatred that Nilfgaardian forces have wrought, and just because this one man is good does not mean that he can help him out. He doesn't share the same connection to him as his brother does. As is usual with Witcher games, we can make a choice here. We end up deciding the fate of this man and how this whole situation turns out. This is a Witcher game after all, and it's all about choice. There aren't many choices that we make in White Orchard that will have an effect on the main story, but we do have a small amount of choices when it comes to side quests. These first few are pretty good at displaying the persistent effects that choice will have on the game. For instance, here we can choose to convince Dune to take the Nilfgaardian soldier in. If we do this, we can venture back later to find the three living together in a home. If we don't do this, then the soldier will die after being left on his own. We can also stumble upon the two soldiers before taking the quest from Dune, and they will task us with finding the man's brother. Once we do find him, we make him aware of the two soldiers, and he ventures to find them on his own. This then results in the Nilfgaardian soldier's death anyways, because Dune made the decision for himself, without our input. This is one thing that The Witcher 3 does have going for it, and that's consequence. The game is impressive as it manages to have so many outcomes for so many different quests. The amount of options can be overwhelming if you really get down into the nitty-gritty, but because there are so many options, I feel that this leads to the player thinking with their head or emotions rather than trying to min-max the game. At least in my case, I felt myself trending towards what the better option would be rather than what would give me more rewards. Because there were so many outcomes, I would rather just do the right thing than try to get more powerful or get more money. This is a natural way that the developers push the player towards making decisions in character or with the characters in mind, rather than with the game in mind. It's definitely a balance between both. The player should be making choices based off of resources as well, whether this decision will save or gain them money, will it give them more power, or is it morally good? General good writing in quests also has this effect, but we'll get into that later. The quest on Death's Bed is a pretty simple one that we'll inevitably run into early on. When we meet an herbalist during the main quest, she asks us to brew a potion for a dying woman. We don't have to do this, of course, but I think most players will decide to help someone that's in need, especially because they're getting rewarded for the effort. This quest basically functions as a soft way to introduce us to the alchemy system. It also forces us to craft the Swallow Potion early on into the game. There's a lot of this in White Orchard. The prologue itself basically functions as a soft tutorial for the other mechanics of the game that we haven't been introduced to yet. Precious Cargo begins when we find a merchant that tasks us with finding his wagon that was driven off the road when they were attacked by monsters. We can find this cart nearby, but once we get to the goods, we find out that the cart was clearly not attacked by monsters, or at least that's not what drove it off the road. The thing is riddled with arrows and covered in human blood. We find this specific piece of cargo that the merchant wanted us to get for him, a box.
Oh, and you find the box?
When we return, we can just give him the box and he will pay us, or we can call out his lie. If we do this, he tries to escape and we track him down, taking him off his horse, or we can track him back to a camp and fight some other bandits protecting him. Eventually, we realize that this man is ex-Temerian army and his group has been attacking Nilfgaardian supply carts. We can keep the box, give him the box, or turn him in. The box itself has some alchemy ingredients inside, so it isn't that worth it. The final actual side quest is Twisted Firestarter. This starts when we find a blacksmith in town that's had his smith burned down. The arsonist is still on the loose, and Willis tells Geralt that he's always been persecuted in this town because he's a dwarf. Because of his non-human status, he's never fully been accepted by everyone in town. This quest serves as our biggest introduction to tracking so far. Using our Witcher sense, we can investigate areas, but we can also sniff out tracks in landscape and follow them to trace someone down. In this case, we track the arsonist to the water, where it seems they were attacked by some drowners. We eventually figure out it was a man named Nap that lives in town. It seems that Nap was inebriated and made a big mistake. We can choose to take Nap's bribe and lie to the blacksmith, or we can turn him in. If we do turn him in, Willis has him sent to the guards, where it's assumed that he'll be executed. This is kind of a difficult quest to make a decision on. It definitely pushes the lesser evil theme of the Witcher world, as well as this game specifically. If we don't turn Nap in, then Willis loses his shot for nothing, and he gets no retribution. But if we turn him in, then Nap dies. Maybe a bit too harsh of a punishment for something like this. It is a really hard decision, but again, we end up picking the lesser evil because this is something the game establishes early and often. The Witcher 3 also contains a certain type of side quest called contracts. These were present in the previous games, but usually just tasked us with killing a certain amount of base enemies or killing a base enemy that's been recolored and slightly powered up. This is perhaps the largest upgrade that The Witcher 3 makes to the series. Contracts are basically postings from nearby townsfolk that need a Witcher to solve a problem they're having. This problem is usually a monster that needs dispensed, and Geralt happens to be the man to do it. With each contract, we are allowed to negotiate with the customer and try to get our price up as high as we can. If we suggest too high a price, the person that we're dealing with will get more annoyed until they stop negotiating with us altogether. We have to find the sweet spot and get a good price for the work that we're going to have to do. Each contract is different, and most of them function as their own little stories, but most of them result in us tracking down a monster, preparing to battle it, and then defeating it. These contract monsters are mostly a bit higher level than us, so proper preparation is paramount to be able to take them down. The first contract that we get access to is Devil by the Well. When we talk to Odilon, who posted the notice, he will tell us that the nearby river's water has gone bad because of all the bodies in it. His daughter has gotten sick from this, and the only way for him to get fresh water is to travel to a nearby well. He can't do this though, because the well is haunted by a noon wraith. When we travel to the well, we can investigate the area around and find a girl who has met an untimely demise. We have to gather a bracelet of hers by jumping into the well. When we do this, we can summon the noon wraith and fight her. Part of being effective during battles for contracts is preparation. The bestiary in the menu is probably one of the most effective tools we have at our disposal, barring our actual swords. When we defeat a monster, read a book about them, or get information on them, we gain their bestiary entry. This will tell us their weaknesses, specific bombs, oils, or signs that might make the fight quite a lot easier. If we don't have these specific bombs or oils, that doesn't exactly mean that we can't effectively defeat it, but it will make it much easier if we do. It makes a lot more sense in most cases to venture out and gather the materials to craft these things before taking on our foe. In the case of the Noon Wraith, it is weak to the Yrden sign, moon dust, and specter oil. The Yrden sign is particularly useful against all wraiths because it prevents them from becoming ethereal, allowing our swords to actually find purchase rather than passing right through them. Once we complete this battle, we can take a trophy from the monster we killed as proof that we did our job. These trophies can be equipped onto Roach, our horse, for small benefits like increased experience or chance to dismember enemies. In this specific contract, we can find out more information about the girl that was killed and why she became a Noon Wraith. White Orchard also holds a few scavenger hunts that we can track down. Things like looking for Witcher gear from the School of the Viper or tracking down some lost Temerian valuables. These quests generally don't have as much story and are more about obtaining gear or treasure that we can sell to merchants or turn in for a reward. I won't talk about them nearly as much as the side quests because they don't have as much substance as those. There are a few other things that we can do in White Orchard, but let's get to the main quest. When we first arrive on the outskirts of White Orchard, we are immediately introduced to the problem that we'll have to solve, or at least one of them. A griffin has begun attacking nearby. It picks up the body of a horse and pulls it away from a nearby merchant's cart. He doesn't have any leads on Yennefer, but we head into the nearby tavern. When we arrive, we see the townsfolk drinking, some of which are currently lamenting the Nilfgaardian takeover. The others quietly accept this defeat and are forced to assimilate into this new rule. The same townsfolk aren't too keen on Witchers being in their tavern. We can talk to the innkeep to find out that there isn't a contract for the griffin yet. There would have been by now, but with the Nilfgaardians in town, general rule of the village has been taken over. We can ask some people around the tavern about Yennefer. Most don't seem to know anything, but we can play Gwent here for the first time. Most of the Witcher games seem to have at least a few little side activities for us to partake in. In the first game, it was drinking contests, boxing, and dice poker. The second game also had dice poker, boxing, and arm wrestling. But the third game in the series decides to favor one larger minigame over a few smaller ones. Now, I want to say here that I'm not really going to do my deep dive on Gwent just yet. I'm actually going to save that for when I talk about the standalone Gwent game in my full series retrospective. I will just give a brief overview of the game and its mechanics here so that I don't skip over it completely. Gwent is a pretty simple card game. It's one of those games that's simple to understand but can be difficult to master. The game itself is the representation of a battle between two nations. You choose from one of 4 decks at the beginning of the game, though a 5th was added for the Blood and Wine expansion. Each deck has its own ability, like the Northern Realms, which gets you an extra card when you win a round, or Nilfgaard that automatically wins a round if it ends in a draw. At the beginning of the game, we get to draw 10 cards. Our deck is able to be edited with cards that we get from around the world. These can be rewards for beating other Gwent players, from completing quests, buying them from merchants, or finding them scattered about. Each deck has its own specific cards, and there are a variety of neutral cards that are available to every deck. We can craft our deck as much as we want, but at the beginning of the game, we can pick 2 cards out of the 10 that are drawn to redraw. With those cards, each player takes turns playing cards, and the goal is to increase our score. Each card can have a variety of special abilities that buff other cards, destroy opponent cards, etc. Because of the amount of cards, there is a lot that can happen, and again, I won't get into all of that here. The ultimate goal, though, is to win 3 rounds. You can pass at any time and give the opponent the opportunity to play more cards if you want to save your cards for the later rounds, because you only get 10, unless you have card abilities or leader abilities that let you draw more. I will say this about Gwent, it is a very well crafted card game. Like I said before, simple to play, hard to master. It can be very difficult, and to be honest, I didn't play a lot of it during these playthroughs of The Witcher 3. 1, because I knew that I would be talking about the standalone game later, and 2, because it just really wasn't for me. It's not that I don't like card games, I just found it kind of hard to really get enveloped in its design and systems when there were already so many other things to do in this game. Whenever I was given the choice, I always wanted to go do more side quests, contracts, get better gear, or continue with the main story. I never really wanted to sit down and play this card game for a while. I know that isn't the case for everyone because people love Gwent and it was obviously popular enough to spawn its own standalone game, but it just wasn't really for me, in the context of The Witcher 3. Geralt eventually meets a man at the tavern named Gaunter O'Dim. He knows of Geralt through Dandelion's ballads. He used to be a glass merchant, dubbed the Man of Glass. He says that word came from a Nilfgaardian scout who saw a woman fitting Yennefer's description. She rode to their camp and talked to the commander before having an argument and leaving. As we leave the tavern, some men challenge Geralt. We can disable one of them with Axii before fist-fighting the other 2. At this point, we can head over to the garrison and speak with the Nilfgaardian commander. When we meet him, he is discussing the amount of grain that White Orchard's aldermen should give to the garrison. The army needs supplies after all, and unfortunately, these have to be taken from the townsfolk. The first impression that we get from the man is that he is fair. He relates to the farmer in front of him. He was a farmer once too, and knows that the man is lying. When the man gives him the real number of bushels that he can give to the garrison, the commander even tells him to deliver under that amount, only 30 bushels. We introduce ourselves to the commander and find out that he already knows about Yennefer and where she is, but he wants something in return. He wants us to take care of the griffin for him because he doesn't have the soldiers to spare at the moment. He needs to hire a professional. Based on the information that he gives us, Geralt figures out that the beast has already abandoned its lair, so we have to lure it out and set a trap. We need a specific herb for this task, and on top of that, we need more information about the beast itself. This leads us to our next 2 tasks, heading to the herbalist for a specific plant that we need, and heading to a hunter nearby who has more info on the griffin. The herbalist will give us the On Death's Bed quest, but she will also tell us where to get buckthorn. It's pretty easy to get, we just have to swim to the bottom of the lake and pick it where it grows. When we find the hunter, who is currently tracking some wild dogs, he was the one that found the Nilfgaardian bodies, men killed by the griffin. We can help him take out the dogs that he's tracking. During this excursion, we find a friend of the hunters. He served with him at the Lord's Manor before it was taken over by the Nilfgaardians. He eventually leads us to the place where the bodies were found. Bloodstains coat the ground before us, but there's a lot of information here to lead us away. The men made camp and were celebrating when they were attacked by the beast. We can follow tracks to find an already dead female griffin up by her nest. This means that the other griffin was male. The men that killed her did it while she was asleep. Griffins pair up for life while they're still young, and this explains the aggression from the griffin towards the people of White Orchard. Humans killed his mate. At this point, we can head back and talk to Vesemir and tell him what we know. He has picked out a spot to trap the griffin on the other side of the river. We can head there and meet Vesemir. While the two wait, Vesemir tells Geralt of his plans to head back to Kaer Morehn after they find Yennefer. He believes that Nilfgaard's forces are progressing faster than expected. He wants to be able to cover their tracks to the fortress to ensure that the place remains hidden. And he wants Geralt to come back home this year for the winter, and Geralt thinks he may even bring a guest. The griffin eventually shows up, taking the bait in the form of a stuffed lamb. Geralt receives a crossbow from Vesemir, our introduction to the weapon. We're properly shown how to use it here, as it's particularly useful at taking larger monsters out of the air and bringing them to the ground. We have a fight with the griffin, another first introduction, as it's probably the first time that we've fought something this large in the game. It's not too difficult of an enemy, and as is the case with a lot of the larger monsters in this game, it telegraphs most of its attacks, so they're pretty easy to avoid. On top of that, if we've taken the game's advice thus far and geared up for a few hours doing side quests, contracts, treasure hunts, and upgrading our gear, then this isn't really too big of an issue. Once we defeat the beast, we take a trophy from it. We bring this back to the commander, who is now chastising the alderman who has brought the grain he requested. He notices that the grain is rotten and orders him lashed for bringing him bad provisions. Suddenly, this Nilfgaardian isn't so fair anymore. He rationalizes this treatment because he tried to give these people help, but they've disrespected him.
Guess you've dropped your good uncle act.
It was no act. I extended a hand to these people. They spat on it.
Could it be because it held the sword that killed their loved ones?
Tja, a moralist. And what would you do in my stead?
In return for killing the griffin, he tells us that Yennefer rode off for Vizima. The place is incredibly close, but of course the commander didn't tell Geralt because he knew he wouldn't have killed the griffin. He then offers to pay us for the job as well, and with this comes our first time-constrained choice in the game. A small timer will appear during these options. These were present in The Witcher 2 as well, and of course I feel similarly about their appearance in this game. They do a very good job at what they're trying to do. Force the player to not think but react with gut instinct, just as any real person would do in these situations. This will more often than not lead us to making a decision we wouldn't otherwise, because if we had the time to sit and think, we might decide to do something a bit more rational. We're allowed to either take the coin or turn it down. I decided to take it because I was a bit broke, and I figured that leaving the garrison a bit lighter in the coffers would probably benefit me as well. I didn't feel great about it, but a Witcher has to eat, after all. After this, we can finally head back to the inn and get ready to head out with Vesemir. The locals from the Temerian army are getting drunk and itching for a fight. They want to get revenge on the Nilfgaardians, but at this point, they're just angry and anything will do. A local woman takes umbrage with the fact that the innkeeper has taken down the Temerian lilies. She extrapolates on this and takes it even further, accusing the woman of sympathizing with the Nilfgaardians. She smashes the woman's face into the counter and Vesemir gets involved, despite not wanting to cause an issue in the first place. But as we know, Witchers can't help but get involved. The locals then rise up against us and we have to fight them off. Geralt brutally decapitates one of them and tries to help the angry woman, but she crawls away terrified, as does the innkeep. As the two step outside, they are met with the Nilfgaardian forces and Yennefer herself. She received a report about Geralt and decided to seek him out. She promises to explain what happened when the group gets to Vizima. The Emperor wants to see Geralt, and he wants to see him now. This is where Vesemir decides to head home. Geralt thanks him, and the old Witcher heads in the other direction. Geralt, Yennefer, and a retinue of Nilfgaardian soldiers all ride towards Vizima, but on the way they are picked off and chased by the Wild Hunt. Of course, Geralt and Yennefer barely manage to escape due to a well-placed spell cast by Yennefer. Geralt is then quickly getting used to the new royal service that he's receiving. He's bathed, placed in a chair for a shave, and given an outfit so that he may appear well in front of the Emperor. He's also taught to bow, to practice the customs that a noble would. We meet Morvan Vorus, a commander in the Nilfgaardian army, specifically commander of the men that were killed by the Wild Hunt. He doesn't seem particularly happy about this and confronts Geralt about the issue. We're then led to see the Emperor, Emir var Emrys, or the white flame dancing on the barrows of his enemies. The Emperor wants Geralt for a job. He has heard that Ciri, his daughter, has come back and he wants Geralt to find her. He specifically wants Geralt for this job because Ciri trusts him. He dismisses Geralt quickly as Yennefer has the rest of the information that we need. On the way to Yennefer, we can meet some men who are discussing neutrality and how difficult it is to preserve. A bit on the nose, but a subtle reminder of the moral themes of The Witcher, a foreshadowing, something to keep in the back of our mind when the tough choices come later. When we finally get to talk to Yennefer, she tells us that Ciri has been spotted by Nilfgaardian agents. She has grown into a woman now. Yennefer had already been searching for a while now, but she noticed that someone else was too, the Wild Hunt. Because the matter is so serious, Yennefer has now turned to Geralt, the best tracker that she knows. She's not exactly sure why the Hunt is tracking her, but they clearly want something with her powers. Ciri has been spotted in Velen and Novigrad. We're told that the lead in Velen is the most promising, so that's our first step. We're to see the Baron that rules over the land there. Novigrad is the next best bet, and Triss Merigold is already waiting in the city, having found a small residence inside. Yennefer plans to head to Skellige. She's heard reports of a magic explosion there recently and plans to investigate that. Geralt is to meet her there once he's learned something. This is about where the prologue ends. We can now head to Velen, out into the wide open world to track down Ciri and find what's become of her. Before we leave, we can talk to Ambassador Var Atra and he will update us on the state of the world. But before we get to that, we need to talk about Ciri, Yennefer, the Wild Hunt, and the complicated relationship that all of these parties have with Geralt. Now, I just want to say here that this is mostly going to be book knowledge. I've sort of avoided talking about these things for the first 2 videos in this series because, well, it wasn't really that important. The Wild Hunt made a small appearance in the first game, they were mentioned quite a bit in the second game, but they weren't a central part of the story. Yennefer and Ciri both were not in the first game, and Yennefer appeared in flashbacks in the second game, but again, wasn't fully present. It is a complicated subject, and there's a lot here, so I'm going to dive into it. Understanding at least a brief overview of these characters, their past from the books, and how they relate to each other does provide a lot more context to the entire story and the game. It's not 100% necessary, but it sure does help, so I will be spoiling the books a bit here. If you're still holding out to read those, then maybe come back to this video once you've done that. I'll go much more in depth on all of the books in my full series retrospective, but for now, this is why finding Ciri is so important, why Geralt has such an affinity for Yennefer, and why the Wild Hunt is so dangerous. Ciri was born in Skellige to her parents Pavetta and Emhyr var Emrys. Pavetta was the princess of Cintra. Cintra is an incredibly important nation in the Witcher world because it was once an elven kingdom. The city that was built there was eventually abandoned by the elves, and the human city was built on top of its ruins. The royal family there happened to be descendants of a very specific line. This gives them the powers of a source. A source is a person with very powerful innate magical abilities. Alvin from the first game was a source. Sources must be treated with care because their powers can get out of hand if they don't learn to control them. Geralt happened to be in Cintra before Ciri was born. In one of the first books, he meets Pavetta and Duny, who was Emperor Emhyr using an alias at the time, and lifts the curse from him. Witchers are sometimes allowed to invoke something called the Law of Surprise instead of taking payment. They usually request things like the first thing that comes to greet you, or what you find at home yet don't expect. This usually results in children being taken by the Law of Surprise. Ciri was one of these children, born of Pavetta and Emhyr. Emhyr had crafted a plan to get out of Cintra and reclaim his heritage by faking the deaths of his family, but Pavetta got Ciri out of there and Pavetta accidentally died at sea. Ciri was then returned to Cintra, raised by her grandmother Calanth. Geralt also made his way back to Cintra eventually, and Calanth tried to hide Ciri so that she wouldn't be taken by him. Geralt decided not to follow through with the Law of Surprise, but eventually destiny found its way. Geralt stumbled upon her once again in the forests of Brokilon, the land of the Dryads. She ended up wanting to go with Geralt to become a Witcher and train with him. Geralt protected her through the forests, and even though she wanted to go back to Kaer Morehn with him, he sent her back to Cintra once more, trying to fight against destiny. Ciri then spent some time in Skellige, but years later, Nilfgaard finally decided to make a move on Cintra. Cintra was an advantageous area to conquer for the south. It would be their first real push into the northern kingdoms. At the time, Emhyr was also doing this to find his child that he knew to still be alive. Geralt heard about the raid on Sintra and went back for Ciri to save the girl. Sintra eventually fell to Nilfgaard, but Geralt managed to get Ciri out and take her back to Kaer Morhen to train with the Witchers. So this briefly explains the origin between Ciri and Geralt. The two are bound by destiny. Geralt to become Ciri's adoptive father, the man that trains her and shows her the ways of the world. They are bound by the law of surprise. No matter how far these two travel, the forces of the continent will always try to bring them back together. Geralt does truly care for Ciri at the end of the day, and after these events in the books, she became the central character for most of the conflicts that would arise. She was not only important because she was the sole remaining heir to the Cintran throne after her grandmother perished in the fall of Cintra, but also because she was an incredibly powerful source. Most viewed her as a weapon, but Geralt seems to view her as a person. He cares for her deeply and looks at her as a daughter. Now, this brings us to Yennefer, who would eventually become sort of like Ciri's adoptive mother. Yennefer studied magic at Aretuza, a magical academy on Thaned Island. She was born as a hunchback, and because of this, she was mostly exiled by her father. She was abused and resented by both of her parents and eventually sent to the school. Her physical flaws were removed there with magic. One day in the town of Rinde, she met Geralt. At the time, Geralt had been traveling with Dandelion, and the two happened upon a Djinn. Djinn are a powerful type of creature in this world, and they, like genies, grant wishes. Dandelion was wounded by the Djinn, and Geralt found Yennefer, seeking her to help heal the bard. Yennefer sought to capture the Djinn to use it as a way to increase her own power. She originally thought that Dandelion was the one that was granted the wishes by the Djinn, but it was really Geralt. If Geralt used his last wish, he realized that the Djinn would be too strong and Yennefer would be killed in trying to restrain the thing. He saved her by wishing that their fates would be tied together. Over the years, the two have constantly come back to each other since their fates are tied together. Destiny also pulls these two across worlds to ensure that they are always returned. Geralt and Yennefer have had an on-again, off-again relationship at certain points throughout their history. They just haven't really worked, or the fate of the world was on the line and there were more important things happening. But at the end of the day, somehow life finds a way to bring them back together. That brings us to our last group, the Wild Hunt, and how all of these things came to a head in the past. Many myths exist about the Wild Hunt. Most of the people on the continent believe that they are spectral riders, that the presence of the Wild Hunt is akin to some sort of natural phenomenon. The people of Skellige call them the Wraiths of Morehn, and believe that they will return in full during the end of the world, an event called Ragnar Rug. Get it? Their ship, Naglfar, is said to float above land and that it is made from the fingernails of the dead. A lot of this is actually untrue, just myth. Far into the history of the continent, a group of elves split off from this world and decided to set their sights on places they had yet to explore. Using portals and magic, they traveled to other worlds and decided to take one for their own. This world was already inhabited by humans and unicorns. Unicorns are incredibly important in the history of The Witcher and its future because they have the ability to travel between worlds. On this world that these rogue elves took over, they had a gate that allowed them to conveniently do this type of travel. When the elves took over this world and killed the humans, they began warring with the unicorns. They were a species that they couldn't ever really entirely defeat. But at this point, the Ein-El, which is what these elves were called, needed slaves. The humans on this world had been wiped out and they wanted to create a beautiful world for themselves, but they felt they needed others to do it. This is why they wanted to head to other worlds, in particular their home world, so that they could take human slaves from there. They would use the gate to travel to other worlds and take slaves back, but the unicorns had closed their gate so that the Ein-El couldn't do this as efficiently. The Wild Hunt is actually a procession of Ein-El riders, wearing skeletal armor to terrify humans of the other worlds. They are also cloaked in spectral magic to make themselves appear intimidating. The Ein-El, the Wild Hunt, are now after Ciri, most likely to use her incredible power to be able to travel between worlds. But where do Yennefer, Ciri, and Geralt intersect? In the books, Geralt nearly met his end in Rivia. He was killed there, stabbed and overrun in a riot. Ciri knew this was happening and she went with Yennefer to the city to try and save him. Yennefer used her magic to attempt to rescue the Witcher, but she fell unconscious from the sheer amount of power that she had to use. Ciri took both of them to the Isle of Monarch, past the mists in a lake near Rivia. Ciri then left this world. The Isle is where these two stayed before the Wild Hunt eventually took Yennefer, like we saw in the last game. All of this brings us to the present, where Yennefer has found her way out thanks to Geralt and Letho. Geralt was released from another world by Ciri, and Ciri is somehow back in this world, and now the Wild Hunt is looking for her. Now, this is a pretty brief overview of these events, and like I said, I'll try to go a bit more in depth once I talk about the books later. There are a lot of things that happened in between Yennefer meeting Geralt and being taken to the Isle by Ciri, but for now, this brings you up to speed on the events if you haven't read the books. These games are technically, kind of, sort of, but mostly sequels to the books. This should give you a pretty good state of the world leading into Act 1. We'll talk about countries and nations and the war that's currently happening in a moment. But as for the prologue as a whole, I think it does some things well and some things poorly. First of all, it introduces us to the world very well, but it specifically introduces us to the world and its conflicts through the eyes of the people that are truly feeling it. The common folk, the peasants, the aldermen, these people are taking the brunt of the war. Of course, soldiers are dying, fighting wars for kings and emperors, and we see them as well, but this is very much a common man's view of the Witcher world. But a lot of these views clash. It's a world full of tension, forcing itself onto itself from all sides. In White Orchard, there's tension between the Nilfgaardians and the Temerians. The locals in the taverns secretly remember the times with the lilies on the wall. In Silent, they breed hatred for their new overlords. There's tension between humans and non-humans, though not as much as the previous entries. We will come to find that the Scoia'tael have mostly fallen off, and no one is really worried about them much, especially with Nilfgaard as a much larger threat. But that tension is still felt in White Orchard. Tension between monster and man, the hunt and us, the Witchers and the world. Forces are constantly clashing here. No one is staying silent. Our brief stay in White Orchard shows a bleak picture of a world that is being racked by conflict. From a gameplay and structure perspective, I really like to think about White Orchard as the tutorial area, or just an extension of our first tutorial. This isn't explicitly stated, and it's kind of hard to feel because we can spend quite a bit of time in this prologue. If we do everything, then we might spend a few hours here. That hardly feels like a tutorial, but this area introduces us not only to the world, but it shows us contracts, tracking, crossbow firing, side quests, consequence of choice, upgrading, among many other things. It's a really good way to introduce the player to all of these things on a really small scale without overwhelming us, because once we head into Velen, it will be really easy to get overwhelmed. I'm not a massive fan of the actual main story that the prologue presents, mostly because it just doesn't have as much consequence as everything else. There are really no story choices here that will carry over into the rest of the game or affect it in any way. We're just here to slay the Griffin, and it doesn't really matter how we handle it as far as the main story is concerned. It also feels kind of odd to do this quest to find Yennefer only to have her find us moments later. I understand that it wouldn't make sense for us to head to Vizima and then be whisked away to Emhyr. It probably makes sense from a character and story perspective, but it always just felt kind of odd to me. The side quests here are pretty good as well, but I don't think they even come close to the ones in the rest of the game. But for now, it's time to set out on our grand adventure. Geralt needs to find Ciri. We need to find Ciri, and we have a long journey ahead of us. It's been about 6 months since Nilfgaard began their invasion of the Northern Kingdoms, formerly known as the Third Nilfgaardian War. Nilfgaard has quickly reached the Pontar, pushing into Aedirn. It was looking bleak for the north, considering only 2 strong nations were left, Redania and Kaedwen. This quickly became a problem for Nilfgaard as Radovid, king of Redania, made a move against Kaedwen, and Kaedwen didn't put up a fight. The two now stand united by force against Nilfgaard, a much harder target to take down. A massive battle has taken place in Velen with huge casualties on both sides. Radovid is waiting for another offensive from the south, and Emhyr is planning how to move forward. It isn't going well for Nilfgaard though. Their forces are spread thin, and Velen has become an issue. Because of this, they have given control of the area over to a man named Philip Strenger, an ex-officer in the Temerian army who goes by the Bloody Baron. Novigrad, a city just north of where the Baron lies, has become incredibly important to the war. Because Radovid is in Oxenfurt nearby, he requires ships and coin to move forward with the war. Novigrad is a rich city and is a good place to get these. King Bran leads the nearby island of Skellige, a population ruled by Nordic-like Viking law. They often raid Nilfgaardian ships for supplies and coin. They prove a silent threat, one that could rise at any time, but Nilfgaard does not seem too concerned with them. With the world in such a sorry state, Geralt heads off to Velen to follow Ciri's trail and attempt to find the girl that he calls his daughter. Before we get to that story, let's talk about all of the other little pieces to this puzzle that we can find in these sprawling swamps. So, like I said before, I simply can't talk about every single side quest in this game. It would just take far too long, and I don't even think every single one of them are worthy of attention. Because of that, I did make specific lists for each section of this video, quests that I felt were particularly standout and worthy of attention. If certain side quests wrap back into the main story, then I will be talking about those once I do talk about the story for this section. It was really difficult to narrow down a list of quests to talk about because there are just so many good ones. Velen itself is mostly a swampy region, a bog that holds the homes of many small villages and settlements. It feels like an ancient place, a place lost to time. One second we will be strolling through a town, a place wrapped in the lives of ordinary folks, but walking too many paces outside of that village will see us dealing with creatures that have been here for far too long. The first quest I'd like to talk about is Fists of Fury. Not because I love it so much, but because we haven't talked about this game's version of fist fighting yet. Fist fighting has made an appearance in every single mainline Witcher game so far. The first game was abysmal and repetitive, and the second game was a way too easy QTE minigame. This time around, there is an actual system in the game to fighting with your fists. When we're confronted outside of the inn in White Orchard, we have to fight the men off with our fists. We still have access to our slow and fast attacks, and we can block, parry, dodge, and roll. Our best weapon that we have in this mode, though, is probably the parry. Most of the time when fist fighting, we just can't get through our enemy's guard with simple attacks. We have to wait for them to attack and then dodge, revealing and opening, or much easier, parry the attack and get a few hits in before they raise their guard again. It's almost never that difficult to time the parry, so a lot of these fights can be similarly easy, but this is probably the best version of fist fighting that the series has done so far. There are one of these quests for each of the areas that we visit. It's pretty standard fare. We fight 3 of the lower ranked fighters in the area before challenging the top guy and being told to move on to the next area of the world. We of course can bet on these fights and get coin if we win. I will say that the fights get slightly more challenging as we advance up through the quests, because our opponents will mix in faster moves rather than just the big wind-up telegraphed one that the earlier fights use. But outside of that, there really isn't much here, so I won't come back to these fights for other areas of the game, except for the ones added in the Blood and Wine expansion, because those mix up the formula in a really nice way. Forefather's Eve is a quest that we only receive after completing a few other main and side quests. A Peller from Velen, who we have to contact as a part of the main story, will contact Geralt to request protection during a ritual on Fyke Isle. This ritual is for Forefather's Eve. We have to fend off monsters as the Peller completes this ritual, eventually summoning the ghost of his own father. Witch hunters also try to interrupt this procession as they think some sort of necromancy is afoot. After protecting the Peller, we find out that his father's ghost is tormenting him from beyond the grave. The man was a terrible brute and has continued his unrelenting torture even after death. The Peller will tell us where his father's body is, and we can burn it to rid the man of any ties to this world and let his spirit exit for another plane. This one definitely doesn't have the strongest storyline, not a lot of twists and turns here, but it does show a bit more of the, let's say, pagan side of Velen. It's more of a world-building quest than anything else. Witnessing the spirit ritual, the culture of the locals, and how they operate is really nice. It just fleshes out the place that we're in that much more, and that always makes other stories have a little bit more punch. In the Eternal Fire Shadow is actually another quest that was released in an update. It was added to the game as a part of the Next Gen update, which added a ton of visual upgrades, but also this quest here. The quest begins when we find a deacon of the Eternal Fire outside of the Devil's Pit mines. The place was previously used to quarantine victims of the Scarlet Fog, and the man wants to have the place cleared of whatever lies inside. The entire quest as a whole has us making our way through the twisting tunnels of this mine. It really reminds me of the quest in Act 1 of The Witcher 2, where we found the Nilfgaardian specter haunting the abandoned building. Its general theme is that of horror. We hear spectral voices telling Geralt where to go. Items are falling down around us. Strange sounds are off in the distance. It's just a very tense atmosphere that isn't present in a lot of the game's content, but it is welcome and it fits the world, especially when we face horrors outside of here all the time. Throughout the mines, we will face strange enemies, monsters that seem to be afflicted with some sort of curse. We also find notes from a Witcher that was here previously, named Reynold. We also find School of the Wolf insignias scrawled all over the walls. The voice that taunts us will try to get us to take certain paths through the mines. If we don't listen to it though, we can eventually find a note and a diagram from the previous Witcher, a potion that will help us in an upcoming fight. Something called the Red Miasmal has begun taking over the mines, and eventually we find the Witcher Reynold trapped in salt stalactites. We can free him from this prison, but he's begun to be taken over by the Red Miasmal.
You're here, after all these years. The spirit, the miasmal, it's still here.
We can give him the potion that we found earlier, but if we ask him a test question, we'll realize that this isn't Reynold. He's been fully consumed and something is controlling him. We eventually have to fight the Red Miasmal, and it's a pretty strong boss. It even summons minions to help it do battle against us. Once we defeat it, Reynold's spirit will be free from the salt prison. Geralt inspects the body though. He notices something strange. Reynold was from the School of the Wolf, but his armor looks odd and his medallion is flat. If you're a fan of The Witcher, you'll probably notice that this armor and medallion looks a lot like the Netflix version of Geralt's armor and medallion. This was the developer's way of adding the show's armor into the game. We will get diagrams to craft this armor after this quest is finished. And honestly, props to CD Projekt Red for doing this. This is something they did not have to do at all. Most of the time, I'll see games add movie references, costumes, or gear into a game, and it usually just shows up. It's an alternate look or something, but this has an in-world reason to be here. That reason actually turns out to be that Reynold has been trapped here for hundreds of years. Once he learns this, he is distraught. He feels dejected that no one ever sent for him, that no one tried to rescue him. It's honestly pretty tragic. He feels scorned by his brothers, and these are the only people that a Witcher has, the only family they can turn to. Reynold was trapped here for hundreds of years, forcing himself to keep the Red Miasmal at bay, constantly keeping its power within him. He purposefully trapped himself in a salt mine because it negated the powers of the entity. But even though Reynold's spirit is free, he can't exactly move on just yet. He wants some sort of peace, and since the Church of the Eternal Fire were dropping the sick and cursed people here, he believes the retribution should fall on them. He wants us to bring him the deacon that gave us this quest. We do have the option to just burn Reynold's body, but there's a better outcome. We can bring the deacon and convince Reynold that he is good, because he really is. The deacon seemingly just wants to do good in this world. He wasn't a part of what happened at this mine. Reynold wrongly throws blame onto him because he's the last member of the church that he'll see. But his hatred, anger, and resentment are understandable. If you were trapped and possessed for hundreds of years, you'd probably be a bit jaded too. If we don't convince Reynold that the deacon is good, he just kills him, and the cycle of violence repeats. But obviously, the good ending is to let Reynold's soul rest, and the deacon can leave with some choices to make about his path in life. This quest is honestly one of my favorites in the game. The recommended level for the quest is pretty high, and I got it kind of early in the game, so for a while it just sat in my quest log. As my levels slowly increased, I wondered what challenge or story awaited me that just needed to be held off like this, but it was honestly really worth the wait. Also, as I said before, CDPR could have easily just advertised an update with Netflix show armor and a sword just to get people to come back to the game, but they didn't, and it's commendable. It's also worth noting that this quest is probably of a higher quality than the entirety of the Netflix show. The next quest that I'd like to talk about really begins when we take a contract called the Beast of Honorton. We head to a small village called Honorton, where we find ghouls have taken over the place. The contract here was actually for us to kill a Leshen, but as we begin to investigate, we find out that the Leshen has already been defeated by somebody else. There are bodies all over the village, and we see a small girl running in the forest. We can find her and give her a doll that we found in the village. She tells us that the Witcher that took the contract for the Leshen killed everyone in the town. This Witcher is from the School of the Cat, and we eventually find him nearby. His name is Gatan, and we can decide to kill him immediately for his crimes or hear his side of the story. Turns out that the Witcher was offered far less for killing the Leshen than he originally was promised. The villagers then tricked him and tried to kill him, so he defended himself. He may have taken it too far by killing the entire village, but it's understandable. He decided to spare the girl regardless. Gatan represents the sort of jaded side that Witchers sometimes take when they're on the path. It reminds me quite a lot of Berengar from the first game and the things that his character gave to the world and the story. In addition to getting to hear his side of the story if we spare him, he also gives us the location to a secret cache with some good loot. We can also go back and help the girl from the village by taking her to some relatives. We can even revisit the area later and she will give us a small picture that she drew. We can hang this up in our house in the Blood and Wine expansion later. Wild at Heart is a side quest that we can get from various notice boards. We find a man in Blackbough who is looking for his wife Hannah. We can talk to a few people around the village, but we have to head into the woods to track her down. We do find Hannah's body, but her sister appears and offers us a bribe to lie to Neelan. Of course, if we don't accept this, we find out there's a bit more to this quest. If we continue tracking, we can find out that the culprit was a werewolf. We can find the werewolf's lair underneath a shack. We can try to defeat the werewolf, but we're interrupted once it gets to low health. Marguerite arrives and tells us that she's known about Neelan's secret. He is the werewolf, and she loves him regardless. She tried to show Hannah what her husband's secret was. She expected the woman to leave him, and then she could be with Neelan, but the plan didn't go exactly how she thought it would. Neelan ended up killing Hannah by accident, which explains why her sister didn't want us to tell Neelan about his wife. Neelan is enraged and wants to kill Marguerite. We can let him do this, or finish the werewolf off. I, of course, let him take his revenge.
You had no mercy for your sister. I'll have none for you.
There was a contract in Velen called Jenny O' the Woods. The story of this quest wasn't anything to write home about. We do a short investigation to find out that a woman was murdered and turned into a Noon Wraith. Nothing we haven't seen before, but the quest itself and the fight against the Noon Wraith was pretty difficult. At the time I started it, I felt like I genuinely had to prepare for this battle. I had to craft the potions, bombs, use signs correctly. It genuinely felt like a big battle. I think probably one of the biggest complaints with the later parts of the game that I have as the contracts begin to progress is that this feeling wasn't really there. I would be clearing out my quest log, going through all of the side content that I had built up, and then I would get a random enemy that I couldn't really defeat and I would have to look at the bestiary. But this was very rare once I got to the later stages of my playthrough. The game warns you about preparation pretty early on, and it seems to make a really big deal of it, but it almost seems like it's never really required past maybe the first 10 hours. I do say this with the caveat that I was doing a lot of side content, so I was pretty geared up at the beginning, but it still felt like something that the whole system wasn't forcing. It was really just an option if we were under-leveled. It's kind of a shame because I do like the idea of being forced to prepare for fights. It fits really well into the world of The Witcher. It goes back to the books and the actual lore of how Witchers operate. It even goes back to that first cutscene from the first Witcher game where we see Geralt gearing up and using his potions before battle. Mysterious Tracks is a contract that we pick up pretty early on, but probably won't return to for quite a while because of its level. We have to track a beast down in the forest near Lindenvale. Geralt eventually thinks that this is a fiend because of the dung he finds beside its cave. We eventually make our way inside to find the fiend is dead. Geralt finds out that a Chort has killed it. The two must have been warring over territory. We then have to lure the Chort out and defeat it. I really like the idea of finding and tracking a massive monster only to realize that it's been killed by something even stronger. We then have to fight the even stronger monster. A simple contract, but just a really good setup. The Merry Widow contract isn't exactly the best one, but its mood is pretty nonchalantly bleak. We're sent to investigate a missing child from a nearby village. We eventually find out that a grave hag has been capturing kids. When we return to the contract holder, we can tell him the fate of the child. Even if we do this though, he's just so flippant about losing the kid.
Child's dead.
Oh, 'tis as I thought.
What about my reward?
Oh, I've not forgotten.
Of course, it isn't his kid, but this shows how this sort of death is looked at in this world. Sometimes monsters show, and sometimes this happens. It's a great tone setter of a quest, and was something that really stuck in my mind for a while. The Woodland Beast contract is the last Velen side quest that I'll talk about for now, until we get to the main story for the game. We're sent to look for a monster that has been taking out Redanian caravans. We quickly realize that no monster was doing this, it was actually the Skellige. There's a small outfit of these soldiers in the woods. We're forced to relinquish our weapons before meeting the commander, Vernociel. They need supplies to survive and have been killing the Redanians to that end. The Redanians have also tortured the Skellige, so in their eyes, they deserve it. We of course can decide to side with the Skellige and lie to the commander, or we can kill the Skellige. Regardless of our choice, the Skellige are a shadow of the movement that we last saw. They've been forced into small camps in the woods, picking off caravans to survive. They are nowhere near the strength of the commando group that Yorveth led. The side content that Velen presents as a whole is alright when only focusing on the things that don't tie in with the main story. I should say here though that I have a probably pretty unpopular gripe with this game. I made a massive spreadsheet to track all of the side quests and contracts in The Witcher 3 and whether I had completed them on my first or second playthrough of the game. When I went through to make a list of side quests I should talk about, there were just so many that weren't that memorable, just short interactions with people or really small quests that don't offer much in the way of substance. I'm not saying that the side content in the game is bad. I think later areas especially have a lot more to offer in the way of really special quests, but the first area in particular just seems like it has quite a bit of filler. The whole game in general just has way too much side stuff. I think you could probably cut out about 20% of the side content and the game wouldn't really be that affected by it. It's not incredibly bloated, but there's just a little too much here that isn't worth it. That being said, there are some incredible standout experiences, like in the Eternal Fire's Shadow, or the Ghosts of the Past quest, or even something small like Fool's Gold. I do think some of the best quests in the entire game actually kind of wrap into the main story. We will get into certain quests that I like to call companion quests. They usually relate to a very large character from either the books or from the previous games, and see us helping them out in some way. I'll get to those in a moment, but let's talk about what actually happens when we get to Velen for the first time. Our first lead is to meet with a Nilfgaardian spy named Hendrik, but when we come across him, he's already been killed, and the village around him has been covered in frost. Clearly, the Wild Hunt has been here. We can find notes on the spy's body, which will lead us into contacting Philip Strenger, the Bloody Baron that we heard about before. He watches over Velen from his home and estate in Crow's Perch. His castle is sat upon a hill overlooking the land below it. Before we head there, we actually meet some of the Baron's men, and if we choose to fight them, then we'll be turned away at the gate to Crow's Perch. We'll have to find an alternate way in. When we finally meet the man, though, he is excited to see us. The Baron is an interesting man because he initially comes off as sort of charismatic, lively, and maybe even just, but if The Witcher has taught us anything, it's to not trust our first impressions. The Baron will eventually tell us that he did run into Ciri. She was at Crow's Perch. She found the place exhausted and needed a place to rest. We then play the first of a few quests that we'll receive throughout the main story, where we actually get to play as Ciri in a flashback. She's making her way through the woods when she comes across some wolves and a young girl. Through talking to her, we find out that her parents seem to have abandoned her. They've told her a story about a trail of treats and sent her into the woods. Luckily, Ciri found her because she would have been killed. We find a body further up, and Ciri deduces that a werewolf is nearby. Ciri fights a bit differently than Geralt. First of all, she has access to a dash that's almost like a short teleport. Everything is also incredibly simplified. We don't really have access to our inventory, our signs, any bombs, potions, or alchemy. This doesn't really matter though, because we only play as Ciri for short periods of time. Ciri ends up gathering the materials to create an oil to prepare for the upcoming fight. I should note that if we don't investigate the body thoroughly enough, Ciri will think the beast is a fiend instead of a werewolf and will make the wrong oil, making the fight a little more difficult. Regardless, we eventually head into the cave and take down the wolf. A man in the cave was about to be killed by the wolf, but since Ciri saves him, he offers to take her back to Crow's Perch and have her patched up. The Baron then stops this story. He decides to withhold the rest of the information until we do a job for him. His wife and daughter have gone missing, and he wants Geralt to find them. Of course, we have to accept this job because we really don't have another option at this point. The Baron has the upper hand here. We can investigate both the Baron's room and his daughter's room. In his daughter's room, we can find a doll, a letter, and some incense, the scent of which leads us to a hidden altar to the sacred flame. It seems like Tamara, the Baron's daughter, was using it. In the Baron's room, we can find evidence of a fight between the Baron and his wife. It looks like it was covered up. We can also find a talisman that was hidden under the floorboards. When we speak to the Baron, he really doesn't know much about anything. He says that he doesn't remember a fight, but he was drunk that night. He also says that the talisman could have come from a nearby Peller, but he isn't sure. This is our next task, to find the Peller. This is the same Peller that we get the Forefathers Eve quest from. He tells us that he made the talisman for Anna, and he can use it to locate her, but of course we have a quest we must complete for him before he'll help us. His goat, Princess, is missing, and we have to go find her and lead her back to his hut using a bell first. The goat decides to wander into the cave that a bear has taken for himself, and we have to defeat it. Once we finally get Princess back to the hut, the Peller completes his ritual.
They are not here. They have gone. Blood. I see blood. Whose? No Anna. No Tamara. Just a child.
He finds out that Anna was pregnant and had a miscarriage. The baby was buried and was turned into a botchling, a cursed being that is created when a stillborn is buried improperly. We can either remove the curse from the botchling by burying it within the threshold of the family and completing an elven ritual to name the thing, or we can kill the botchling and bring its blood to the Peller so that he can use it to locate Anna. Regardless, this points more evidence toward the fact that Anna and Tamara ran away rather than going missing. When we head back to Crow's Perch, the place is on fire, and we can either head in for the Baron or rescue a stable hand that's trapped. Rescuing the stable hand will give us a small monetary reward later. The Baron is drunk though and attacks us afterwards, leading to a short fist fight with the burly man. After he's calmed down, he gives us the truth about his wife. This is an incredibly honest moment for the Baron. He lays it all bare. He was abusive to her physically. He takes ownership of this, sort of, really saying that it was half her fault because she knew how to infuriate him. Regardless, he tried to do everything he could for her. He tried to give her the world and anything that she wanted in Crow's Perch. The Baron knew from the beginning that the girls had left, that they hadn't gone missing, but he didn't want to admit it to Geralt. The Baron wants us to remove the curse rather than kill the thing. We of course hold the final say here, whether we slay the botchling or not. This is mostly up to the player because I don't believe that it has long-term effects on the story. It really just depends on if we want to give the Baron the peace he wants for his child. It's a bit more tedious to remove the curse, but the battle to kill the botchling can be pretty difficult as well, with multiple wraiths being summoned at once. I usually chose to remove the curse because honestly it just feels like the better option in the end. It feels like the morally right thing to do. To lift the curse, we have to protect the Baron on his way back to Crow's Perch, carrying the botchling and making sure that we keep the botchling calm with Axii. The Baron names the child Dea, and the botchling turns into a lubberkin.
Forgive me. You who came, but who I did not embrace.
I name thee, say her name, and embrace thee as my daughter.
I name thee Dea, and embrace thee as my daughter.
This is a spectral being that will help us find Anna. It guides us to a few different places, but eventually leads us to a fisherman's hut. These people knew Anna and gave her safe harbor from the Baron when she ran away. Unfortunately, she was carried off by a beast. Tamara, her daughter, is safe in Oxenfurt, though. Telling the Baron about this will give us the next part of Ciri's story, the race. Ciri apparently had made a wager with the Baron to take his horse if she beat him in a race. At the end of this race, though, a basilisk swooped in to attack their group. This is only the first half of the story, though. Dealing with the Baron's child is just one part. We can do the second part before lifting the curse, or killing the botchling, etc. It can be mostly completed in tandem. The second half, though, sees us seeking out Keira Metz, a witch that Geralt knows from far back. She was a pretty prominent character in the books, but this is her first appearance in the games. We can find Keira through many methods, but once we do, we see a group of villagers outside begging for help from the witch. When we enter her hut, she already seems to be gone, but we can open a portal and head inside to follow her. This is some sort of cavern that Keira uses to hide away. Keira had met an elven mage who had been looking for Ciri. They were supposed to meet, and Keira will take us to the elven ruins where he has been hiding out. In the ruins, we have to solve a few puzzles to actually get to the mage. There are some puzzles that require us to activate certain sigils painted on the walls, and we of course have to dispense our fair share of beasts. Eventually, the pair realize that the Wild Hunt have beaten them to the punch. They've begun opening portals to the White Frost that Keira must close, while we defeat the hounds that appear from inside. We eventually face what feels like our first real story boss, Nithril. He is a member of the Hunt and can hit pretty hard. He's not super difficult to beat though, as a lot of his big lumbering swings are telegraphed, allowing us to easily dodge them. Throughout the whole of the ruins, we've been able to see different projections of this masked mage. He has left messages for Ciri, and at the end, we finally find one that gives us a new lead. He tells Ciri to avoid the witches of Crookback Bog. The witches are apparently very powerful, and we must now seek them out to try and find Ciri. Keira also gives us an item here called the Eye of Neheleni, which allows us to reveal secret passageways across the world. It's incredibly useful and is used in a lot of side quests, so it actually makes sense to do this quest pretty early on, because having it can grant us a lot of extra content and equipment. Before leaving the ruins, Keira will actually offer us another side quest to find a magic lamp in these ruins. It's not that long and only really requires us to find a sanctuary that holds the lamp. The lamp is also important because it allows us to see specters and memories of spirits that haunt certain places. It's very useful for getting extra information about quests. This also starts the quest chain that I was talking about before. This is the first of what I call companion quests. The game doesn't actually differentiate between these quests, but they often feel much larger than the others, and generally focus on one character that has either been there for the entire series, or just for a long time. Keira Metz is our first quest like this. She invites Geralt to her home to request that he help her in removing a curse on Fyke Isle, a nearby small island. She believes that the curse is linked to the island's former lord, Viserad, and at this point she gives us the magic lamp and a Xenovox, basically a magical cell phone that we can use to communicate with her. Heading to the Isle, we find an abandoned tower. Here we can see many spirits converse and basically see the events play out. Over time, we construct the events that took place. Alexander, a mage here, had been experimenting with rats and purposefully giving them a disease called Catriona. The former lord's daughter, Annabelle, was killed here. Peasants had broken into the tower because they felt they were being treated unfairly by the lord. The mage gave Annabelle a potion that she thought would kill her, but it only paralyzed her, and the rats ate her alive. Her lover at the time, Graham, was a part of the raids and thought she was dead, so he left her there. Annabelle can't rest until her curse is broken. If we bring the bones to Graham, then we realize that Annabelle is a special type of wraith that is looking for revenge. If we bring Graham back to the island, then he can confront Annabelle's spirit and remove the curse. We can then return to Keira, who wants us to find some supplies that a merchant was supposed to deliver to her. We find some shady ingredients in the merchant's cart and something that must be magical. Keira asks Geralt to wait and reveals that the items were to create the two a romantic dinner. We have the option to get hot and heavy with Keira, and Geralt then wakes up on the beach alone. We can then confront Keira back on Fyke Isle, where it looks like she returned to grab the mage Alexander's notes. She reveals that she is planning to use his notes on the plague to bargain with Radovid. Since Keira was a mage of quite high profile and a part of the Lodge of Sorceresses, she thinks she'll be pardoned if she can bring some valuable information. How we handle this is actually pretty important. If we let Kira go to Radovid, then she'll actually be dead later in the game when we need her. We can of course also take the worst option and just kill her here, but the best option is to invite her to stay at Kaer Morehn. This has pretty big consequences later in the story, but trust me, we'll get there. Like I said before, these are all optional quests. They are only slightly connected to the main story and are more of an offshoot of them. But this quest in particular is fantastic and is probably one of the best side quests in the Velen area. Kira is already a fascinating character on her own. Her motivations throughout the quest chain are pretty ambiguous, and we're just taking her on her word that she's doing the right thing. The sub-story dealing with Alexander, Annabelle, and the tower is fantastic. The way that details are slowly unfolded in front of us as we make our way up the tower is just so well done. It's such a well-crafted mystery, and it surprises us as we unravel it. Not to mention the fact that it's all tied into Kira's story as well. Figuring out what she wants with this whole thing is just as big as lifting the curse itself. When we get back to the main story, we get word of the Ladies of the Wood from Kira. She gave Geralt a book that was a fairy tale about women that would take in children in the swamp. We can find a small village of these children, orphans that have found a home here. They are being taken care of by an old woman. She rambles and doesn't seem to answer questions directly. Something is wrong with her. One of the children talks about Johnny, someone who might have a bit more information, but Gran, the older woman, takes him away from Geralt. We have to get the kids to distract Gran so we can talk to Johnny, but they first want Geralt to win hide and seek, so Geralt cheats by using his Witcher senses and finds the kids. The boy tells Geralt where Johnny's home is, and we find him, but it seems his voice has been taken away. Turns out that his voice has been bottled by some nearby harpies, and we need to trace it down. Once he gets this back, he is very excited.
Whiskey! Slither! Ringworm! Rubbish! Bumblebee! Flabbergasted! Ha! The sound of it!
Johnny is a godling, a now very rare creature that generally dwells in burrows. They tend to be shy characters, but also take care of those that live near them. They will watch over their neighbors and the animals in the area. But when civilization marches into their area, they generally are pushed out and or killed. They also tend to look and behave like children with a demeanor that reflects an innocent sort of worldview. Johnny exemplifies this. He is high energy, excited, goofy, and charismatic. He's a great little character that seemingly just wants to do the right thing. To this end, he decides to help Geralt. Johnny saw Ciri heading towards the village, and Gran may have seen her, but Johnny will have to get her to talk to us. Gran takes us to meet the Ladies of the Wood, the crones of Crookback Bog. The women appear in a painting over an altar, and Gran can let them speak through her.
How dare you disturb our rest, woman?
They have information, but we must help the alderman of a nearby village for the crones before they will give us this information. The village needs help removing a spirit in a tree. This leads into a side quest called the Whispering Hillock. The being that exists inside of this tree asks us for help. It wants to be freed as it tells us that the crones are a powerful and dangerous force. The being was trapped here and needs to be let loose. This very small interaction actually has cascading effects across this chapter of the game. If we kill this spirit, then the nearby village is spared of its rule, but the children in the village are taken away by the crones. If the spirit is freed, it saves the children, but then kills most of the villagers nearby. There are some other consequences that we'll get to shortly because of a certain reveal, but it isn't exactly clear what we should do from the start. Clearly, the crones are not a good force. They seem to have some control over the woman in the village. They demand sacrifice and are prayed to at an altar. The spirit in the tree doesn't seem much better. Why was it locked away here? Why is it so dangerous? Why is it controlling the nearby villagers? What strange war have we stepped into here between these two forces? This is all without knowing the outcomes of our choices. If we do know the outcomes, then it really boils down to the kids or the villagers. In my first playthrough, I killed the spirit, allowing the children to be taken, but this is for a reason that I'll talk about shortly. We can find a book that does provide a little bit more information on the crones and the spirit. The tree is apparently the mother of the crones, also referred to as she who knows. She created her 3 daughters and eventually began to go mad. Because of this, her daughters killed her and her blood soaked into the tree. They imprisoned their mother's soul in the tree to prevent her from doing any more damage. Of course, this book could be some type of myth or unreliable narrator. We can't truly be sure. After completing this sequence, the alderman gives us his ear to take back to the crones, payment for their protection. They show their true forms now, and I just have to say here briefly that the character design in Witcher 3 is some of the best that I think I've ever seen. Certain characters in this game, including the crones of Crookback Bog, are visually designed to tell you everything you need to know about them. They tell a story through what they wear, their shapes, the ways that they carry themselves. When we first see the crones, we automatically understand the group dynamic, a classic and archetypal one ripped from most depictions of witches throughout media, but each one is unique. While telling you a visual story, most characters are also just exuding style. Designs are inventive and unique, like you might not see something that looks like this ever again, and they're so inspired. It reminds me of the developers talking about Death Mold in The Witcher 2, when they specifically designed him to look dry with a weather-vane staff so that you could tell his specialty was air magic. It feels like they took that design philosophy and pushed it into most major characters in the game. Of course, the crones are the most overt and least subtle example of this. There are many other characters that put forth visual information in a much lower tone than dangling legs hanging from a belt. When we get back to the crones, we realize that Gran is actually Anna, the Baron's wife. She's been marked by the crones. She made a deal with them to prevent her child from being born. In return, she must serve them for a full year. Her job was to fatten up the orphans so that the crones could eat them. With their task complete, we get another piece of Ciri's story. Ciri wakes up in the crones' village and overhears their plans for her. She makes a quick escape, Imlerith, a member of the Wild Hunt, following her. Ciri escapes the hunt but falls down a ravine, assumingly beginning the quest where she defeats the werewolf in the cave. The crones then issue Geralt a warning, and we leave to return to the Baron with more information.
Each time you see her, she will be a mirage. And if you find her, the girl will die. Seeing you, handsome knight.
Telling the Baron about his wife leads him to divulge a little more information about his relationship. He seems to have at least some trust in Geralt at this point, enough to tell him his secrets. He revealed that his wife cheated on him and he killed her lover. Because of this, Anna became depressed and tried to kill the Baron. This is when the abuse really began. We actually get a choice here, one that serves as a bit of a red herring. It doesn't really have an overall effect on outcomes, but when the Baron makes this statement, it really takes some thinking.
Cannot fathom how we survived those years, but we did. Though as you know now, not everything was as it might have seemed.
I remember sitting here and deciding how I really wanted to approach this. On one hand, I do think it's kind of corny to basically ask the player the thing that they've already been wondering this whole time, but on the other hand, it's important to confront the player with such a complex and nuanced question. Is the Baron at fault? The game doesn't give us the option to approach this situation by saying he wasn't at all at fault. The 3 options are either the 2 were equally at fault, that the Baron was wholly at fault, or that we don't even care about this. The Baron has committed heinous acts, for sure. I'm never going to sit here and say that a man should ever lay his hands on a woman. It is the responsibility of a man to never make that choice, to never get lost in his emotions, in his anger. But the game continually introduces rationalizations from the Baron that seem to make us want to agree with him. I don't think they necessarily work, and I surely didn't agree with him by the end. I don't really see how cheating on someone and killing someone could be viewed as the same. It seems that the Baron massively escalated the situation, and then his wife wanted to kill him for it. It would make sense if they only fought because the Baron was trying to defend himself from his wife killing him, but that isn't really the case. That leads me to my final point. The Baron is a bad guy. He beat his wife repeatedly. He was a drunkard. He killed her lover. He's an angry, rageful tyrant who seems to have developed a station sitting somewhere at the low middle of the totem pole and fancies himself a king. But the Baron has layers. He's probably more bad than he is good, but he seems to at least try to get better, or he is trying to get better. Maybe he is getting better for selfish reasons because he doesn't want to lose what he has. But this leads us to ask ourselves the question, is a selfless act truly selfless if selfishness lies in the heart? Games don't make you ask yourselves questions like these, and this is The Witcher 3's strong point. The Witcher has always been about the gray areas of the world, about neutrality, about making tough decisions, about the lesser evil. These same themes are present here in the Baron. The Baron represents real humanity, an ugly, disgusting, greedy, drunk view of humanity. Yet they can still make handmade dolls for their daughters. They can still ship in flowers from faraway places for their wives. They can hire a witcher to try and repair their broken families. Humanity can be ugly, we can be gross, we can be disgusting, cruel, and vile, but we can also be kind and caring and hopeful. It becomes pointless to weigh the scales on someone like this, to pass judgment, to determine whether he falls more on the bad side or the good. The Baron is not a good man, or a bad man. He is a man. After this conversation, we can get the final piece of Ciri's story that he has. After the basilisk attacked, she saved his life. His men didn't survive, but Ciri ensured that he did. Ciri knew that her magic would force the Wild Hunt to look for her, so she fled to Novigrad and the Baron saw her off. At this point, the Baron wants to find his wife. He wants to take a force and push into the Crone's area. This part of his story is completely optional, but it does put a cap on his quest line and really finalizes his tale. We can head out immediately to the bog, but just before that happens, a strange, deformed creature pops into the room. He is quickly whisked away by the commander. Apparently, this is a beast that the Baron won in a card game, and he keeps locked up. I remember directly after this scene, I assumed this was the start of a side quest or something. I figured I could find this little guy somewhere in the castle and try to free him. You cannot find him in the castle. He's just gone after this. Now, I'll spoil the story a little bit here to say this guy does come back. There is a reason for him being here, which we'll get into far later into this video. But when this happened, I was just so shocked and floored that there was not immediately a follow-up. It was just so random to have this odd little beast break into the room and then exit, never to be seen again. My only complaint is that it takes so damn long for the game to get back to this plot point, especially if you're doing every side quest along the way. It could be dozens of hours before you get resolution on this again. After this, Geralt heads out and meets the Baron in the bog, leading his soldiers through the swamp. This is the point where we see the consequences of our choice in the Whispering Hillock side quest. The village of Downwarren will either be destroyed or intact. When we get to the village, we find Tamara is there. She has joined the Church of the Eternal Flame and has become a witch hunter. We can actually find her in Oxenfurt earlier in this quest line and talk to her. We can try to convince her to return to her father, but of course that doesn't work. She still wants nothing to do with her father here. The Baron calls on Geralt to defend him to his daughter. There are two outcomes here depending on whether we freed the Crone's mother from before. If we freed the spirit, then Anna is transformed into a grave hag as punishment. We can then try to cure her, but it will ultimately result in her death. If we killed the spirit from before, then Anna will be distraught and will have gone mad with guilt after the children were eaten. Either way, the Crones send a fiend that we have to do battle with. If Anna dies, the Baron is emotionally wrecked and decides to take his own life. If she has gone mad, then the Baron leaves to take her somewhere far away to try and fix what has happened to her. This again is a choice of the lesser evil. There really is no good option. Either children die, townsfolk live, and Anna survives, or the children live, townsfolk die, and Anna dies. It's a bleak outcome either way, and whichever way the Baron goes, command of Crow's Perch is turned over to the Sergeant. He rules this place with even more of an iron fist than the Baron himself did. This is sort of Velen's story as a whole, though. These people are suffering, whether from plague, battle, famine, war, etc. Velen is a dark place with curses, monsters, and everyone is having a bad time. But as I said before, there is light in this dark. We can save a young girl. We can leave the Baron with his wife. We can bring peace to a spirit. We do have some type of effect on this world. Everyone calls on Geralt to fix their problems, but he can't exactly do that every time. He isn't perfect. He isn't Superman. He's just a humble witcher. This burden of guilt, of responsibility, of choice, once again falls on not only Geralt's shoulders, but the players. If we didn't like the choice we made with the Baron, there may not have been a much better option on the other side, but we made the choice. We cannot go back. We must trudge on. We must look ahead. And what lies on the pink and purple horizon is the vast city of Novigrad. Maybe the stories there will be more hopeful. Maybe we will find a prosperous people. Maybe we will find Ciri. Before we can actually get into Novigrad, we have to get papers to even cross the border into Redania. This is obviously because of the ongoing war. We can get a pass in a variety of different ways by paying a counterfeiter for one, getting one from the Baron, etc. Once we get into Novigrad, we can enter the city and immediately see a witch being burned on a pyre. Radovid's rule isn't exactly the kindest to sorceresses, so they are being persecuted here. This naturally leads into the main story, but before we do that, we should probably talk about the side quests in Novigrad. Novigrad is a bustling city full of business, scamming, trading, backstabbing. There's a lot going on here, even just in the streets. The seedy underbelly of the place has even more that's wrapped up in the dark shadows. A drinking town, a gambling town, a scamming town, a politicking town, a magical town. Message from an Old Friend is a pretty short quest, but a really important one. We get this quest by heading to a bookstore in Novigrad. Someone has left a book here for Geralt, and it's been waiting for him for a while. The book is called My Manifesto, The Life of Jacques de Alderberg. There's a letter inside called Letter from A, clearly referencing Alvin, who would become Jacques in the first game. He tells Geralt once again to beware of the White Frost. It's the biggest threat that mankind faces. He also says that only a child of the Elder Blood can stave off the White Frost. This will become incredibly poignant moving forward in the story, so keep it in mind. Of Derry and Darkness begins when we find a derelict manor and can use a few items and notes to activate a portal. Here we will be transported to a ruin somewhere. The mage that used this place was a tyromancer, a sorcerer specializing in cheeses. The rotten fumes of the cheese are poisonous, so we must avoid them. Once we make it through the maze and tunnels, we eventually get access to a pretty cool sword. The quest itself doesn't have that much going on towards the end, but opening a magic portal in an abandoned manor to find a ruin full of rotting cheese is pretty funny. Of Swords and Dumplings is actually kind of a long quest, but has a decent reward and a good story. We meet an elven swordsmith named Hattori, who has turned to making dumplings because he had to give up his trade. Another swordsmith in town, Ernst van Horn, has basically cut out all of his competition by using gangs and preventing them from getting supplies. We can help him get supplies by negotiating a better deal, get him bodyguards to protect him from the gangs, and eventually get him more resources to make swords. Once we complete the entire quest, we'll actually be able to use Hattori's services. Hattori is a master craftsman, which means that he can craft special equipment that others can't. Each of these usually require a quest line to access them. There's one in Velen as well that can be done to create armor, but it's usually completed later as a lot of it takes place in Skellige. Strumpet in Distress is another really short interaction, but is pretty funny. We find a couple arguing in the Novigrad streets, and it seems like the man is abusing the woman. We can step in by taking many different responses, but as it turns out, the two are practicing for a play, and we just ruined their rehearsal. It's just really funny to think that we're helping out and then to realize that Geralt is just massively intruding on a situation he isn't involved in. The Dwarven Document Dilemma is another short little quest. Actually, a lot of the side quests that aren't related to the main story here are pretty quick stories. The longer stories are definitely saved for the ones that tie in with the main characters. This begins when a dwarf tells us that he was attacked and had his documents stolen. We can track down the thief, but it's pretty clear that his documents weren't exactly stolen. They were used to bet in a game of cards, and the dwarf lost them. We can get these documents back and find out that they are the deed to a house, one that belonged to the dwarf's boss. We can give him the documents back, but I was kind of disappointed that there was no option to return these to the other man. That seems to me the fairest option out of everything, but we really can only give the dwarf back the documents or refuse and just walk away. The guy that won the deed to the property really gets shafted in this exchange. The most truest of basilisks is actually a quest that plays out similarly to an event from the books. In the quest, we find a man showing off what he claims is a basilisk. It's actually just a wyvern, and the thing eventually breaks out, so we're forced to take it down. The same thing happens in the Time of Contempt, but Ciri is the one that encounters a fake basilisk, not Geralt. The Volunteer is probably one of my favorite quests in the game, mostly due to its endearing character. We find a troll west of Oxenfurt whose name is Trollolololo. He was asked to guard some boats by Redanian soldiers. These soldiers had taken the boats from some peasants, but when the peasants showed up to take their boats back, there was a battle. The troll tried to help but killed everyone by accident. He ended up cooking and eating the people. He asks us to get him some white paint so he can paint the Redanian coat of arms on his hut. The whole thing is just so ridiculous that this troll would be asked to do one thing and then he just becomes a devout part of the Redanian force. He completely identifies with them now because some guys simply asked him to guard some boats. Also, the fact that he accidentally killed everyone because he was too strong is just pure comedy. An elusive thief is probably one of my favorite contracts in the game. We're contracted to track down an imp in Novigrad by a man named Sylvester. When we track down the imp, we find a house with some letters and reveal that the imp is actually a Doppler. Dopplers are beings that can change their form into mostly anything. We find out the Doppler is pretending to be a member of the church. Geralt chases him down to the water and the Doppler takes Geralt's own form, so we have to actually fight ourselves. We can either let him go or kill him, and we get less if we let him go because we can't give the contract giver a trophy. It's just a really nice little self-contained story that doesn't feel the same as just revealing a big fiend or a monster. It's a nice way to navigate the monster of the week feel that the contracts can sometimes have. The Oxenfurt Drunk is a pretty interesting contract that sees us luring out a vampire. The word vampire in the world of The Witcher doesn't just mean a being that lives off of feeding the blood of other creatures. It's sort of a larger term that deals with a bunch of different types of monsters. There are two categories of vampire here, the higher vampires and the lower vampires. Higher vampires do not actually need to drink blood to survive. They can drink blood, but it gets them drunk, kind of like alcohol does to humans. There are also distinctions within the higher vampire term, like Katakan, Alp, Bruxa, etc. Lower vampires generally consist of Ikekimaras, Fletters, Garcanes, and Plumards. We'll talk a lot more about vampires in the final expansion for the game, but some do appear in the main game, particularly in side quests and contracts. In the Oxenfurt Drunk, we find out that a vampire has been targeting drunk nobles in the area after they stumble out of the bar and then begins feeding on them. We have to lure it out by getting drunk ourselves and wandering the streets before it attacks. The battle then takes place over a spread of the city, which is something that a lot of these quests don't do. We fight the Katakan and take it down to finish off this contract. The last quest I'd like to talk about in Novigrad is Lambert's side quest. We meet up with Lambert after we take a contract to kill an Ekimara. Lambert has already taken this quest, so it creates a good time for the Witchers to catch up. But apparently Lambert is on a quest of his own, to find Jad Caridin, the man that murdered his friend, another Witcher from the School of the Cat. We can eventually track him down, and Lambert will ask us to kill Caridin with him. But there's a choice here. Because Caridin is actually a retired Witcher and was forced to kill Lambert's friend when they were crossed, Lambert will be incredibly angry if we don't side with him, and it's actually a really good reintroduction to his character, but we'll talk more about him in a bit. The side quests in Novigrad are pretty good in general. Like I said before, I think some of the best ones tie into the main story, so I won't talk about those until we get there. In Velen, there were maybe a handful that tied into the Baron's Tale, but in Novigrad, there are over 10 that have to do with the events in the city. I'm not complaining either. I really like this. It was something that I really enjoyed about the first game. There are a lot of points, specifically in Novigrad, where you can't even tell what is a main quest and what is a side quest. I didn't even realize that some of these were side quests until I was going back to do research for the script. With that, let's get into the main story of Novigrad. Our goal when Geralt enters the city is to find Triss. We can go to her home, but we find some thieves going through her things. We have to fight these goons to figure out where Triss has gone, but they eventually tell us she probably went to see the King of Beggars. Caleb Menge then busts in to arrest the thieves for trying to steal Temple Guard property. Caleb is the commander of the Temple Guard and rules this city with an iron fist. He is not fond of Witchers and is waiting for Geralt to slip up. We can then look around Triss's house and find some amulets, clothes, and a Rose of Remembrance, the one we gave her in the second game. We can get the password to the Putrid Grove from some thieves and then make our way inside. Geralt meets the King of Beggars, Francis Bedlam, and Triss is already here discussing the king's grand plans for this city. Triss agrees to help us find Ciri, but she needs our help with a job first, which is just about the case with everything in this game. A nearby smuggler had a package for Triss, but dropped it into the water as he thought the temple guards were going to catch him. We then head to Triss's contact, Brandon, who knows she is a sorceress. This is information that definitely shouldn't be thrown around sparingly. She had to, though, because she needs the work. We help her get rid of rats for this man, and it becomes pretty clear that he's decided to turn Triss into the authorities, which we have to defeat. Triss then tells us that we should contact Corinne Tilly, an oneromancer in the city. This type of magic uses dreams to try and predict the future or read the past. We can find this woman already practicing her magic at a house that is currently haunted. This owner asks us to look into the issue as well. Inside, Corinne is sleeping, but we quickly find out that the house isn't haunted but inhabited by a godling. This godling, Sarah, can either be banished or we can let her stay. Geralt imparts some good advice on her, though, that she should watch herself because if people discover her, it could be bad. We can come back later to find these two living together in relative peace, but for now, Sarah helps us wake Corinne. Corinne tells us to meet her at the Golden Sturgeon. When we meet her there, she asks us personal information about the relationship between Geralt and Ciri. We can exhaust these options to get a good background and history on what Geralt and Ciri have both been through. Most of the events that Geralt describes here are from the books. I do think this was a good addition for people who weren't caught up on the series before playing this game. The Witcher 3 had mass appeal, so you can't exactly expect the average person to go back and read a bunch of Polish fantasy books to understand what happened. Hell, half the people that have played the game haven't even played the first two entries, so it's a big request. I do think that this sequence probably should have happened earlier in the story, though. If you don't know the history, then you really have no idea why Geralt cares about Ciri so much. She's barely referenced in the first two games, so it'd be important to tell the audience that. There are some slight references here and there, and as the player, you can kind of infer what makes her important, but it just feels like non-book readers are sort of left in the dark. Geralt then dreams of Dandelion seeing a bird, specifically a swallow, and some sort of explosion happens. It's clear that Dandelion has come into contact with Ciri, so we need to seek him out. Luckily, Corinne tells us that he inherited a brothel in town, so it's time to go see our old friend. This task will prove much more complicated than we originally expected, because as we arrive at Rosemary and Thyme, Dandelion seems to be missing. Zoltan is at the brothel and kicks out some squatters. Zoltan has been looking for Dandelion but can't seem to figure out where he is. Geralt finds a planner in the room and a list of women that Dandelion seemed to know well. We can talk to each of these women to find out if they know Dandelion's whereabouts. Vespula is being harassed by Whoreson Jr.'s thugs, a local crime boss in Novigrad. She threw Dandelion out after she saw him with another woman. Islehall is an elven tailor that has some surprises up his sleeve. Dandelion was asking him about Kalkstein, someone we met in the first game, but he was recently burned in the Novigrad pyres. Molly works for Maria Luisa Lavalette, a very important character in the last game. She will obviously be either angry with us for killing her son or grateful that we let her son live based on the choice that we made in that game. We can race here while we wait for Molly. When she does show up, she says that she hasn't seen him in a while, and the last time she did, he was borrowing money. She has seen him with his sister, a woman with blonde hair. Marabella is teaching some school children and says that Dandelion was more interested in a book about mold than her when they last spoke. And finally, we can meet Rosa var Attre, the daughter of Henry var Attre, a Nilfgaardian ambassador. We can pose as the girl's fencing instructor and actually get access to a side quest where we teach the girl swordplay. She does eventually get caught up in some harassment when local drunks bother her. She doesn't take kindly to it though and wants them killed, but we can talk her out of that. Rosa and her sister Edna will tell us that Dandelion spoke to them in a graveyard about someone named Margrave Henkel. They also note that he was fond of a woman named Calonetta, a Koviri composer. When we head back to Zoltan, it doesn't seem like he's done much because he only found an owl that he's teaching to speak. Basically, he's been fucking around the whole time. In all seriousness, he does provide some good information though, that the woman that all of the people have talked about is probably someone named Priscilla. Apparently Dandelion values her very highly and she happens to be in Novigrad. We can watch her perform at the Kingfisher Inn, as she is also a bard. She tells a story about Geralt and Yennefer, oddly enough. Priscilla takes Geralt to her room after the performance and tells us that Dandelion was planning a heist on one of Novigrad's crime bosses, Sigi Reuven. He was being tailed by Whoreson Jr.'s men, so he may be in some big trouble. We have to find Junior, but first, that means we have to talk to Reuven. Novigrad's main story can be kind of lengthy. There's just a ton that goes on here, especially because we'll often get sidetracked with new optional quests that are either companion-focused narratives or they tie directly into the main plot. Also, the story itself just has a ton going for it. Each 3 of the main chapters of Act 1 feel like their own constrained narrative. When we leave Velen and head into Novigrad, we basically leave that barren storyline behind. The atmosphere wildly changes from the beasts lurking in the forest, the witches manipulating things from the trees, the ancient spirits of the wood haunting the folk that reside in a place they used to call home, to the big city. Novigrad has its own style, its own feel and flavor. We're dealing with crime lords, spy masters, dream magic. In a way, each of the chapters kind of feel like a separate Witcher game, but just all jammed into one big project. This can have its pros and cons. On one hand, this makes the stories feel a bit disconnected. Their only true through line is that of Ciri and the fact that she traveled here. We are living in the shadow of what she has done, tracing the mist of the girl through the path she leaves behind. But on the other hand, it allows the game to have drastically different areas, tell wildly different stories, and go places that aren't necessarily pigeonholed into one particular style. Personally, I kind of like it. The shift from Velen to Novigrad can give you a bit of whiplash, but once you're immersed in the seedy underbelly of the city, you almost don't want to leave. The next step in the quest is to head to Reuven's bathhouse. Here we meet 2 of the other crime lords Novigrad has to offer, Francis Bedlam and Carlo Varese, who's also known as Cleaver. There's also another man here by the name of Dijkstra. He is another character from the books. He was a spy master and mostly worked against Nilfgaard. He had a brief romance with Philippa Eilhart and even recruited Dandelion to work for him for a period. He has a pretty prominent role in a lot of the events that happen in the books, but now he is in Novigrad, influencing things from the inside. The group are talking about how they are not happy with Whoreson Jr.'s actions when his men attack the place. After this fight, Dijkstra gives us 3 places that we can check to find Junior: his home, casino, and an arena. We can complete a quest to ask for Cleaver's help before we raid these areas, and this really just gives us some NPCs to support us while we take these on, but it isn't incredibly necessary. We can head to Junior's house, but Cleaver's men are already here. There's only a few clues, but the place has already been wiped and Junior isn't there. When we get to the arena, we can either take the loud option by attacking everyone to get inside, or we can pretend to be looking for work as a bodyguard, and Geralt is tested in the arena. We face a human opponent, and if we beat him, we are supposed to kill him, but we can instead fight with him and protect him against the oncoming waves of Endregas, wyverns, and fighters. Also a bear. Junior does actually show up here, but just orders Geralt killed, and the arena is swarmed. We make our way through Junior's hordes of enemies and eventually find a letter proving that the man has been working with Radovid. We can then head to the casino, which of course allows us to enter peacefully and play some Gwent or storm the place. Eventually we find a tied-up halfling upstairs and Geralt questions him. He will also tell us that Junior is working for Redania. We can free the halfling, who promises that we'll get a reward from the King of Beggars, which we can accept on our own time. When we make it back to Dijkstra and inform him of Junior working with Radovid, he tells us to seek out our old friend Vernon Roach. He has some Redanian contacts and might be able to help us. We can meet him in some caves outside of the city. I find it kind of odd that reuniting with some of these characters doesn't really result in a lengthy catch-up. It's just kind of business as usual. Like Geralt and Roach went through a lot together. You'd think they'd have more to say to each other. Also, I kind of can't stand what they did to his character model. His red nose and eyes makes him look a bit like a Disney character. It's really odd, and Vest doesn't look that great either. A couple of the only characters that I really consider a downgrade downgrade from how they were portrayed previously. Roach will take us to meet his Redanian contact, who doesn't exactly show up. Radovid comes in his place, lecturing us about chess for quite some time. He eventually just gives us Junior's location, clearly wanting something in return in the future. After this, Roach will ask us for help with Ves, leading to his companion quest, An Eye for an Eye. Basically, Ves is going rogue currently because she wants to attack a regiment of Nilfgaardians. We have to step in and make sure that she doesn't die. Roach and Ves clearly aren't on great terms these days, as she seems to have taken a more ruthless approach to their endeavors, and Roach is ever practical. One Nilfgaardian is left alive. Ves wants to kill him so he doesn't tell anyone, and Roach wants to let him live. I chose to kill him because it seemed like the best option. This quest will secure Roach for a later part in the story that is very important. After this, we can head to Junior's hideout. We can go in with brute force, or we can get access to a secret tunnel to head inside. Either way, once we get upstairs, we see that Junior has been committing disgusting atrocities on people. He's a particularly gruesome beast, and Geralt beats him up a bit. We ask him for information on Ciri, and he gives us the next part of her story. Ciri and Dandelion were planning to break out a man named Dudu, who is being held in Junior's hideout. Ciri has to fight her way through Junior's men, but we've also gained access to the Blink ability. This allows us to spend our resource bar to attack multiple enemies in a flash. Ciri then rescues Dudu, and we jump back to the present. We can now decide to kill Junior or spare him, and personally, I decided to end him because I just didn't care for him all that much. He's also a pretty bad dude. This will affect some things later, but we'll get there. At this point, we have a few different ways we can approach finding Dandelion, because Junior wasn't a massive help. We can try to lure Dudu out of hiding in the plays The Thing, we can help Dijkstra get his treasure back in Count Reuven's treasure, and we can do a favor for Radovid. Of course, we'll end up doing all of these things in the end, but depending on the way we approach things, we can choose which one of these we want to do first. We're going to start with Count Reuven's treasure. Here we have to head into his vault, which is underground. There's a troll here named Bart that was meant to protect the treasury. The thieves broke in through the sewers, so naturally we have to find out where they escaped to. Assumingly, this was Dandelion, as he was planning a heist on these guys. When we investigate, we find evidence that the men threw a bomb into a drain pipe of the pools in the bathhouse. Checking the logs, we find that a man named Margrave Henkel checked in, but Henkel is already dead. Someone was using an alias. When we investigate the dead man's house, we find evidence that points to the fact that Dudu, Ciri, and Dandelion were all involved in the robbery, but Dandelion was taken to the Temple Guard. We speak to Dijkstra and Triss, and of course he wants us to find a way to get his gold back. We can infiltrate Menge's fortress, either by attacking them outright or convincing them that we're bringing Triss in and we have information on Philippa Eilhart. Either way, the place is burned down and we have a key to the treasure for Dijkstra. If we found out it was Dandelion that stole the treasure, then Dijkstra isn't exactly happy with us for keeping that information from him. But regardless, we can now head to Priscilla, and she has a plan to lure Dudu out of hiding. She will write a play that we can perform to get Dudu to pay attention. We can choose the genre of the play, and if it's a drama, then we have to fight. But if it's a comedy, then the crowd stays calm and happy. We have to hire ushers, puffins, make choices on the cast. There's a lot to do and many different things that will change how the play actually goes, like choosing a drunkard for the actor of the Doppler will cause us to get less money. Regardless of the outcome, Dudu comes to see the play and we can talk to him backstage. We ask him about Ciri and we can even force him to transform into the girl to prove that he knew her. This results in quite a somber moment for Geralt.
I feel strange. Both of you staring at me bug-eyed. Is that enough?
Yeah, plenty. Bad idea.
This isn't exactly how he thought he would see Ciri again for the first time, through halfling Doppler abilities. It's really sad to see Geralt like this, but in the end he has to push on, because the only way he'll actually see Ciri again is to continue with these leads. We've now set a plan in motion to rescue Dandelion by having Dudu impersonate Caleb Menge, who we just killed. But before we get to that, Radovid wants something from us since he helped Geralt out with Junior. The King of Redania has a large request. He wants us to bring him Philippa Eilhart. He does have a lead on her nearby, and he sent out a band of witch hunters that have tracked her down to some ruins in the forest. We can make our way through these ruins, solving puzzles, finding remnants of notes about her fling with Dijkstra, and eventually finding her destroyed lab. It seems that Philippa already transported out of here. We can bring her polished crystal back to Radovid, and he'll be able to figure out where she is. We can also lie to him about what we found down there, or just refuse to give him the crystal. There are multiple options here. With that, everything is set to rescue Dandelion. We sit in position waiting for the caravan that is carrying the poet and attempting to transport him to Temple Isle. When the ambush happens though, one of his captors takes off with him and we have to chase them down to a hut where the halflings that originally called this place their home have been pushed out. One of the witch hunters has Dandelion inside and the helpful gentlemen give us the key to a secret tunnel out back. We can use this to get the jump on them and finally rescue the bard. Dandelion is nonchalant as always, acting as if he's just hit a rough patch in his journey, but he finally tells us about Ciri. They were making their escape from Junior's hideout when they headed towards Temple Isle. They almost got away, but the guards were called and Ciri was forced to teleport out of there. This is technically the end of Ciri's story in Novigrad. We assume that she teleported to Skellige, where Yennefer has been investigating. But before we talk about the other side quests that tie heavily into the main story, I just briefly want to talk about the main story of Novigrad. I do think overall that it's good. I don't think that it compares to Velen though. Velen is a massively great start for the game. The complex morals involved with the storyline, the intrigue, the characters, it's all fantastic. Novigrad isn't exactly bad, but it certainly feels like a bit of a weak point overall. There definitely isn't the complexity of morals in this story. It's a bit more of a rescue tale. We have to figure out how to get Dandelion back, what he did, and where he went. It's more about the intrigue of the underworld with the backdrop of the sorceress persecution by Radovid. Maybe it's just a personal preference, but I much more enjoyed heading through the swamps of Velen, dealing with ancient forces and monsters. At this point though, we still have multiple companion quests that haven't been completed. The first one I'd like to talk about is a dangerous game. This is Zoltan's quest, and he needs help procuring the last few Gwent cards for his collection. He's planning on selling them to a trader and is going to make the money that he needs to pay back his debts. We have to track down a man, fight a man, or play him in Gwent for his card, and steal from a man's prized collection. Once we have all three, we go to the meet, but the client has already been killed and the gold has been stolen. We have the option of taking the gold or the cards. It doesn't matter which we choose because Zoltan can either pay off his debt with the gold or find another client to sell the cards to. Cabaret is one of Dandelion's companion quests. He's trying to get money to transform his new brothel into the place that he dreams of it being. To do this, he brings Geralt in on a scheme to convince a rich woman that he is a vigilante. Then he can spend the night with her and hopefully get some money. The next morning, Dandelion goes missing again, looking for the choreographer for the brothel, and we have to help him. He then has us check in with the artist doing the placard work, and after all these tasks are said and done, Dandelion has a new place to call his own. The celebration is short-lived though because we get news that Priscilla was attacked and we begin another quest called Carnal Sins. When we head to the hospital, the doctor tells us that this isn't the first attack that's happened recently like this. He shows us to the morgue to reveal that there's a serial killer on the loose. While investigating the body, the coroner, Hubert, interrupts. Hubert and the doctor have a past and don't seem like the best of friends. Eventually, we're thrown out of the morgue as we had to sneak in here anyways. At this point, we can head to investigate where Priscilla was attacked. Unexpectedly, we're actually attacked here by a few thugs. Turns out that a woman of the night and her friends were waiting here because they thought the killer would return to the scene of the crime. We can finally investigate and find the sermon of a concerned citizen nearby. When we head to the area where the last victim was killed, we can find his brother here. Geralt finds a similar sermon in the area and some conspicuous blood stains. We can finally talk to a man named Eustace who collects corpses. He found a note inside the last victim's body that named Priscilla as his last victim. Finally, we're told that another person was killed and we can speak with Hubert about the new body. The next victim is to be Patricia Vegelbud. When we arrive, the woman is already dead and the killer is escaping. The guards think we're the killer and try to attack us, ultimately letting him get away. We do find a note showing the final victim, Sweet Nettie. When we head to the brothel, we find Sweet Nettie being tortured by a man upstairs. It's pretty clear if you know what's going on that this dude is just a freak and definitely not the killer. He has an obviously weird fetish, but he didn't murder anyone, not at least yet. If we do kill him here though, Geralt will think he was the killer and this quest will end with us never finding out who really committed these murders. It then clicks for Geralt and we realize that the murderer is Hubert, the coroner. We can head to the warehouse and find the man who reveals himself to be a vampire. He was cleansing the filth from this world and now it's our time to fight him. Once we take him out, we can head back to the hospital, hearing good news from the doctor. Priscilla will recover well and her vocal cords will not be damaged. Dandelion stays by her bedside until she gets better. This whole quest is just really fantastic. It's a great murder mystery, and there are so many little clues that lead to who the killer actually is if you're paying attention. The bloodstain by the woodcarver's hut is a big one, but if you aren't paying attention, then it's a massive reveal. I also love the fact that we can just accidentally kill the wrong person and we're left wondering forever who the real killer was. I was actually talking to a friend about this quest and he was telling me how it was crazy that the killer was torturing women with a poker, and I just felt like the biggest asshole when I told him, "You fucked up." But it's a totally valid way to approach the quest, and for some reason when I did it, it just seemed really clear to me that this wasn't the guy that was doing it. There's one more massive companion quest that we should talk about before moving on, and that's A Matter of Life and Death. This is a quest for Triss, and we meet her at her temporary home. She's staying on the 3rd floor of someone else's house while she figures out what's happening in Novigrad. Currently, Ingrid Vegelbud has offered to help the mages that are being persecuted escape from Novigrad. She needs help with a task though, and we must meet with one of her servants. When we meet with the servant, he tells us that Lady Vegelbud wants us to help her son Albert escape. The Temple Guard have recently found out that Albert has been practicing alchemy, and they don't like that. This will happen during a masquerade ball at the Vegelbud residence. We eventually find Albert at the party and help him escape through a hedge maze. Geralt is forced to find another way out as he switches masks with Albert and is mistaken for the young man. We eventually get Albert out and complete the quest. Triss then requests that Geralt help with the mage's escape from Novigrad. Her landlords are pestering her for a necklace as payment for not telling people that she is a sorceress. We of course can step in here, but Triss gives us a much more perplexing choice to make. 2 of the mages to be evacuated haven't shown up. They could have been taken in, but either we have to try and save them and risk everyone, or leave them and get the rest of the group out. If we decide to save the 2 mages, then it will take some extra time, and Olivier, the owner of the Kingfisher Tavern, who also happens to be assisting us, will die. When we arrive at the inn, Dijkstra is below. He has decided to assist the mages in their evacuation. We can clear the way for the mages in the sewer, and when we arrive at the docks, we can assure they get on the boat safely. Triss then heads off to leave, but we have a massive choice here. We can ask her to stay. Though it is a bit selfish of Geralt, as it is massively dangerous for her, he can still do it. Geralt has strong feelings for Triss, though probably not as strong as his feelings for Yennefer. They are there. These 2 seem to come back to each other quite often. Now, Triss is one of 2 main romance options that we have in this game. The game will let us choose both, but oh boy, you do not want to do that. I learned that the hard way the first time around. The game doesn't really tell you this, but that's probably a good thing. If you do decide to get Triss to stay, she and Geralt will have a private moment at the lighthouse. A cutscene will play with a very similar gag to that of the first game when Geralt spends the night with a woman in the mill outside Vizima. Triss then tells us she will meet us at Kaer Morehn later. Are you starting to see a trend here? We have one more important quest line left to talk about before moving on to Skellige, and that's the plot to kill a king. These quests begin after Triss and the mages get out of the city. Dijkstra requests that we meet him at the Passiflora, a very prestigious brothel in Novigrad. Here there is a secret meeting being held between Dijkstra and Roach. They plan to take out Radovid. Some believe that he has started to go insane, or he is just that evil to persecute witches as he has been. Part of this plot involves us finding their contact who has gone missing. This turns out to be Thaler, who we have to save from a group of trolls. After the war began and the Secret Service was dismantled, Thaler took a bit of a hiatus from his previous work. He ended up drinking himself into a hole before taking the alias of a cobbler called Clogs. He then linked up with Dijkstra and Roach, attempting to rebuild his previous network of spies. After this, we can return to Dijkstra, Roach, and Thaler in Novigrad to go over their plan to lure out Radovid. They want to use Philippa Eilhart as a ploy to get him to come out in the open. Philippa quickly appears outside and tells Geralt that this plan is foolish. He needs proof to gain Radovid's trust, and she gives him Vizimir II's ring. This does work, and Radovid ends up heading to the temple bridge, but quickly turns on Geralt and tries to kill him. Roach jumps in to save us once again though, and we have to cut down tons of men with the Blue Stripes' assistance. We eventually corner Radovid, but before we can do anything, Philippa swoops in to blind and kill Radovid herself. When we return to the group, we find out that Roach and Thaler have been in talks with Nilfgaard. They plan to vie for peace by making Temeria a vassal of Nilfgaard. This of course comes with the caveat that they had to deliver Radovid's head. Dijkstra doesn't agree with this and says he has his own plans. His intention is to continue leading Temeria as Chancellor. He wants to fight Nilfgaard and eventually unite the northern kingdoms under one rule. The others do not agree, and Geralt is of course the weight that will tip the scales. We can either let Roach, Ves, and Thaler be killed by Dijkstra and his men, giving him the rule of Temeria, or we can kill Dijkstra and his men, which accepts the peace deal with Nilfgaard. This is of course a massive choice, and probably one of the biggest ones in the game as far as scope goes. On one hand, Dijkstra seems like he is vying for power here. He may have good intentions, and uniting the northern kingdoms is a noble goal, but not one that many people have succeeded in doing. It's a massive risk and could result in more ground lost than gained. On the other hand, letting Nilfgaard win, so to speak, is a major loss. Giving them the vassal of Temeria is basically accepting defeat. At that point, what was the resistance all for? What was the war for? What cause were lives lost in favor of? Again, it ends up being the lesser evil here. We have to determine what we think that means. In my opinion, I'd rather end the war and sue for peace with Nilfgaard. Putting Dijkstra in power just seems like too much of a risk. He's a plotter and a schemer. He's always one step ahead, and you can't really trust someone like that. Plus, siding with him means the death of Roach, Thaler, and Ves, people that Geralt considers friends, and that doesn't seem like something he would just let happen. With that, we've completed the Novigrad area of the game, and as a whole, I've already mostly summed up my opinions on this area. Again, I think it mostly comes down to preference. I don't hate the place, and I could entirely see why someone would like Novigrad more than Velen, but for me, it's not one of my favorite aspects of The Witcher. But we're about to head back onto Ciri's Trail, and that means heading to a far-off island on the coast, a place that feels light years away from the hustle and bustle of the big city. When we eventually exhaust all of our leads in Novigrad and Velen, it's time to head to Skellige. We need a boat to get there though, and none of the ships in the dock are willing to take us. We end up having to pay a captain named Wolverstone in the city to take us there, as it's a dangerous journey. On our way there, we are assaulted by pirates, and a mist eventually takes over the boat before it crashes. Geralt washes up on the shore with a man trying to take his things, who assumed he was dead. He tells us that Yennefer is in Kaer, and we need to head there. We can also just take most of the money back that we paid Wolverstone, so we don't have to eat the 1,000 orens cost. Now that we're on the island, let's delve into the final section of side content that we'll have in the base game. There will be a few more side quests later in the game, but this is really the bulk of it outside of the expansions. We're free to explore the massive island that is Ard Skellige. It makes up the bulk of the greater group of islands called Skellige. This is probably one of my favorite areas in the game from a design perspective, at least aesthetically. It looks gorgeous, and I'm always impartial to places with snow. Maybe it's because winter is one of my favorite seasons, but it just feels so comfortable to be in. With that being said, Skellige is probably one of the worst areas to traverse in the game. It's filled with high mountains and massive hills. This comes with the big problem that has plagued games forever. We end up running up a mountain only to slide down and then just circle it until we find a way up. It can be kind of annoying, especially compared to the relatively flat Novigrad and Velen in the rearview mirror. Skellige's capital is Kaer, the castle that we'll be heading to when we advance the main story, but there are other islands around the edge of Ard Skellige that we can visit. On Skellige, Faroe, Hindarsfjall, Spikerug, and Undvik make up the surrounding areas. One other complaint that makes Skellige kind of a chore to navigate is its waters. We will have to sail to some of the other islands to explore them. As long as there's a fast travel point there, then we don't have to make that journey again, but it can be a lot of sailing in the beginning. This wouldn't really be an issue if the developers actually utilized the water to their advantage, but most of the water is just made up of these smuggler cache objectives, which kind of feel pointless and repetitive. It brings a lot of the area down because then it really reduces the actual surface of the map that has things to do on it. Skellige does contain the standard fist fights that we'll find in other areas, but this one ends with a little twist. Skellige people are bred a little different, and the final opponent we have to face off against is a bear, which I just never expected. It honestly wasn't that hard, but I'll tell you, I was super intimidated when I stepped into the arena. It reminded me of something from Yakuza. After this, we can also face a troll who has gone undefeated until now. We can't actually fight the troll until we complete another side quest to open the arena though. The place is currently being haunted by a wraith. He was a previous fighter in the arena named Yule the Unlucky. He lost every fight he ever took and eventually was killed by another opponent because he was so bad. He was cursed to never win a fight. Yule is kind of a sad sack and is down on his luck. We can fight him, but if we win, all we do is feed into his insecurity. We have to give Yule a little confidence boost to break the curse by purposefully losing. I loved this quest, especially because I was racking my brain on how to solve it until it hit me. It also just really shows the vast spectrum that characters in The Witcher exist on. We can find these tortured monsters that have tragic backstories and truly make us feel something, and then these just dorky, goofy characters that just need a little pick-me-up to move on into the afterlife. Brave Fools Die Young is a really short interaction that begins when we find an injured man who has clearly just fallen from a very large rock. Apparently an old custom says that if you climb to the top and light the fire, you will have the warrior's blessing. This seems like a classic tradition pulled from a fantasy book, but seeing the ones that fail is kind of funny. Crime and Punishment begins when we find a man off the coast, chained to a rock and about to be pecked to death by harpies. He has to be freed as he was framed for murder. We can do this and then head back to his town, Ragna. There, the town is mourning the loss of the murdered man. They also speak of Jorg and say that his punishment wasn't severe enough. We can talk to Jorg's sister, who is distraught, to find out that she caused all of this. She was upset with their uncle and lied to Jorg, saying that he had done something awful to her. This caused Jorg to fly into a rage and kill the man. In the end, Jorg did commit the crime, it just wasn't really his fault. An interesting little quest takes place on Snidhall Isle, which is north of the mainland of Skellige. We find two men fighting and the other is about to be killed. We can save him, which is when he begins to tell us his woes. Apparently he's trying to marry the man's sister, but their religion forbids it, so he's looking for a way around that. He needs some books on the subject. We can find 5 of these books in different parts around the world and bring them back to him. Once this happens, the knowledge actually brings him to Novigrad to learn more about culture because he enjoyed it so much. MGTOW Chad knowledge getter. Also, you would think the fact that we just killed his lover's brother would complicate things a little bit. Who knows? In Wolf's Clothing is probably one of the better quests in the game. We can accept this quest at the Temple of Freya, a very sacred place in this culture. The women pray here to Freya and protect her temple. Apparently there's a werewolf named Morvarg nearby in the Garden of Freya. He was cursed this way for attacking the garden, which is a sacred place. Apparently when he tried to eat humans, they just turned to ash in his mouth. When we head to the garden, we have to make our way through the different areas. There's a small mechanism in the center that lets us divert the waterways to allow us to unlock different areas of the place. Eventually, we encounter Morkvarg. We can fight him, but as soon as we defeat him, he falls to the ground and begs for us to break his curse. We can feed him here, but either way, he'll just disappear. We then can find a key below and make our way further into the garden. It takes a bit of trying, but eventually we figure out that Morkvarg can be killed if we feed him his own werewolf meat when we loot it from him. If we do this, though, Morkvarg dies. There is another method to finish this quest, though. We can find Morkvarg's journal and learn that Einar was the one that actually cursed him, and he worked with him. He stabbed him with a fang, and we can get this from him. If we give this to the werewolf, then he'll be cured. Shock Therapy is one of the funniest quests in the entire game. We're asked by a druid to try and help one of his friends that has recently gone mute and deaf. When we try to help him, he seems to be a little standoffish. We can use our Witcher senses to find a bunch of ways to get Eagle's attention. We can ruin his fire, hit some pots with Ard while he's sleeping, and rile up a nest of hornets. When we do all of these things, Eagle finally erupts. He's had enough. Turns out Eagle had taken a vow of silence, and we were part of a prank at his expense. I just think this one is hilarious because we never expect this outcome. I would have never thought that these mostly serious druids would be playing childish pranks on each other. This has a similar feel to the interaction with the actors in the street from Novigrad.
Heard him screaming, clear over here. Grand work, Witcher. Your reward as promised.
The Path of Warriors is probably one of the worst quests in the entire game. I know some of you are probably going to have a visceral reaction to that because from what I've seen online, a lot of people really like this quest. I've seen it top plenty of the best Witcher 3 side quest lists. In my opinion, it really exemplifies the worst parts of The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3 has 3 big problems that I haven't even touched on yet, and I've saved them particularly for this section. The first is climbing. At certain points in the game, which are admittedly pretty sparing, Geralt will have to jump and climb his way to the objective. When this does happen, we're forced to interface with Witcher 3's terrible platforming system. The biggest reason that makes it so rough is just that it doesn't register that we've hit a ledge half of the time. Geralt will do this odd shimmy thing on the wall and slide down instead of grabbing it. This can be so incredibly annoying. Movement in general can also be a bit finicky, so having to pinpoint jumps to try and grab a ledge above gaps that will reset our progress is really annoying. In the Path of the Warriors, we have to complete 2 trials, a climbing trial where we try to reach the top of a mountain, and a swimming trial to reach a certain part of a cave system. No non-Skellige citizen has ever completed this trial, so we will be the first. But on this path, not only do we have to interact with the terrible climbing system, but we also have to fight off enemies on small platforms at the same time. It is just abysmal to get up the mountain, and it doesn't feel like that because it's challenging, but because the game just doesn't understand what it's doing. The second half of this quest brings me to my other massive complaint. That's swimming. Swimming isn't exactly the worst thing in the world, especially when compared to other games that try to implement swimming, but it also just never really feels good at all. When we swim in water, we can descend, ascend, move around, and swim faster. We have a breath meter that we need to manage by getting out of the water when we need to breathe. But the worst thing about being in the water is trying to shoot enemies and also trying to interact with objects. The Witcher 3 definitely doesn't excel at making it easy to try and open chests or examine things in the environment. It always seems like we have to fiddle with our character or the camera to try and get the button prompt to appear, but this is just tenfold when we are in the water. I'm not sure if it's a bug, but whatever it is makes being in the water 10 times more annoying. When enemies are added into the mix, we have to shoot them with our crossbow, but being hit by enemies stuns us for a couple seconds and stops us from moving, which just really sucks. The fact that the other half of this quest involves us swimming through caves and trying to grab things out of the underwater is just awful. This quest is easily the worst experience that this game has to offer, and I want to be clear that these types of quests are few and far between. Out of the 200 odd quests that this game has to offer, this was the only one that was actually genuinely annoying, but I felt that it was so disruptive that it had to be pointed out. The Tower Out of Nowheres starts when we find people complaining about the rain in Uriala Harbor. People have found the source of the rain, which is coming from a druid tower. A few men have went in but haven't come out. When we head inside of the tower, we find out that the mage that owns the place has been trapped by security protocols. He got this tower from a sort of estate sale, and because the security measures have been activated, he can't get past the force field. We have to search the place and find the manual that details how to deactivate the measures. Once we get him out, we have to take out the golem that acts as the central part of the defense system. Once we take him out, we've solved the mage's problem, but he teleports us into the water to get us out. We have to swim to shore, and we meet one of the relatives of the men who went inside the tower. We have to give him the bad news that his relative is dead. Skellige's Most Wanted is a contract that sees us going after a group of Neckers. When we seek these monsters out, though, it seems like someone has slaughtered Neckers and is dressing up as them. We are trapped, and we eventually find plans that someone is trying to trap Geralt to kill him. We encounter this trap and find a group of monsters that have something against the Witcher. A godling, an ice troll, a werewolf, and a Doppler have all created an anti-Witcher team. Because they're all considered monsters, they want to take him out. We can convince them that we actually don't kill sentient beings based on the things that we have done in the past. The decisions that we've made in certain quests can be used as evidence here to prove that we aren't the Witcher that they think we are. If we can convince the group, they will back down, but the werewolf will still decide to fight Geralt. The rest will understand that Geralt was just defending himself, and that the werewolf has not been the same since he lost his wife. I really liked this quest, especially because it felt like the choices I had made previously to spare different monsters and show kindness towards them had actually mattered. Even if it was in some small way, it still benefited me here. That feels like actual impact, actual consequence to the choices that we decide to make. I think that the side content in Skellige is alright, but it definitely doesn't stack up to the other areas. There are just so many little interactions and quests that I didn't talk about here because I just didn't feel like they were large enough to point out. Some of them are very small, but do provide a little bit of world building, but I feel like Skellige can be pretty weak when it comes to just straight up side quests. There are very good side quests that are just tied too much into the main story, so I haven't really talked about them yet. But with that, let's get back into the main story and talk about what's going on with Ciri's path. When we eventually head to the harbor at Kaer, Geralt will see the funeral for the king, Bran Tursa. He's recently died during a bear hunt. He was old and decided to go out fighting. Yennefer fills us in on Ciri's story, and we have to meet Crash-an-Crate. He is the current Jarl of Skellige and the nephew of the late King Bran. He wants Geralt to attend King Bran's wake. We can get dressed for the wake and we end up sitting with An-Crate's family. We can talk to some of the guests at the dinner, but eventually Yennefer tells us her real plan, to steal the Mask of Ouroboros from Ermion's lab. The Mask of Ouroboros is an ancient relic that holds incredible power. Yennefer clearly has uses for it, but the reservations we have don't really matter because she's going to do it anyways. We have to solve some puzzles here to eventually unlock a door that can get us to an elemental that we have to battle. We get trapped in a poisonous room, and luckily Yennefer teleports us out. When we get back, Crash-an-Crate will agree to help us in getting to Ermion, but he also wants help with his children. This begins two pretty big side quests, Possession and the Lord of Undvik. Possession is the first one that we'll talk about and revolves around Ceres-an-Crate. Ceres has went off to try and make a myth of herself. She wants to be worthy of becoming the new ruler of Skellige. She thinks that Jarl Udalric is under a curse, but Crash doesn't agree. We find some strange things going on with the Jarl and eventually track Ceres down to his old family home. She is looking for a family sword that she believes will relieve him of the curse. The sword was given to his brother named Aki. This was against customs at the time, and Udalric openly disagreed with his father's position on this. The two brothers went out fishing, and a storm took Aki's life. Most people believe that he just killed his brother. We can find the sword in the house and take it back to Aki's body to hopefully lift the curse. When we get back, though, the Jarl has poked his own eye out because he feels he is being punished by the gods for not asking for forgiveness for himself. Geralt comes to the correct conclusion on his own that the Jarl is being possessed by a being called a Him. These are rare, but they generally feed off an especially guilty human. The Jarl seems like the perfect host, but there are two ways to deal with it. The first is to fight it head on. This could be dangerous because the host could die in the process. The other way is to trick the Him into latching onto a new host, but then revealing that the new host has no guilt. This is the best option, in my opinion, and makes for the biggest narrative. In this case, Geralt hides out in the family home, and Ceres rushes in with a baby, being chased by the Jarl. She tells Geralt to put the baby in the oven, and if we do, it's all revealed to be a trick, and the Him is pushed away. We don't really know this is a trick until after we do it, though, so it can be pretty hard to make this decision. The whole put the baby in the oven thing has honestly become a Witcher 3 meme at this point. The other path just results in us fighting the Him and calming the Jarl with Axii during the fight. At the end of the day, the Jarl has been cleared of his possession, and after a few days, Ceres will be ready to head home. We can then help Ankreit's other child, Hjalmar, who is off on a valiant quest to kill an ice giant. This ice giant has taken over Undvik for about a year at this point. Hjalmar also believes this task would make him worthy of the title of king. This quest kind of turns into a long epic. We journey across Undvik, finding the different crewmates that Hjalmar took with him. We also find that many of them have met their tragic ends here. We can gather a few of the ones still alive to attempt to find Hjalmar and get him home. When we find him, though, we learn that the failure the group has encountered so far has not deterred them, and Hjalmar still wants the glory of defeating the monster. When we find the giant, it's sleeping in its home. It has captured Vigi, another of the crew members. We can free him, but he of course rushes in, a la Leroy Jenkins, and attacks the thing. We then have to fight it. It's not incredibly strong, but it does wield an anchor on a chain at one point, which can be pretty dangerous. This was one of my favorite battles in any quest. I feel like the build up to the giant was just so well done. It takes quite a while from the start of the quest to actually fighting the thing. Over time, we're given a proper idea of just how dangerous he is, and then we finally have to face him. It's built in our minds, and we're given proper expectations of the threat we face, rather than just attacking some random monster in some town. It also helps that the men that are being taken down by the beast aren't just peasants in some village, they are warriors of Skellige, brave and mighty fighters. When we eventually kill the giant, Hjalmar wants to give us the credit and the glory, but it's clear that it should go to him. Hjalmar is then ready to head home. After we help his children, Kraesh will give us a sword, and at this point, Kaer Trold is holding a feast. The issue of the next king is larger than just Kraesh's children going off to do valiant deeds. There are many people that take issue with a diplomatic vote. Birna Bran takes a major issue with this and wants the next king to be Svfen-g, Bran's son. She believes that the king's child should be the next in line. The feast then turns to tragedy as bears have either broken in or been summoned to the feast room. Many are slaughtered in the ordeal, and we have to help out. Here, an investigation must proceed. We need to find out who has killed all these men. We can either help Cerys look for the culprit or Hjalmar. This really ends up deciding who will become king or queen of Skellige moving forward. If we don't choose to help either of them, then Svfen-g is appointed the new king. Helping Cerys sees us investigating and mostly using our Witcher senses to track down who poisoned the mead. Apparently they used a specific mushroom that turns people into berserkers, giving them a bear form and a massive rage issue. With some detective work, we can eventually track down Arnvald, who shows us a letter from Birna. She was the one behind it all, which probably should have been obvious from the beginning. She is then punished with being chained to a rock and eventually killed by thirst. Svfen-g even proves this further by asking his mother why she told him to leave the celebration early. If we side with Hjalmar, he takes a bit more of a brutish approach. We eventually track down a druid that had conspired with the killer to become the advisor once they took the throne. He also seems to be worshipping some strange god that needs human sacrifices. This path doesn't lead us to finding the real killer, but it is sufficient evidence to prove that the Ankreits were not involved. After this, we can go to the coronation of whichever king was chosen. It is either Hjalmar, Cerys, or Svfen-g, based on the choices that we made in the previous quest. This is again another offshoot quest line. This was one in particular that I really didn't even realize was optional until I had done research afterwards. I was just swept up in the story, and it really seems like it just ties in with the whole thing. Of course, this doesn't exactly relate to where Ciri is, but it's a pretty big consequence. When we arrive, the island is in disarray, and people clearly do not agree on who should become king. Does anyone ever agree on that, though? This is a massive choice, and I just generally assumed this must be in the main quest. With that, let's get back to the main quest. Our next goal is to investigate a nearby magic cataclysm. Here, Yennefer and the druid Ermion are fighting because she stole the mask from him. Not only that, but she used the mask, causing this new cataclysm to appear. We can investigate this place to find more traces of Ciri. The mask will let us see the past, when Ciri was running away from the wild hunt with someone in tow. We eventually find a body of one of the riders, and we are advised to check Hindersfjall, as the wild hunt was recently seen there. When we get there, we find people mourning their dead. The wild hunt took quite a few lives with their appearance. One of the townsfolk tells us that Skjall, a villager that knows more, went to fight Morkvjarg, who we've already probably dealt with at this point, but we have to go find him in Freya's garden. We can find Skjald's body here as he's already been killed, but Yennefer plans to resurrect him using necromancy, a forbidden practice. This will allow us to get some information out of him, and in particular, the next Ciri section. Skjald took Ciri in when they found her unconscious. She ends up taking some time in the sauna while the man gets her a horse ready. After some downtime with the women and some serious Coomer vibes from CD Projekt Red, Skjald gets our way out of here ready. He makes a slight advance on Ciri as he's clearly fond of her. Then everything goes sour as the Wild Hunt attacks, and we have to fend them off. Skjald eventually leads Ciri out of there, heading for Drowned Dead Rock. This whole necromancy process has killed the entire garden, and the priestesses are angry with us. Well, they're particularly angry with Yennefer about it, but it clearly shows what she's willing to do to find Ciri. Yennefer has always believed that Ciri was one of the most powerful people out there, and that she must be protected. She was willing to break some magical laws and destroy this sacred garden just to get another lead. After this, Yennefer will ask us to help her out on her companion quest. This begins the Last Wish, and it's probably my #1 quest in the whole game. It'd be hard to truly pick one, but this one is certainly up there in the top 2 or 3. Yennefer mostly keeps us in the dark throughout this quest. She only tells us that she's looking for a man who has disappeared. He was a specialist on djinns, and she's looking for his djinn in particular. We eventually find half of his ship at the bottom of the sea, but it looks like the other half was cut off in a portal. We're then tasked with finding the other half of the ship. At this point, Geralt is getting pretty fed up with the lack of information from Yennefer. From an audience perspective, it seems like Yennefer has ulterior motives. We assume that she wants to find the djinn because she wants more power, or she's doing something bad with it. These fears are squashed when she tells us the real reason she's looking for it. Throughout the years, she has always wondered if the wish that constantly binds them together is the reason that they keep coming back to each other. She wonders if the spell was broken, would they have any feelings towards each other? Would it even feel the same? My heart kind of melted when I heard this, mostly because I immediately assumed Yennefer was up to something. But this is such a good motivation. It's a real and genuine romance between these two that spans worlds, magic, power, and even death. But is it real without the power of a djinn behind them? We find the djinn and have to weaken it so that Yen can capture the being. She then forces it to break the spell between her and Geralt. The two sit in the aftermath, looking for any sort of change, to truly determine if their love is real, and they both find out that they don't feel any differently. I love this quest so much, not only because it's good on its own, but also because it just acts as a perfect end to the story between these two. It brings everything back to their first meeting. The quest is even named The Last Wish, the same name of the story where they got into this whole mess. To find out if their love is real, they have to end exactly how they began. This quest also acts as Yennefer's romance quest. If we take this quest all the way to the end, then we are choosing her path. In my first playthrough, I chose both Yennefer and Triss's path. I did this mainly because I just wanted to see everything I could in one playthrough, but we'll see pretty soon why that's the worst choice you can make. Now, our last lead to look into is something Skjald told us about when he was resurrected. He saw a creature that we have seen before. He saw Uma, that creepy little freak that we saw in the Baron's castle. We can find a Jarl who was in possession of him at some point, but he tells us he sold him to a merchant. At this point, this means that Uma was then sold to the Baron. This clearly means that Uma is involved in this whole thing somehow. We need to go find him back at Crow's Perch, which will finally bring us into Act 2 of this story. With that, we've basically wrapped up Skellige, and from here on out, the story will mostly be railroaded until the finish. Of course, we'll have a few spots to veer off here and there, but the rest of this is going to be main story for a while. Skellige as a whole is pretty great. I think some of the side content here can be lacking, just like in other areas. While the number of side quests looks large, a lot of those amount to small interactions that don't have a ton of impact. There are some really heavy hitters here though, like the Tower Out of Nowheres, Cave of Dreams, and The Last Wish. I also love the culture of Skellige. It genuinely feels like an old Viking land that is still holding on to its traditions. It feels much closer to Velen in that regard. It also gives me pretty big Game of Thrones vibes, especially considering one of the quests features a feast at which a ton of people die because of a dispute over the throne. But at the end of the day, it exemplifies some of the best parts of The Witcher, an area that feels alive, that lives and breathes, that feels like it has history. This place has stood and existed long before we got here, and that is felt through story, gameplay, exploration, and character. But at the end of the day, we can only linger in these areas for so long. This story is about to come to a head, and a massive battle stands ahead of us, one that will determine the fates of many. When we begin the quest Ugly Baby, we have to head back to Crow's Perch. The Baron is gone at this point, either due to him trying to find a cure for his wife, or because he took his own life. Either way, we can get Uma, and it's time to take him to Kaer Morhen. On our way, we're stopped by soldiers and taken again to see the Emperor. He is not happy with Geralt, but still gives him half of his payment and a harsh warning. We can then give the phylactery to Yennefer. This item will become pretty important soon. Ciri was trying to have this item fixed by Junior in Novigrad. Geralt took it from Junior when he confronted him and now gives it off to Yennefer. When we arrive in Kaer Morhen, we are met by Vesemir. Uma is taken inside, and the whole goal of being here is to find out what cursed Uma. It's pretty clear at this point that Uma is someone. The possibility that Uma is even Ciri has been thrown around quite a few times at this point. While we're at Kaer Morhen, we can do a few things as far as side content goes. We can seek out a master blade that Berengar was going to have crafted before he left Kaer Morhen. We can do a quest to figure out what is causing a storm in the area. We can kill a troll nearby and find an old letter that shows how the professor was originally going to attack Kaer Morhen. We can find some good armor in an old abandoned Witcher forge. We can find an old place that was used to administer the Trial of the Grasses. And we can do probably one of the better quests in the game, Bastion. Here we find the memories of a young trainee in the arts of being a Witcher. This place used to train Witchers when Kaer Morhen was still in its glory days. We find out the young trainee was killed and can honor him by burying his bones. We have a couple tasks to complete here at Kaer Morhen. First, Yennefer sends us to look for something in the castle that is interfering with her megascope crystals. It's causing them to malfunction and explode. We can trace the source to some dimeridium bombs that Lambert had made. Yennefer is now able to use her megascope to contact Ida Emine Ape Sivni, an elven sorceress that was previously involved in the Lodge. If we don't act right in this call, then we get a scolding from Yennefer afterwards. She tells us that the dialect of the curse is from an ancient elven speech. She also offers up some possible solutions, but most of it is sorceress mumbo-jumbo, and Yennefer refuses to elaborate. The woman does offer us one final warning about the White Frost before leaving.
The time of the White Frost and White Light is nigh.
And the world will perish amidst ice. I know Ithlin's prophecy.
I don't doubt you know it, but do you understand it? The Elder Blood can initiate the final age, the time of the end, or stop it. Remember this, Gwynblade, for you will be the one to determine if the seed bursts into flames.
Assisting Eskel is our next goal, and it's pretty straightforward. The two are doing some old-fashioned Witcher's work by taking care of a forktail in the area. Yennefer needs the ingredients to help lift the curse. The last task that we have on our plate is to help Lambert fill the phylactery with energy. We have to make a trek up to the Circle of Elements. We have the option to fight Old Speartip here and even some trolls, but we can pass all these encounters without combat. The biggest thing that we get from this quest is a massive insight into Lambert and how he views being a Witcher. It's pretty close to the way that Berengar thought of the profession. He resents being taken from his family, having his life stolen from him. He takes a much more resistant view on the job than some of the others do. He fights against the night rather than quietly accepting it. When we return to Kaer Morhen, Vesemir tells the group that he is taking Uma for a day to try and lift the curse himself. While he is gone, we get to party with the boys. We can catch up with Eskel and Lambert, have quite a few drinks, and find some good camaraderie in that of the other Witchers. Yennefer recommends that Geralt doesn't drink too much the night before a big day. We can exit this night a little early, or this can go all the way to using Yennefer's megascope to ask some other witches to party with them. Either way, the next morning, Vesemir returns to no success. He learned something, but not much, and thus we will have to proceed with Yennefer's plan. This involves using the Trial of the Grasses on Uma. This is an incredibly painful and dangerous process, one that witchers must go through to become one of these monster hunters. They don't even do these trials anymore, and Geralt, Eskel, and Lambert all having to watch this is pretty painful. Yennefer begins this whole process, and it is actually successful. It's revealed that Uma was actually Avallac'h, the elf that Ciri was traveling with before. He gives Geralt a firefly that will guide us to Ciri in the Isle of the Mists, where she's been hiding out. At this point, the big reveal of the game sort of gets made. This is probably the best part of The Witcher 3 overall, and the thing that it does best. Before we set out for the Isle of Mists, we have to complete a few of these Brothers in Arm quests. These are really just container quests for a lot of the side quests that we already talked about. The goal here is to prepare for a battle at Kaer Morehn. Once we rescue Ciri and bring her back to the stronghold, the Wild Hunt will be on her tail, and they will attack in full force. We need to make sure that we're prepared for this, and this involves calling on everyone that we know to join in this fight. Hjalmar, Zoltan, Ermion, Lambert, Roach, Letho, and Keira Metz can all be recruited by doing their companion quests to help them out. Dijkstra can also give us some money to help out, but most of these people's appearances are conditional, meaning that we have to have helped them out or sided with them in some way. Roach, for example, will not appear if Vess did not survive their side quest. All of these characters have a slight, real role in the battle to come. They will affect things slightly, and this is honestly one of the best ways to do side quests in choice-based video games. I think this works a lot better if we do a lot of these quests before this moment in the story. Then it really just feels like the choices that we made along the way mattered, and they also have a massive effect on the climax of this story. If we wait until afterwards, then it just kind of feels like the game forcing us to do side quests as a part of the main story. Either way, the game doesn't really tell you about this until you get to this point. We could have accidentally killed Keira Metz, and then she just wouldn't be here. When we do finally unite here for the big battle, it genuinely feels like we've amassed a squad of these really important characters while playing the game. It feels like what all of these games have been building up to. It could only be here at Kaer Morehn, and it could only be these people. But before we get to that, we still need to get Ciri back. We have to head to the Isle of Mists via boat. The Firefly guides Geralt along the way, and we find a lone hut in the middle of a dark forest. When we arrive, the man behind the door will not let us in until we rescue some of his friends. We can find some of these friends dead, and some others we have to guide back. These are clearly some representation or reference to the 7 dwarves. When the dwarves come out, they let Geralt know that Ciri is no longer alive. She's gone cold, and Geralt confirms this when he enters the room. This is probably the most somber moment in the entire game. Everything that we've done so far, this entire journey, we were too late. Always one step behind, and Ciri is dead. But this isn't exactly true, because the Firefly goes into Ciri and she returns to life. The quest is complete. We've finally gotten her back after a 3-game absence. Geralt and Ciri then have a brief reunion and a bit of catch-up. She tells him about the other worlds she's traveled to, and one seems to be a reference to Cyberpunk 2077, CD Projekt Red's other game.
People there had metal in their heads, waged war from a distance, using things similar to megascopes. And there were no horses. Everyone had their own flying ship instead.
Ciri, stop fooling around.
Told you wouldn't believe me.
After we're done catching up with Ciri, though, it's time to head back to the boat. The dwarves have already left, unfortunately, and Ciri has to teleport us out of there. When we reunite with everybody at the castle, we have to make some preparations. We can make a few decisions on how to utilize our workforce. These decisions will either give us things like potions or place traps outside. It slightly adjusts how much equipment we get or the preparations that are made to the battlefield. This whole thing starts when we head out onto the battlefield and have to close portals that the Wild Hunt have opened with Lambert. We are then assaulted with fire and have to make it back into the stronghold. We then control Ciri, helping Triss fend off the battlements. Lambert will be surrounded and be saved by Kira if we recruited her. We then have to retreat back to the castle as the White Frost closes in. Ciri then has to help Eskel fight Caranthir. We then close some more portals, and finally we get a massive cutscene when the Wild Hunt freezes everyone in sight. The only person that isn't affected by that is Ciri. Eredin attempts to get Ciri to come with them, and she is about to. Up until now, Ciri had been plagued with doubt about this whole thing. She doesn't feel like she's worthy of everyone putting their lives on the line to save her. That is a big responsibility to shoulder, a massive weight to bear. But Vesemir puts a stop to this. He tries to kill the king of the Wild Hunt, but unfortunately, the old Witcher has met his end.
Now fly!
Ciri loses control at this point, and a burst of energy sends the hunt retreating. Here we are moved to the funeral. Vesemir is dead, the old Witcher that raised all the monster hunters here. He's gone now, gone to somewhere better. Ciri decides that she's ran away for far too long, and she takes Vesemir's medallion before running off. Eskel has decided at this point that he wants to leave Kaer Morhen. It's been crumbling for a while now, and he thinks it's time to go. Zoltan thinks it's time to go on the offensive. Hjalmar is headed back to Skellige. Kira Metz and Lambert have stricken up a little romance, if they're both still alive, and are actually leaving together to ride off into the sunset. Avallac'h, Triss, and Yennefer are all chatting together at this point. They think Ciri needs to be trained, but we also need to mount the next defense against the Wild Hunt. They propose contacting the Lodge of Sorceresses to help them with this task. The next scene jumps ahead a couple of days when Ciri is honing her powers with Avallac'h. She is clearly frustrated because she isn't good at this. We can either have a snowball fight with her or a drink. I personally think the snowball fight is more fun, but that's just my opinion. This is sort of the best cutoff point before we get to the finale. Geralt and Ciri have just had a nice moment between each other. Things are in relative peace, though most are still in mourning. Geralt especially has lost a mentor and a father, the person that has raised him, that has taken care of him his entire life. His brothers have also lost a father. A Witcher's teacher is more than just someone that shows them how to fight. He takes care of them and ensures that they have the correct tools moving forward. But this whole chapter is just amazing. Being able to go back to Kaer Morhen to prepare for this fight, we've built up to this battle for the entire game. This is the head that everything has come to. It feels like we've been looking for Ciri for ages. Hours and hours have been spent tracking her, hearing people talk about her, and finally she's safe. But on top of that, Geralt has to keep her safe. He has to ensure that the Wild Hunt doesn't take her. It isn't just his responsibility as a father, but as a person in this world, to ensure they don't use her for nefarious means. But this battle takes place with everyone we've met throughout the game. I know that I've already talked about this point, but I just really have to revisit it. It's so well done. So often choice-based games get things wrong. It can be very easy to say that you're going to make player choices matter, but actually doing it is another thing entirely. It's not an easy thing to do, but I think The Witcher does it on a much larger scale. It's implemented so well, and this battle is the massive proof of that. Now, of course, I have a ton of problems with this game that we still haven't discussed, but this was the peak of it for me, at least the base game anyways. Getting to see everyone unite at Kaer Morhen to fight the Wild Hunt was exactly what I wanted. Not to mention a lot of the plot points mirror things from the first game. Someone assaults the stronghold, a Witcher dies, and we hold a funeral for them before deciding to head our separate ways into the wider world. It almost feels like this should be the end of the game. The third and final act of The Witcher 3 begins with a revenge quest. Ciri asks Geralt if he will join her on a trip to Bald Mountain. A feast is being held there and Imlerith is supposed to be in attendance. This is one of the Ain-El that attacked Kaer Morhen, and specifically the one that killed Vesemir. This feast is being held during the Sabbath. The crones of Crookback Bog are hosting Imlerith. During this Sabbath, only a few are granted admittance to the top of the mountain, usually children or young ladies. We can meet Johnny here again, who tells us that Geralt will not be granted admittance. This is generally true, but Geralt passes a test that allows him to continue on. We find a Sylvan on the way up who we show our token of admittance to, but he tries to attack us and we have to take him out. At this point, Ciri and Geralt split up. Ciri heads to take on the Crones, and Geralt to defeat Imlerith. The Crones was actually one of the harder fights in the game, in my opinion. This is mostly because we're using Ciri, and she has very limited abilities. Because of this, it no longer becomes about level, equipment, or resources. It's purely about ability. We have to fight all 3 Crones at once, and they each use their own special attacks and abilities. Once we take them out, the Weavess actually survives the onslaught and manages to steal the medallion that Ciri took from Vesemir's body, adding insult to injury. Imlerith is particularly easier to fight, especially if we're a bit leveled up at this point in our game. His attacks are quite telegraphed and he can be pretty slow. He tries to take out Geralt just as he did Vesemir, but Geralt finishes him off. After this, Ciri and Geralt have a moment together. They sit in the aftermath of the vengeance that they've gained. Ciri may be a little newer to this feeling than Geralt is. Ciri and Geralt then head back to Novigrad to make their final preparations before this whole thing concludes. Many people in our group have plans on how to proceed forward. The women are looking for sorceresses that can help us, and Avallac'h has some ideas on how to gain victory over the hunt. We can talk to Avallac'h, who gives us a bit of a history and context for their world. The king of the Wild Hunt, Eredin, had poisoned their previous king, Oberon Murkcitak. This is not a well-known fact, and Gaels, a general in the army, was very loyal to the late king. If we give him this information, he may be willing to switch sides, but this involves traveling to the Ain-El capital, Tir na Liah. In the haunted house in Novigrad, the same one that we let Sarah live in, we can find a portal in the basement. These portals are located at specific places and only open at certain times. This is effectively the same ability that Ciri has, being able to jump between worlds, but others can do it as well with the use of these portals. They don't have guaranteed destinations though, so world jumping might be needed to get to where we need to go. The first place we head to is a desert planet. We are attacked by sand crabs and fend them off until the next portal opens. We're then separated from the elf and sent to a poison planet. We have to make our way through the valley, trying not to get killed by the gas. At the next portal, we're transported underwater and have to find another portal here. We're then finally taken to a world that has been taken over by the White Frost. As we move forward, we will find many notes from different people that have suffered in this world and been destroyed by it. This is the fate of the continent as well if the Wild Hunt cannot be repelled. As we move through the broken ruins, we have to find cover quickly or we will freeze to death. We eventually make it to the base of a tower with a lit flame atop. Here, Avallac'h is waiting for us. When we finally reach Gaels, Avallac'h convinces him to come back to our world so that he can show him proof that their king was murdered. He does this through the help of the Oneromancer, who will ensure everyone sees the same memory through dream. This convinces the general, and he promises to withhold reinforcements when the hunt calls for them. He also gives us a plan forward, a way to lure Eredin out with a relic called the Sunstone. We can then help Triss look for Philippa Eilhart. Apparently she was tricked into maintaining her owl form when someone placed a dimeridium anklet on her. She was then sold after the mage that did this, Arthur, was killed. Zoltan owned her for a while. We saw this earlier in the game. He was unaware of this and lost her in a card game. We now have to track her down and get her to join our cause. We then find her at the bathhouse, out of control and casting spells at everyone that comes near her. We can get close to her, eventually sneaking up on her since she can't see us, and convince her to join our cause. We can help Ciri get revenge on Junior, which seems odd because we already killed him, but apparently he's still alive and kicking. If we didn't kill him previously, then Ciri finds out he's fallen from grace and started begging for money. She decides to leave him to his fate. If we did kill him, then we find out that Dudu is actually impersonating him and has gained a new standing, taking over his role. Ciri also wants to pay back some of the people that helped her, in particular a circus troupe on the outskirts of the city. We can get into some mischief with them as well by helping them steal some horses that they need. The final preparations quest that we can do involves helping Yennefer get a sorceress by the name of Margarita. We can find a man that escaped from the same prison she's currently being held in. We have to use some elven ruins to break inside and eventually find her in the cells. If we spared Sheila de Tanzerville in the second game, she will also be present here. We have to grab the key to the cell from the warden and get Margarita out. It also should be noted that if we did not get Kira to come with us to Kaer Morehn and she instead went to Radovid, we will have an extra quest here to go help her. But unfortunately, Kira is already dead and we're just here to retrieve her body. We can then meet with the Lodge at Dandelion's Inn. Here, Ciri must talk to Margarita and Philippa. We can join her against these intimidating women, or we can leave it to her. At the end of this, we then get to see the end of our romance from before. Since I romanced both Triss and Yennefer, they decided to provide me an offer. Since I couldn't choose between them, they just decide to share Geralt, and we have to meet them in a room later for some fun. Of course, if you have any brain at all, you'll realize what's happening pretty fast. The two women chain Geralt to the bed and leave him until the morning, when Dandelion has to let him out. This is why I said before, picking both women is easily the worst option and leaves them both hating you in the end. We then head out to Skellige to look for the Sunstone. We have to consult Ermion and eventually two experts on Skellige history before finding the ancient crypt where the Sunstone is located. This results in us completing a simple mirror puzzle to retrieve the relic. At this point, Ciri wants to investigate Avallac'h's lab while he is away. Up until this point, there has been a growing distrust in the elf. Most don't seem to fully trust him at all, but Ciri has an undeniable draw to him. This is because he has helped her so much throughout all of this, and she trusts him greatly. Not only that, but he has begun training her, and this has created an even deeper bond between the two. When we look into his lab, though, we find some interesting developments. First, he has a massive family tree of the Elder Blood, or specifically the bloodline of Laura Doran. Ciri has this elder blood, and she is a descendant of Laura Doran, the main reason that she has such great and powerful gifts. Part of the Ainel's purpose in finding her was to continue this bloodline on by having her bear a child of their king. When we find a woman in the next room who knows Avallac'h and claims that he actually detests Ciri, she gets angry. She begins to question their true relationship and whether he was using her all along. After this, Ciri wants to visit Skjall before they head out, the man that helped her escape the Wild Hunt. Of course, Geralt and Yennefer tell her that he is already dead, and they end up going to his funeral. His body was thrown in the water to be devoured by crabs, as is custom. Ciri pulls him out of the water and gives him a true burial, which they definitely don't like. At this point, Nilfgaardian ships have begun to close in on Skellige. Before we head out for the final confrontation, we can head and see Emir, who has captured a sorceress by the name of Fringilla Vigo. She would be helpful to us in the upcoming battle. Geralt has to swim through the sea, avoiding fire from the ships to eventually get to Emir and negotiate with him. With this complete, we can head back to the ship. We have the Sunstone, Ciri has said her goodbyes, and Fringilla Vigo is in tow. We can now head out for the final battle, the finale to this whole chapter, to see where things end. The goal here is to lure the Naglfar, the Wild Hunt ship, to Undvik. Then, when the people are frozen, Ciri will counteract this. Ciri ends up joining the battle and fighting Caranthir, which she isn't supposed to do, but of course does anyways. He's kind of a tough opponent because he throws bombs, summons enemies, and hails magic down upon us. Ciri will break his staff and Geralt is thawed out of the ice. He has to fight him on his own now. When we finish the elf off, though, he teleports both him and Geralt underwater, attempting to kill Geralt in a last-ditch effort. This doesn't work, though, as the Witcher escapes with his life. Craich is then fighting Eredin. Though he's no match for the massive Ainel, he is killed in battle and we finally get to take him on. He isn't that tough of a fight, pretty similar to the other Ainel we fought, but he has one trick up his sleeve. He will teleport us to another world and move around pretty quickly. Geralt can cover long distances here though by rolling towards him. We do defeat him, but before he dies, he tells Geralt that Avallac'h had other plans for Ciri. His goal was to pit the Witcher and the elf against each other so he could run off with her. The hounds close in at this point and Yennefer teleports us out of there. We now have to hunt down Avallac'h, but it seems like a mass destruction has begun, another conjunction of spheres. We have to use horses to outrun the destruction, and eventually Yennefer must shield us from the cold. There's one final barrier to pass and she gets us through. We have to make our way to the top of the tower alone, where a massive beam of energy is flowing. When we arrive, Avallac'h doesn't even want to fight. He He wants to talk. He was only helping Ciri. This was all her idea, as she wants to take on the White Frost. This was clearly her intention all along. She was not comfortable being in this world where she had to be protected constantly. She was told not to fight during the battle for Kaer Morehn. She was told to sit out this battle, even, but she's ready to take destiny into her own hands. We have an option here to tell Ciri what we think she should do, but it doesn't matter. Ciri will continue on no matter what. This is a clear sign that Geralt doesn't have control over her anymore. She is her own person now. She is out of even the audience's control. After Ciri enters the gate, she will see various flashbacks to decisions that we've made in the game. These are the choices that we've made when interacting with Ciri leading up to this. All of these interactions have boiled down to positive or negative and will impact the ending, but we'll get there shortly. There are actually 3 endings to the game that we can get, and variations on each game state after that as well. I'll briefly talk about the 3 here. The Witcher ending, which is the one I received on my first playthrough, begins as we head back to White Orchard. Before we get there, we head to Emhyr and tell him of the fate of his daughter, that she sacrificed her life to defeat the White Frost. We then head back to White Orchard. The end is the beginning, a theme carried out through this entire story. Geralt has commissioned a silver sword made, and he's picking it up. The sword's name is one we choose, but it can be called Zirael, which is Elven for swallow. Geralt then heads back to the inn and gives this sword to Ciri, who is still alive. Geralt delivering the news to Emhyr that she was dead was all a farce. She is now on the Witcher's path with Geralt in full force. They are taking contracts together, like father, like daughter. The Empress ending requires that we get 3 positive points in interactions with Ciri, meaning we had a positive impact when we talked to her. Nilfgaard also has to win the war, which means we have to have assassinated Radovid, and we have to side with Temeria at the end. The ending begins in White Orchard during winter. Geralt is with whichever girl he romanced here. Dandelion and Zoltan are having some drinks, and Geralt needs to meet the hunter Mislav. There's a short side quest in this ending to return a horse to its owner, but it's not that important. When we get to the hunter, we found out that Ciri has come here to hunt with Geralt. When we see her, she is a little distant and wants to see the griffin's nest from the first time that we were here. The two have to dispatch with a forktail, and Geralt tells her to be more careful around beasts next time, but she says there won't be a next time. We take her to fish to cheer her up a bit. This does work for a time, but when we finally return to White Orchard, the Nilfgaardians show up. Ciri is to take her father's throne. She is to become the Empress of Nilfgaard. She hands Geralt her sword and leaves White Orchard for good. The final, most bleak ending requires that we were overall mostly negative to Ciri. Here, Geralt has returned to Crookback Bog to retrieve the medallion that the Weavess took from Ciri. He wants it back as a final memento from his daughter. Geralt in this ending is dead inside. He feels nothing and he only wants revenge. He cuts down the crone and destroys the building looking for the medallion. He finds solace in it for a moment before we see monsters swarming the hut. Surprisingly, I think all of these endings are kind of good. I mean, the last ending is pretty tragic, but it would make sense for the characters in the situation. Having Geralt lose Ciri for good would only lead him to bloodlust. Ciri is basically all he has at this point, especially with Vesemir gone as well. He's lost any reason to continue on, lost his sole motivation for being alive. The Empress ending makes a lot of sense as well, and is probably the best outcome for Ciri at this point. Actually using her power, name, and status for good to make genuine change in the world is a good outcome. This also basically gets rid of the Nilfgaardian threat, ensuring no more invasions to the northern kingdoms. The Witcher ending is probably my favorite though. I know it isn't exactly the best for Ciri, especially because being a Witcher isn't the greatest thing in the world, but it just kind of feels right. It feels like the world isn't drastically changed at the end of it. It feels as if this is still the world of The Witcher. I'm not sure I can imagine a world where Ciri is Empress of Nilfgaard, or where Ciri is gone, but I guess you can only tell these stories so many times. After this final quest, we also get some resolution to other stories. Basically, our major choices that we made throughout the game will be laid out in front of us. Where Geralt ends up is determined by who he romanced. If we romanced both girls, then Geralt gets to remain on the path of the Witcher, thinking about what could have been. If he went with Triss, then the two move to Kovir like they talked about in the lighthouse. Triss is an advisor to the king, and Geralt takes contracts every once in a while. If Geralt went with Yennefer, then the two retire, living a life away from everything else. If we did not assassinate Radovid or we sided with Dijkstra, then Emhyr is overthrown. Nilfgaard loses the war, and Emhyr's people do not respect him, so they take him over. If we side with Roche in the Reason of State, then Emhyr conquers the north, winning the war. We are shown what happens to the Baron based on our decisions with the Whispering Hillock. Either Radovid, Dijkstra, or Emhyr ends up as the leader of the North, and either Bran, Hjalmar, or Cerys ends up as the leader of Skellige, again, based on our decisions in those quests. Now, I think overall, the story that The Witcher 3 tells is pretty alright. Like I said before, it's mostly undercut and usurped by the story that the expansions tell, because the second expansion especially gives a much better ending to the tale overall, but it's sort of fine, I guess. The main story isn't exactly the brightest point in the game, and honestly a lot of the side stories and small quest chains are telling much better tales than the main game does. Overall, it feels a little formulaic for The Witcher. Of course, there are different outcomes, and the choices we make do matter. I think the Battle of Kaer Morhen is the peak of the story overall, but the main story has an even bigger problem. We talked early on in this video about the development of this game and how it was almost split into two because the story was so large. The team had to cut a lot to keep it wrapped up into one game. They did this because they originally set out to make a trilogy and didn't want to break things up. They wanted finality. They wanted to be done with this chapter of The Witcher and the studio. But honestly, I think this should have been broken up into two games. The third act of the game is entirely unnecessary. It honestly feels like this game should have ended after the battle for Kaer Morhen, after Vesemir's funeral. The game should have been set up to continue later with all these massive moving pieces in place. We are now ready to create a huge plan to lure out the Wild Hunt. Ciri has been found, there's some finality to that, and Vesemir is dead. There's tragedy here. The game really just keeps going on for far too long, and the third act feels like quite a rushed conclusion. It's strange because the game is in such an awkward spot. It either needs to be even longer or even shorter. It either should have included all of the stuff that was cut to stuff two games into one, or it should have been shorter and broken into two. It doesn't do that though, and exists in this strange in-between place. We spend a good majority of the story looking for Ciri. That journey feels like the big quest that this game centers around, and playing it for the first time makes you feel like it should end there, but it doesn't. This is easily my biggest complaint with this game, that the pacing for the main tale is just really off. I do like the individual pieces of the story though. I really love the Velen sections, seeing godlings and crones and dealing with the complex character that is the Baron. Novigrad has its ups and downs, but getting involved in the underbelly of the city is interesting. Going on a quest to find Dandelion almost feels like a microcosm of what we're doing with Ciri. Skellige introduces us to massive amounts of culture and a political struggle for the throne. Act 2 brings us the Battle of Kaer Morhen, which, as you already know, is one of my favorite parts of the game, and the third act sees us battling the Wild Hunt, jumping across worlds, and finally seeing an end to the White Frost. The pieces of this story are great, amazing ideas, themes that tie not only to this game, but all the way back to the first game in the series. It just suffers from a lot of fatigue and pacing issues, but this isn't the end of The Witcher 3. If you've beaten the game for the first time, then you still have a whole host of things left to go through. And be excited, because this is some of the best stuff in the game, and possibly the best things that CD Projekt Red have ever created. The first expansion for The Witcher 3 was released on October 13th, 2015. It was called Hearts of Stone and would add its own main story, new side quests, and even its own distinct crafting mechanic called enchanting. The expansion would be slightly shorter and smaller than the one that would follow. It doesn't take us to a new area of the world, but instead utilizes parts of the Novigrad area, or at least east of Novigrad. This place is called No Man's Land and wasn't home to much content before the expansion released. The additional content also dives a bit deeper into the city of Oxenfurt, adding more to this area than the main game contained. In my opinion, the first expansion adds a lot more than one would even expect for something like this in the modern day. It's a brutal truth, but the days of a developer releasing additional game content that actually adds story and expands the game are long gone. Teams don't even really do this anymore, and if they do, they aren't nearly as good as the ones that have come before. If you ask someone what their favorite video game expansion is, they're most likely going to talk about the earlier Fallout games, Elder Scrolls, Warcraft 3, maybe even GTA 4 or Mass Effect, but now The Witcher 3 is the definitive answer you're going to get most of the time. The main stories in both Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine are better than the main game's story. This is probably because CD Projekt Red are better at telling shorter stories with a bit less impact on the overall world than they are at overarching, grand, long stories with consequence. That's not to say that either of these stories are that small, but compared to the base game, they are dwarfed. Before we get into the main story that I'm gassing up so much, let's talk about the side content that we can get with this expansion. First of all, Hearts of Stone adds a completely new mechanic to The Witcher 3 called enchanting. This is a new type of crafting that allows us to add rune words to weapons or glyph words to armor. This mechanic can be unlocked when we meet a runewright, a specialized mage from Ulfir. Ulfir is actually to the south of Nilfgaard in the lands many call Beyond the Seas. He would like to bring his ancient and foreign craftswork to the northern world. This, of course, requires a bit of funds, and we have to provide him with the startup money to be able to build specialized furnaces that will allow him to enchant our weapons and armor. We also have to do some short quests for him so that he has the resources that he needs. With each quest and each donation, we unlock a little bit more of this mechanic, but what exactly does it do? We can enchant weapons that have slots on them. Enchanting will add new effects, like getting more adrenaline points for dealing fatal blows with our sword or reducing enemies' stamina when they are hit by Ard. Now, I will say enchanting isn't exactly my favorite thing in the world. It isn't the best mechanic here, though it does iterate on the base game's systems a bit, but it doesn't feel incredibly necessary at this point in the game. That being said, if you are the type of person that wants to experiment with builds, or someone who plays on higher difficulties, then this would be very useful to you. I think there certainly is an audience for this, it just didn't really feel like it fit with this game a ton. At the same time though, adding a completely new mechanic that adds a whole new element to the crafting system is great. Of course, the things that are being added should be good, but the fact that things are being added at all is fantastic. At the end of the day, enchanting wasn't exactly for me. I didn't use it too much, but I do think it's alright. There aren't exactly a ton of side quests in Hearts of Stone that aren't races or enchanting related. Most of the ones present are directly related to the main story, so we'll talk about them later. But there are a couple that are standalone. Without a Trace tasks us with finding a missing man. A couple tells us that he was probably eaten by wolves, and we find out they're lying. They've been eating people because they can't afford food. We have multiple options here in killing or not killing the couple, and also whether we tell the quest giver the truth. But there really isn't a good option here. If we let them slide and cover for them, they give up eating people and the wife is dead when we come back. If we let them live but tell Otto, then he gets revenge and kills them. If we kill them, then they obviously die. This couple just doesn't have a good ending at all unless we don't get involved, of course. With that, let's get back to the main show and talk about the base story of Hearts of Stone. This whole thing begins when we see a new notice being hung on a specific board outside of Novigrad. We then head to a manor in No Man's Land. There's a gathering of vagabonds there who seemingly have taken over the house. Their leader, Olgierd von Everick, has a job for Geralt. His cook was killed in the sewers of Oxenfurt. She had gone looking for a prince that turned into a toad and never came back. Outside, one of von Everick's people will offer us a job, a small side quest. She's looking for revenge, specifically in that of someone that killed her friend Kluvert. We can trace him down and find his body in a nearby hut that was being used for Fist-Tech production. We find his killers to be members of the Fallen Knights. They were previously members of the Order of the Flaming Rose, but Radovid disbanded the order at the beginning of the war. The other members became his witch hunters, and the ones that did not join up formed the Fallen Knights. Ulrich, the Grand Master, recognizes Geralt as the one that killed Jacques de Alderberg. He, of course, attacks us, and we can take out their ranks. Back to the main story, we can head into the Oxenfurt sewers to try and track down the Frog Prince. We soon find an old friend in that of Shani. It's been quite a bit of time since Geralt has seen her, in particular the first Witcher game. She has gotten quite the upgrade in terms of design and fidelity. When we meet her, she's trying to treat a soldier, but he unfortunately dies. She offers to guide us through the sewers. We find a ton of drowners and dead bodies, as well as strange goop and people stuck to walls. We eventually lure out the toad with alcohol and have to fight the Toad Prince. I haven't really talked about a lot of the boss fights in The Witcher 3 in depth because a lot of them are pretty bland. They don't have a ton of variety in terms of combat or mechanics. It becomes mostly a slash fest. I think certain bosses, in particular the Ein-El, can be quite good, but most of them are resorted to big monsters that swipe and jump. But both expansions really try to fix this issue. The Toad Prince in particular can be quick, jumping around the battlefield, so we have to either be just as fast or trap him. He also poisons us quite a bit, which creates a health problem. In particular, the fight is just a bit harder because we can't finish it super fast. It's definitely a bit of a difficulty hike, but honestly a welcome one. It was a massive surprise going into this DLC because I expected much of the same as the base game. When we defeat the Toad, it turns out this wasn't a fairy tale joke. He actually was a prince turned into a frog. When Geralt slices him open, he transforms back into his human form, and unfortunately, we just killed the Prince of Ulfir. Soldiers show up to take Geralt away for this, and unfortunately Geralt is knocked out by the toxic sludge inside of the Toad. We awaken on a prison barge. Our cellmate is a guide and luckily understands the Ulferi language. We can interact with the guard, but it's not easy to speak a language we don't know. We're then met by a man that we've seen before, Gaunter O'Dim. It was far back in this video at the current point, but he was the man that told us about Yennefer in White Orchard. It turns out O'Dim was a bit more than meets the eye. He's also known as the Man of Glass and offers Geralt a way off the barge, but he will require payment in the form of a favor returned. We really have no other option here, and Geralt is marked by O'Dim until he repays the man. The boat then goes through a storm and the barge crashes. Geralt wakes up on the beach and is attacked by an Ulferi mage and his soldiers. We don't have to defeat these guys, it's optional. They are pretty difficult, but it can be worth it for the loot. The mage in particular is a pain in the ass because he does so much damage. When we get back to O'Dim, he tells Geralt how he can repay his debt. O'Dim owes Olgierd 3 tasks through a proxy. Geralt is to be his proxy and help Olgierd fulfill these tasks. When we make it back to the manor, it turns out Von Everec and his band have lit it aflame. We can try and stop an innocent man from being executed, which can result in us actually fighting Olgierd, probably one of the most difficult fights in the game. But it turns out Olgierd is actually immortal. The whole thing isn't very clear yet, but mostly what we know is that to pay back our debt, we have to complete 3 tasks for Olgierd. He only tells us the first 2 tasks up front, to show his brother the time of his life, and to bring him Maximilian Borsodi's house. Gaunter tells us that he can't complete the tasks himself, otherwise he would just do it right now, but he can still help Geralt in small ways. The first task is to show Vladimir von Everec the time of his life, and it isn't as simple as it seems. Vladimir is actually dead, and he has been for a while. Shani will help us find the crypt as she studied Redanian dynasties in school. When we get there, Shani asks us to accompany her to her friend's wedding, and of course, I said yes. She doesn't quite want to accompany Geralt into the crypt though, so we have to go alone. Inside, we can complete a ritual to try and contact Vladimir. We have to take down the spirits of his family first, though. Once this is complete, we can talk to the man himself. Turns out he died trying to take down a ton of warriors. He was a brave man who died in battle. But how are we supposed to show a spirit a good time? He provides his own answer to this when he possesses Geralt, taking control of his body and leaving the Witcher trapped inside. He can enter and exit Geralt's body at will, and Shani has a fantastic idea, that Vladimir should possess Geralt for the wedding tonight. He can have a great time at the party, and that will be one of Von Everic's wishes down. Now, this whole setup is just fantastic. I was sold on Hearts of Stone pretty quickly into it. As soon as the reveal came that Olgierd was immortal, I knew that this was going to be a great story. For some reason, I've always been interested in the complications, themes, and general morals of immortality. An immortal character is just kind of a cheat code to make an interesting story, at least for me. On top of that, this whole thing is just drenched in fairy tale gimmicks. The idea that Gaunter is this trickster that preys on people in compromising situations and then twists their words against them just works in so many ways. It's a classic tale that we've heard many times before, but as long as the writers create interesting characters to interact with that framework, it's a recipe for success. Odim is a very Faustian character, but the fact that he's already been introduced to us helps as well. On top of even that, the Dead Man's Party quest is really just a classic 80s comedy movie in The Witcher 3. The whole thing requires us to meet the whims of Vladimir while also not getting in trouble at the party, or even worse, getting Shani in trouble at the party. Shani also quite clearly has feelings for Geralt, so the Witcher is navigating his own issues with her at the same time. It all unfolds incredibly well. Vladimir wants to woo women, which he fails at. He wants to chase pigs and retrieve Shani's shoes from the pool. He even dances with Shani, at which point Gaunter Odim shows up to dedicate a song to them. We can talk to Odim and he tells us a few things about himself. He also decides to really go in on Vladimir, revealing that he did not die as a warrior, but as a coward. Eventually, once a certain number of tasks are completed, Vladimir heads back. He writes a letter to his brother in blood and thanks him for giving him one more good night. That's not quite where it ends though, because Vladimir sticks around to try and get with Shani, but Odim banishes him through some torture or pain that we are not aware of. At the end of the day though, that's one task fulfilled, albeit in a way that Olgierd didn't truly intend. We do have the option of spending the night with Shani here. She doesn't quite recognize Geralt as a suitable long-term partner, especially because he won't always be around for her, but they still spend a good night together, getting quite overly graphic in a boat on the water. When this is done, we can return to Olgierd to deliver the letter from his brother and begin the next task, obtaining Borsodi's house. We can head to the Borsodi brothers' auction house and meet Vimy Vivaldi, who helps out Geralt by gaining him entrance into the place. Here we can talk to a few different people who specialize in fortune a bit strangely. One man is a normal art collector, and if we inspect the paintings before talking to him, we can pass his test by identifying the correct painting. He will then give us a tip on a painting up for auction, one that no one wants, because it's a massive reference to Vincent van Gogh. We can meet a woman who actually knew Vesemir at one point. She had an affair with him and has been waiting for the old Witcher to return, but we give her the bad news that he's passed on. We can meet a man who made his fortune getting luck in Gwent as well, but we can also bid on certain things at the auction. One of the most interesting items we can receive is the Professor's Glasses. This was a character from the first game, if you remember. I will say one thing I truly love about The Witcher 3 is the homage that it pays to the first game. We aren't even truly done with some of the big reveals that it adds to those characters, but the inclusion of Shani, the letter from Alvin, the Order of the Flaming Rose, and even the small letter that we can find about the attack at the very beginning of that game. There's also just the thematic similarities in the game and the main story. The Witcher 3 begins with an attack on Kaer Morehn, just like the first game. Its biggest act also ends in an attack on Kaer Morehn that goes similarly to last time, with our heroes losing and a Witcher dying, having a funeral on a pyre. The respect that this game has for the first game is truly something great. I love the first game, and it holds a great place in my mind. As you know, it is quite often overlooked because of how dated it is compared to this game, but it deserves just as much attention, and the fact that certain plot lines, characters, and little details are not forgotten here is something I love. After the auction, Vivaldi tries to introduce Geralt to Horst Borsodi. We can try to get at the heart of the matter, the task we need to complete, his brother's house, but this conversation ends quickly as we're thrown out. We then meet a man only known as the Stranger. He believes that he and Geralt have similar goals and that they may be able to get back into the auction house. We can meet him in an herbalist hut in the woods. Here we begin to plan a heist. The man has already been collecting information far before we got here, but we need to help him get some more people involved. There are 3 tasks overall. The first is to bribe the cook to spike the food that the guards eat. This will remove some of them from the equation, making the heist a little easier. Our second task is to hire someone who can get us into the safe in the auction house. We either get a dwarf who can blow the door up, or find a master locksmith that can get in quietly. The dwarf demolitions expert is currently in a bit of a pickle. His wife was cheating on him and she's gone. Because of this, he's threatening to blow himself up on his roof. We can talk him down or accidentally get him to light the barrels. We can also get Quinto, who is a master of locks. He's been captured and has a bounty on his head. We can convince the guards to let him go, but it turns out Quinto has already cracked the lock. Our third and final task is to hire a break-in artist. We have a choice between Velen, an acrobat who currently is serving with a traveling circus, or Hugo, a professional thief who stole the gold-plated rooster from the town hall in Novigrad. If we try to recruit Hugo, though, we realize that he's already been killed. Some thugs took off his ear and threw his body in the river. To recruit Velen, we must prove ourselves to her wandering troupe. This requires us completing a feat of marksmanship during their performance. Once these tasks are complete and we've assembled our little motley crew, we can begin the heist. The auction house is supposed to be empty, but of course something always goes awry and there's people inside. Geralt decides to arm himself with a wooden sword to prevent any unneeded casualties. The Stranger doesn't have these same rules though and kills people when things start to get a little hot. He even takes a hostage to buy some time while our safecracker gets to work. This is where the difference between choosing Quinto or the dwarf comes into play. If we chose Quinto, then we can successfully negotiate with the guards and prevent a fight from breaking out. This isn't possible with the dwarf, and there will always be a fight. Either way, Velen decides to cut her losses at this point, as this really wasn't what she signed up for. If we used the dwarf, then his explosions blew up a device that controlled the trap door, and we can skip past this. But if we used Quinto, then we get caught in the trap and have to take out some arachnids. I want to say quickly before we move on, I absolutely hate these spiders. They are introduced as a new enemy to Hearts of Stone, and I can't stand them. This is mostly because I don't like spiders in real life. I generally don't care about cartoon spiders, but when they're incredibly realistic like this and big, it just freaks me out. But they're also a massive pain to fight. They move so fast that it can be hard to track them down, and nailing them to a point where we can actually deal damage to them is always a chore. When we finally get to the vault, we're met with Horst Borsodi. It's then revealed that the Stranger is actually Ewald, Horst's brother. We're then given our big choice here. We can either choose to side with Ewald or side with Horst. Horst, of course, offers us untold riches if we side with him. Our safecracker also has an effect on the outcome here as well. Quinto will switch sides and we'll have to fight him, but Casimir the dwarf will stay with Ewald. Afterwards, we realize that Maximilian Borsodi's house is actually a small box, shaped like a house, that contains the will of the Borsodi's father. They don't want to lose it, and if we want to take it, we have to fight the other brother as well. Or we can let him keep the will and just take the house, fulfilling the task in a Faustian way ourselves. Olgierd really isn't happy if we do that though, pointing out how we took the task very literally. It doesn't matter much though, because Olgierd really wanted to take out the family auction house, and unless both brothers were alive to sign for it regularly, the auction house would leave their hands. With that, Von Everec gives us our final quest, to retrieve the rose that he gave to his wife the last time that he saw her. This begins a very long sequence that takes place at the Von Everec estate. We investigate the place, dealing with the horrors that lurk there, and even facing off against a spirit of Olgierd's wife herself. Slowly, over the course of the investigation, we reveal the problems with the relationship between the two, and even see Olgierd begging to try and break his pact with Odim. We venture into a painted world, solve puzzles to see memories from the couple's past. The whole thing is beautiful. I was truly awestruck while playing it. The environment design is gorgeous. The manor itself is draped in horror as we venture through the dark hallways. The character design is fantastic, topping even some of the most iconic characters from the base game. The Caretaker might be one of the coolest looking bosses in the entire game. Top it off with the fact that this story gets us to genuinely feel for Olgierd and his broken wife. When we finally do meet his wife, she has the rose. In the painted world, the rose has not yet died. We can take it, but she has bonded with it, and she may not exist any longer once it's gone. We have a choice then, to take the rose or leave it. If we leave it, then the black dog and cat that have been watching over her will be sealed to their fate, and so will Olgierd's wife. We will receive a painting of her with a rose afterwards to take to Olgierd. If we take the rose, then the cat and the dog are allowed to leave their service of Iris, and they give Geralt advice. If Odim gets in Geralt's way, then we should seek salvation in glass that can't be broken. The painted world breaks down around us, and we're allowed to leave. Our final task for this expansion is to meet Odim at an inn. He wants us to bring him Olgierd. They will meet at the Temple of Lilvani. Odim also decides to reveal during this interaction that he has the ability to stop time, showing that he is much more than just someone powerful. He may be truly omniscient. We can then go with Shani, optionally, to learn more about Olgierd. This man that she introduces us to, Shakeslock, tells us quite a bit about the man and the pact that he made with Odim. Apparently, he even had to choose between his wife and his brother. Because he was given immortality, he also was given a heart of stone. I don't think that means literally, but he was not able to feel like he could before. This led to the deadening of their marriage and the end of his and Iris's relationship. He also tells us that the only way to beat Odim is to challenge him to a game of wits, and that the only thing he is willing to wager is a person's soul. Shakeslock is blind and believes that he can't leave a protective circle that he's in. This is revealed to be true when he breaks his neck in a freak accident just after stepping outside of the circle. When we meet with Olgierd, we give him either the rose or the painting, and Odim arrives, revealing that their contract has been fulfilled. Olgierd challenges this, as the only way to fulfill their contract was when they met on the moon. Odim then removes the dust from beneath their feet and reveals a painting of the moon on the floor. Now, if we met with Shakeslock, then we can challenge Odim here to a game of wits to try and save Olgierd. We don't have to do this, of course, we can just let him take the man's soul, but we only get this option if we met the man before. If Odim takes the immortal soul of Olgierd von Everick, then we are rewarded with one wish. We have multiple choices here: to be as swift as the wind, which gives us a saddle with 100 stamina, to never go hungry again, which gives us a horn that never runs out of food, a bottle of vodka that's always full, which is an endless bottle of alcohol, to make Geralt rich, which gives us 10,000 gold, or we can ask Odim where Ciri is. This, of course, must be done before the main story is completed, and interestingly enough, he can't exactly answer that question. It's outside of even his power, but he can give us some advice on how to get a better ending with her. But even though these rewards are tantalizing and could affect the rest of our game in very nice ways, Olgierd should not be sacrificed. The challenge of wits requires us to solve Odim's riddle, one whose answer is pretty apparent from the beginning. It's in his name. It's a mirror. We have to find a mirror in this world before time runs out, but the issue is that Odim has rigged the game against us. He's destroying the mirrors before we can get to them. Geralt outsmarts him, though, by finding his reflection in water, glass that can't be broken. This banishes Odim, and Olgierd will be grateful to us afterwards. He will reward Geralt with a unique sword, and the two will share a tender moment together. Now, I love the Hearts of Stone expansion. I think it greatly elevates the game in many ways. First of all, as we talked about before, the entire tone of the story is just so well executed. The classic Faustian bargain, going two ways between Geralt and Olgierd, is wonderful. It creates so many moments for a witty use of words, ones that constantly surprise the player. We are then constantly watching and checking the story, dialogue, and tale for tricks. We want to know how this will end, how it will manage to surprise us before the surprise. I do think the ending is a little bit lackluster. It's this sort of predictable battle between Odim and Olgierd that we kind of expected all along, but most of the surprises come in the form of the journey rather than the destination. The slow reveal of Olgierd's tale, his relationship with his wife, his brother, and the story of the Borsodi brothers are all worthwhile tales that keep us interested. The expansion excels in particular at character. There are so many standout people in this DLC that I simply couldn't talk about all of them. Olgierd himself is interesting because of his immortality, because of the bargain that he makes, because of his relationships. He's just an infinite pool of information. We're constantly wondering what his intentions are, especially because when we first meet him, he seems like a total scoundrel. This, of course, isn't entirely true. There's a bit more depth there than meets the eye. Odim is probably one of my favorite characters in the game. The fact that he was set up all the way back in White Orchard and then we meet him again here is just so satisfying. It's always nice to see a familiar face, especially one that was so unassuming. But Odim truly is full of mystery. He's seemingly an omniscient being that has existed for a very long time. He speaks different languages that are ancient and lost to the modern peoples. Who is he? Where did he come from? Why is he here? These are questions that will never be answered, not just in this game, but probably by anyone. And that's what makes Odim so special, that he is a genuine mystery, someone that we have no bounds or parameters for. We don't understand the lengths that he will go to, or the lengths that he can go to. His name is also very similar to that of a character from the Dark Tower series, and I just thought I'd point that out because I genuinely love those books. At the end of the day, Hearts of Stone tells an amazing story, one full of character, intrigue, mystery, suspense, surprise, and fun. It's just so genuinely compelling that it beats out the base game in terms of appeal for me. But there's still one final piece of media that we need to talk about in regards to The Witcher 3, one that adds even more than all of that. Blood and Wine, the final expansion for The Witcher 3, was released on May 31st, 2016, just 7 months after the previous expansion came out. The expansion aimed to feature a lot more additional content than Hearts of Stone had added. It also had its own story that was a bit longer and more in-depth than the previous one. A completely new area to explore, new enemies, gear, side quests, contracts, a new Gwent deck, player housing, and even new mechanics. In my opinion, Blood and Wine is the best piece of media that CD Projekt Red has ever created. It has a fantastic main story, great side quests, mechanics that introduce a new level of interaction with the game, and probably the best area in the entire project. The story itself begins when we find a contract specifically requesting Geralt of Rivia. We are called to Holloway, a small village where soldiers are waiting to meet us. They were sent by Anna Henrietta, the Duchess of Toussaint. Toussaint is a duchy under the Kingdom of Nilfgaard, and they are having trouble with a beast, one that only a Witcher can defeat. When we meet the knights, they are helping some locals who are being attacked by bandits. The knights from Toussaint clearly hold a much more strict moral code. Their land, culture, and values are drastically different than most of the people here in the northern kingdoms. After this, we are taken to Toussaint. As soon as we arrive, we are tasked with helping some other knights kill a giant. This already shows us the difference in scale and fanfare that this area will provide us. Fighting a massive beast against the bright, beautiful hills of Toussaint almost feels like a fairy tale, a comparison that will become a lot more literal later in the expansion. It's also worth noting that if we shoot the giant in the eye, he will be killed instantly, but it can be a hard shot to make. When we reach Toussaint, we can begin investigating the men that have been killed by this beast that we were sent to take out. We can find evidence of a Bruxa attack down by the water and even track it down, but we quickly realize the Bruxa was not the killer. It was attracted to a corpse with coins stuffed into its mouth. We can then head into the main city where a competition is being held. A knight is aiming to fight a Shaelmar by himself, an incredibly powerful and strong beast. Geralt notes that these are not to be trifled with. It's been handicapped to make the battle a bit easier, but this handicap is soon removed and Geralt is forced to step in. We then meet Anna Henrietta, the Duchess that requested Geralt's services. We also meet Damien de la Tour, the captain of the Duchess's guard. He isn't as keen on our presence here as he believes that he has it all figured out. It seems that the beast is targeting specific knights, ones that represent the chivalric virtues. These virtues are honor, wisdom, generosity, valor, and compassion. They are the things that knights swear to uphold when they take on the mantle in Toussaint. Geralt has identified the next target as Milton de Peyrac-Peyran. He was on a team with the other knights that were already killed. This is where the story really starts to heat up, as we have to track him down and make sure that he isn't killed. Before we get into that though, let's talk about all of the other stuff that we can do in Blood and Wine, because there is a lot. One of the first and most interesting additions to this expansion is the housing that we receive for taking on this quest. Anna Henrietta gives Geralt the deed to Corvo Bianco, the estate where we found the Bruxa. It definitely needs some fixing up, but Geralt is just the man for the job. Our major domo can help us with the renovations if we give him the proper funds. We can fix up the house, install an armor repair table, a grindstone, a bed which increases health, install various weapon racks, armor stands, a guest room, a stable that increases our horse's stamina, and even a garden where we can harvest herbs. We can also utilize a laboratory underneath the grounds that incorporates one of the new mechanics, which we'll talk about more in a bit. This is player housing at its finest. There are many reasons why this works, thematically, mechanically, and economically. The theme that player housing gives us will be wrapped up as the story continues, but it works especially well if we do this expansion after completing the main story. This is a place for Geralt to settle. It's a place for him to rest. Geralt has historically never had that outside of Kaer and Morehn, and now that place is gone too. Corvo Bianco is a place that he can genuinely call home, as we are historically one with Geralt, and the game makes it its goal to try and bring us closer to the character. We also find a place to rest here as well, somewhere to lick our wounds, upgrade our character, and get ready for the next battle.
Get ready for the next battle.
Fixing the place up also allows us to create somewhere that feels like home. This goes against everything that we've seen of this world. We enter places, we see death and destruction all around us, and we try to help, but then we move on. Sometimes the areas we move through are worse off with us having been there. The fact that this game gives us something to improve, a place that we can make our mark on, is fantastic. Mechanically, the homestead gives us a ton of functionality. We can upgrade our horse, use the armor table, the upgrades that we already talked about, but we can also customize the walls with weapons and armor. We can hang up our trophies that we've received from different quests. This actually gives us a reason to not just sell every piece of equipment that we get. Economically, the game gives us something to pour our money into. At this point in the game, I had so much money I didn't even know what to spend it on. Hearts of Stone does this to a certain extent with the enchanting system. It requires a lot of upfront dough to be able to get things started up, but here our money doesn't just feel like it's going into more incremental upgrades to combat, but our life. It feels like we're genuinely creating something here. I say all this to further the point that giving us this home in The Witcher 3 just fits in every single way. It works so well, it's executed perfectly. I was so excited when Anna started talking about giving Geralt a house. In my mind, I wanted to think that maybe CD Projekt Red would do it. Maybe they'll actually give us a house, and I was so excited when that promise was really fulfilled. In one particular side quest, we get introduced to a new mechanic that expands the skill system a bit. The quest begins when we get a letter either from Yennefer or Triss, depending on who we romanced. They tell Geralt about a Professor Moreau who was doing research on mutations. This professor was trying to cure his son by using mutations and ended up strengthening the mutagens. Geralt can thankfully use these mutations to his advantage. This unlocks an entirely new skill tree for us to expand. We can unlock new skill slots and new abilities. These new abilities require mutagens, which also solves an economy problem of having way more mutations than we can spend. This ties back into the house because we can create larger mutations there to level up our skills. Probably one of the best quests in the entire game is called the Warble of a Smitten Knight. We're given the job by a knight named Guillaume de L'Enfant. He has his eye on a woman named Vivienne de Tabris. He believes that she is cursed based on a few interactions that he's had with her. There's a tourney coming up and the tourney is for her favor. We're given the job to keep an eye on her by entering the tournament. We can choose our coat of arms before going into the competition, either Geralt of Rivia or Ravix of Forhorn. The latter was the name that Geralt used when he met Pavetta in Sintra in the beginning of the book series. This will change how we are referred to for the tournament though, but it will also change the gear that we receive for winning these competitions. The tournament has 3 parts: the shooting range, the race, and a large duel. It's basically a marksmanship competition, a horse race where we have to hit targets on the back of a horse, and we have to fight some people. They aren't really that hard, but I thought the horse race was the most interesting one because there was a lot more to focus on. After completing each competition, we will find more out about Vivienne. We will eventually track her down in the forest and find out that she has had a curse placed on her. The gist of it is that she looks like a bird. She has to hold an illusion spell constantly to make sure it doesn't slip. Geralt might be able to reverse the curse by using the egg of an Oriole. He can swap the curse onto it, but it could give her the same lifespan as the bird, 7 years. She determines that she'd rather live a short, full life than a longer, hollow one. Guillaume can offer to transfer the curse to him, but either way, the curse is lifted. It turns out, though, that Vivienne isn't really in love with Guillaume. It's not an entirely happy ending, and Guillaume isn't too satisfied with us in the end. This quest is just about everything that makes a Witcher quest good. It spans the course of an entire tournament. We're allowed to actually compete in said tournament. We are rewarded for doing well. There are multiple outcomes that flow into a complex story, interesting characters, consequences that carry over from other places. It's such a great little adventure, one that once again feels like it should be part of the main story rather than just a one-off thing, but it works so well. There's a short series of quests under the Wine Wars name. There's a new very important vineyard being sold, and 2 competing vineyard owners want a piece of it. They both ask us to help out around their vineyard by destroying enemies invading their lands and clearing things out. If we help one of them, then the vineyard will go to them. If we help both, they will run the vineyard together. We can find that there has been some evidence of sabotage on one end of this whole thing. At the end of this quest, we'll have to help the new vineyard out as well. Once done, we will be allowed to name one of the wines, either Geralt of Rivia, White Wolf, or Butcher of Blaviken. It's clear, though, that White Wolf is the best name. There Can Be Only One is a quest that sees us trying to prove that we hold all 5 of the chivalric virtues. There are many opportunities to do this throughout the side quests, main story, and side activities in the expansion. We can then challenge the hermit that gives us this quest, and we are gifted the sword Erendite by the Lady of the Lake. This was an interesting quest because it was one of the only ones that bleeds into other quests in the game. It felt sort of like a collecting Gwent cards quest because it requires that we do other things out in the world. It also clearly fits into the world of Toussaint because it holds the knight's theme that's carried throughout a lot of the game. But enough about side content, we should probably talk about the main story and pick up where we left off. When we head to find the next to-be-murdered knight, it turns out that he's taking part in the hare hunt that Toussaint holds this time of year. We have to solve a riddle that is intended for the guests of the event. We must take the horn from a unicorn and find a fish. We must solve the riddle presented to us to learn that the knight is in the greenhouse. Unfortunately, we were too late and Milton is already dead, but we can give the beast chase from here. We catch him in a barn and it turns out that he's a vampire. We have to fight him and he's pretty difficult. He moves fast, slashes quick, but we don't actually get to kill him here. Someone completely unexpected shows up at this point, Regis, or his full name, Emil Regis Reohelek Terzief Godefroy. Regis saves Detlef and stops the fight between us. Regis is a character from the books, probably one of my favorite characters from the series. He joins Geralt during his journey to find Ciri and starts as an adversary, but eventually becomes a fond companion of the Witcher. He is an incredibly intelligent and ancient vampire. He was actually killed, though, during a battle with Vilgefortz, an incredibly powerful magician. He was ripped apart and melted into a column, assumingly never to be seen again. But that's not exactly true because he's here now. Apparently the man that we fought, the Beast of Toussaint, is actually named Detlef. He helped Regis regenerate and be brought back to life. Regis doesn't know why Detlef is doing this, he just knows that he must have a good reason for it. Regis agrees to meet up with Geralt later and the knights enter just as he leaves. We can meet up with Regis at a specific crypt in the cemetery. Here, reuniting with Regis, we find out that the goal is to look for Detlef. To do this, we need to brew a resonance potion. We need 3 things for the potion, and the first thing can be obtained by finding a spotted wight. This is kind of difficult because spotted wights are supposed to be extinct, but luckily there is one nearby. As we approach the estate that the wight was seen at, we find spoons everywhere. Spoons hang from the ceiling, there are messages about spoons all over the house. We can eventually trap the wight, but if we investigate enough, it's pretty clear that we don't need to kill it. This person was cursed to never be able to find a spoon that would satisfy them. If we force the wight to eat from a bowl, the curse will be lifted. Of course, we can also just kill it. Once the curse is lifted, we can have the cursed woman return to Corvo Bianco to recover. We've still received the saliva though, and can report back to Regis, who now needs to get some of his own blood. This can only happen once he's transformed, and that only occurs when he's in a state of rage. We have to put him in a cage so that he can't get out and slay beasts beneath him so that the blood triggers his transformation. Once this is done, it completely saps Regis. Geralt struggles to see him like this and didn't realize what it would do to his friend. When we complete the potion, we can see some memories of Detloff in the city. He met a man named De La Croix. He helped Detloff when the two were at a shoe shine station. They became friends, but Detloff eventually murdered him. This was the man we found in the morgue, the one with coins in his throat. Detloff felt very guilty about this murder for some reason. But now it's time for Geralt to visit the same shoe shine stand. The boy will tell us where Detloff was staying, and inside we find a toy workshop. It seems that Detloff was being blackmailed by someone. They had a woman named Reynawed taken hostage, and they were forcing him to kill people in the city. There is also a letter here detailing who was killed and why they were killed. When we inform the Duchess of this information, she agrees that we should look for the woman being kept hostage. A wine stain on the letter leads us to the royal wine cellar. Anna can then track this to a certain vineyard that produces the wine. There we find the name of the buyer, or his alias, only known as the Cintron. We then have to mask up and head into a party to track this person down. There are a few little mini activities that we can do here. My favorite one in particular was throwing paint at this canvas, which was super satisfying. The Cintron has already been killed, unfortunately. Anna is filled in on the situation and isn't really happy that we haven't told her everything, but she knows that the only person that could be behind all this is her own sister, Syanna. This connects back to the dagger that we find on the Cintron, a Duntine dagger. Syanna was cursed from birth and was exiled from the court. We then raid Duntine in a massive battle where both vampires are on our side. This is probably one of the coolest sequences in the game, specifically because we get to see the sheer power that the higher vampires hold. Also, being able to fight alongside them shows us their power compared with Geralt's. Geralt is already very strong, and next to a human he looks like a god, but these two look like something even above gods. When Detloff is reunited with Reyna, we find out that she is Syanna. The whole thing was a ruse. She manipulated Detloff into killing the knights that were responsible for her being exiled from the court. She now has 3 days to meet with him and explain herself, or Detloff will go nuclear. Anna does not believe that Syanna was lying, and she still blames Detloff as the killer. She wants him brought in. The city is then flooded with vampires who have begun to attack in a massive war in the streets. We have two options: to either summon Detloff by contacting the Unseen Elder, a type of leader for the higher vampires, someone incredibly powerful and very strong, or we can free Syanna and bring her to Detloff like he requested. I personally chose to save Syanna, and honestly, that is a very interesting path through this whole thing. Once we do find her, it turns out she's been trapped inside of a fairy tale book. This is easily the best part of the expansion. There's a whole detour here where we have to help Syanna find 3 beanstalks in this world so that we can grow the magic beanstalk and get the portal out of here. We end up seeing distorted and corrupted versions of different fairy tales, like a little match girl who now sells fist tech. We even have to fight the 3 bears, little pigs, and the wolf from Red Riding Hood. There's so many layers to why exactly this works so well. First, The Witcher is based on many fairy tales, or at least it has its roots in them. It's a world that has always felt very fairy tale in theme and tone. It crosses a lot of fairy tales with the dark and cruel real world. What would it be like if these two worlds crashed together? But this story leans further into that. What if there actually was a way to interact with these fairy tales? On top of that, the land of Toussaint that we've already seen has been much brighter and more colorful than the areas of Velen or Novigrad, but when we get here, that slider is jacked up by 10. The rolling golden hills, the rainbows, the bright and colorful garb, it's all just so gorgeous, vibrant, and every color pops. On top of that, when we do get the beanstalk grown, we have to face a cloud giant, and up here the world is gray, bleak, colorless. It's as if we're about to cross back into the real world, somewhere that exists between these two places. The Land of a Thousand Fables is easily my favorite part of The Witcher 3 as a whole. I just really never wanted to leave this area. After this, we're transported back to the real world and we can meet with Regis again. When Detloff arrives though, he immediately tries to kill Sienna. If we got her the ribbon from the little Flint girl, then she is saved, transported back to the fairy tale land. But if we didn't, she dies. The only way to not fight Detloff is to let him go after he kills Sienna. But what happens if we see the unseen elder? If we decide to try and contact him, we can find a woman named Oriana that's been using children at her orphanage as food. She's actually a Bruxa. Finding her will give us the key to the unseen elder's cave. When we get there, we are literally no match for him because he just destroys Geralt. We can eventually get an audience with him, but if we waste his time at all, meaning we pick too many dialogue options, he just immediately kills us. We can convince him that Detloff has become a problem and he will force the vampire to meet us. This of course angers Detloff and we have to fight him. Either way, unless Sienna is killed, we're fighting Detloff, and this was easily the hardest fight for me in the entire game. I was actually kind of shocked because it had been quite a long time since I had to actually try during a battle, where I had to watch enemy movements, strategize, and think ahead. I had to plan, use specific potions, think about my next move. It was nice. Detloff actually has 3 forms. After we defeat his pretty easy human form, he transforms and can fly. He will swoop low across the battlefield, he will shoot projectiles at us, and will dive into the ground. All of these things can be pretty difficult to avoid, and getting hits in during the hollow areas, the moments when he isn't attacking, is not easy. But once we do it, he transforms again. We're basically inside of Detloff's chest at this point with his heart above us. We have to destroy the 3 sacks on the edges of this sphere, all while he chases us and does insane damage. But if we bounce between the 3 and never stop moving, eventually he will be destroyed. Regis then has to deal the killing blow because higher vampires can only be killed by their own kind. I would like to take a moment and compliment Regis's character here, at least how it's presented in the game. Now, I wasn't that excited about the idea of his inclusion in this expansion when I first saw it. I felt like his death in the books was a good end. He sacrificed himself so that Geralt and Yennefer could live, so that they could defeat their final foe and ultimately to protect Ciri. Bringing him back almost felt cheap in a way, like bringing him back for the sake of a name, but honestly it works really well. They did bring him back, but with a new attachment to Detloff. The two are literally blood brothers, as Detloff had to use his own blood to bring Regis back. This means that Regis has an unspeakable debt to him, one that transcends friendship. They are literally blood brothers, so the fact that Regis still kills him in the end is a massive moment. This means that he knows what Detloff is doing is wrong and chooses to stand for that and for his friendship to Geralt over something so strong. It's a very good bond, and I like Regis here way more than I ever thought I would. There is a small time jump here, and we are getting ready for a ceremony, as Geralt is to be rewarded for his work. But Regis realizes something is off. There was supposed to be a 5th victim, so who was going to die? When we do some investigating, we find out that it was to be Anna Henrietta. Sienna was going to kill her own sister for turning her back on her when they were young. We can say some things to convince Sienna, but it's really up to a multitude of factors, whether we went to save her in the Land of Thousand Fables, whether we listened to her story there, and whether we said the right things to calm her down. If we didn't do these things, she kills Anna and is then killed by Damien. The 2 sisters are both dead, and the story ends with their graves. If we did, then the 2 reconcile. Either way, we join Regis after for a small conversation. The 2 head out to get some mandrake root, and Regis is being attacked by a Bruxa. He is going to have to leave. He broke some part of the vampire code. He betrayed them, essentially, and as long as he is gone, they won't chase him. If Sienna was killed by Detloff, then none of this happens, and we're actually put in jail by Anna, and we spend quite a bit of time in here, but eventually Dandelion was able to convince her to let Geralt out with no reward. This is such a nice touch, one that was so unnecessary, but it all just plays out so well. But the actual final quest starts after all of this. Geralt heads back to his home, and Barnabas tells him that someone is here to see him. It is either Triss or Yennefer, if we romanced either of them, or Ciri, if we didn't romance the women and she became a witcher or an empress, or Dandelion, if Ciri didn't come back. I got Ciri on my first playthrough, and I actually think this was the best option. The two talk about what they've been up to and what Geralt's plans are, the fact that he plans to maybe settle down here in this place, further cementing Corvo Bianco as some sort of finality for The Witcher. It's just such a perfect epilogue, a final page turn on this massive grand adventure. Blood and Wine overall is my favorite part about this entire game. It's sort of bittersweet because the game ends so strongly that you just don't want it to be over. You want more of what there is here. Of course, there's always second playthroughs, seeing the other endings, finding new books and information, but there really is nothing like that first time. It's a massive story that begins so drenched in mystery and intrigue that it feels like a crime novel, a thriller centered around the serial killer in Toussaint, but it turns out to be so much more than that. It's a story about perspective, about understanding, about seeing people for who they truly are, which what better story is there to tell in the world of The Witcher? We reconnect with old friends, we head to a fairy tale land, we get a house, we help out vineyard owners, we raid a castle with vampires. It all just feels so grand, and it feels so unlike anything that CD Projekt Red has done before. The team is very good at doing dark, gritty, disgusting tales that talk about and deal with the areas of the middle. That isn't to say that this tale isn't serious, but the land of Toussaint makes us feel like we were in some sort of fairy tale, some dream world. Seeing the dark underbelly of that dream world is all the better when we've been set in by the bright sun for some time. It was a place that I never wanted to leave, a script that I never wanted to end. The Witcher 3 is very hard for me to compare to the rest of the series. If I go through in my head and compare it with each element, sure, it beats out the other games in some ways. It has the best graphics, it has the most content, and probably the best side quests, but in other ways, the game loses to those entries. Does that mean that it's worse? Well, in some ways, yes. The Witcher 3 at times can be worse than The Witcher 2 and even the first game. The main story isn't my favorite thing that the studio has done. At times it can feel long and poorly paced. Its length is incredibly awkward in the grand scheme of things. The combat can be tricky and clunky, oftentimes feeling like we should have done something but we didn't. Interacting with the world can be frustrating. Oftentimes getting an object to work is more difficult than a challenging battle. Riding Roach around can be maddening if the area isn't a flat plain. The waypoint system is eternally busted and should just be ignored at all costs. The game's economy was particularly frustrating, often leaving me wondering why the bandit's sword I just picked up is so much stronger than the legendary weapon that I received from Olgierd. Sure, The Witcher 3 is frustrating, it's awkward at points, it's still even buggy to this day, but this game is impressive. When I say impressive, I mean that The Witcher 3 looks gorgeous. The disgusting swamps of Velen feel as if they ache with smoke that's bellowing from the earth. The creatures that dwell there are dripping centuries of history, of ancient musk that I wouldn't want to be within 500 miles of. The people there wear their sorrow and grief in their eyes and on their clothes and in their pockets. Novigrad is a bustling city filled with the sounds of people stabbing each other in the back, the sounds of half-empty tankards clinking against each other, and coins dropping as far as the eye can see. It's a city that's lived in the shadows, where the innocent will never see, or maybe will see too much of. Skellige is a frozen wasteland, one that's rites and traditions feel as if they come from the land itself, as if they sprouted there ages ago and have grown like a tree through the people that inhabit the island. You can feel the sea foam brush against the faces of the folks that live there. And Toussaint is a bright land, a place that prides itself on its values, a place that holds itself to a higher standard, a dreamland, a utopia where wine flows like water and happiness is a future to be realized rather than a childhood dream gone by. These are 4 worlds, and that isn't even talking about no man's land. These are places with people. These people have lives, they have families, they have routines, they have wishes and dreams and aspirations, they have jobs, they have tears, they have grief and pain and joy. This is the feeling that CD Projekt Red has always done well. The feeling that this place isn't a collection of 3D models, that it isn't scripting waiting for us to pick a response, but it is a place with life and death. The scale of this world and this project in general is astounding. Still, even 9 years later, it shocks me that this game is almost a decade old. I could sit here and list all of the things that The Witcher 3 does well. Its side quests, some that stick in my brain still until this day, its ability to deal with morality, its extension of the stories that it's told previously, its world. But I shouldn't need to say all of that, because there is a reason that this game has stayed so long. There is a reason that people still talk about The Witcher 3 to this day. There is a reason that this name will forever be on best game of all times lists, and that is because it is impressive. It is a feat rather than just another game. It shocks, it surprises, and for that reason alone, it deserves to be played. Now, it is not my favorite game. It's not even one of my favorite games. I don't think I would put it on any best game of all time lists, but it is a great game, and one that I will not soon forget. The Witcher 3 was an incredible success for CD Projekt Red. The game had sold 28 million units by December 2019, and by March 2023, it had sold 50 million copies. It is one of the highest selling games in the history of the medium. It was a success with critics as well. The PC version currently stands at a 93 on Metacritic, with Xbox One and PS4 falling at a 91 and 92 respectively. But just because I've talked about the final game in the series does not mean that this is the end of the series. We have yet to talk about the books, the TV show, the spin-off games, any of the board games, or the comics. But we'll talk about that next time. Bye, Dad. Oh my god, it's finally done. Thank you so much for watching this video. As always, I really appreciate it. If you enjoyed the video, please consider liking it and subscribing below, as it really helps me out. I made these videos over the course of months. The Witcher was a much larger series to tackle than I expected it to be. I know that was dumb to even think that this would be easy or quick, but what can I say? I'm now currently working on the full retrospective for the Witcher series, which should be out shortly. That video will have extra sections for the Witcher tabletop games, the Witcher books, the Witcher Netflix show, the Hexer movie, the spin-off games, Gwent and Thronebreaker. It's going to be a long video, so look out for that, and when that is released, I can finally get started on one of my favorite video game series of all time, Metal Gear Solid. Thanks again for watching. Bye, Dad.